Chapter 970. As soon as she woke up, everyone wanted Yun Nuoshing to rest for a while instead of walking around with her long hair that could hide pets. However, the latter expressed that it did not matter if she rested or not. Since she woke up, it meant that she had rested enough and did not need to lie down anymore. Everyone asked, "What about the truth? It's so boring to lie down." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Everyone sighed. This answer was also within the range of their guesses. This guy had nails on his back. If he wasn't half dead, he wouldn't want to lie down. Moreover, once he lay down, he wouldn't get out of bed for a few days. There was nothing they could do about him. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yun Nuoshing urged them to go out. She also wanted to bring Chu Zhangping along. After solving one problem, there was another one waiting to be solved. Since he had promised, he would not go back on his word. He did not want that crazy girl to make him mentally and physically exhausted. Chu Yeyang and the others expressed their desire to follow and take a look. Yun Nuoshing agreed, without hesitation. After all, Chu Zhangping was their family. It was normal for them to have such worries. He did not care if the location of the Pillar of Creation was discovered. After all, only he had a way to bring people in. Even if others knew where that place was, they could not force their way in. Even heavenly gods were no exception. The group left the Curve Realm and followed Yun Nuoshing as they flew out of the city. They did not fly very far. In the mountains, less than 100 miles away, they found their destination after searching for a while. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and opened up an energy barrier that enveloped everyone. Then she led everyone into that place and disappeared. In another space, there was an unchanging blue sky and white clouds, the green mountains in the distance, the grasslands under their feet, and the deep blue lake water that looked like an ocean in front of them. In the distance, there was an incomparably huge black metal pillar that shone with a mysterious light. It went straight into the sky, and probably into the starry sky. One look at it would give birth to an infinite sense of heaviness. Wow, what a huge pillar! Chu Chen could not help but exclaim. He gradually raised his head until he looked at the sky at a 90-degree angle. He could not see where the top of the pillar was, even though he tried his best. "Big brother Yun, what is this? What is this?" Chu Chen asked curiously as he jumped in front of Yun Nuoshing. His reaction reminded everyone of themselves when they saw the Pillar of Creation for the first time. They couldn't help but chuckle. When they saw the Pillar of Creation for the first time, they couldn't even close their mouths. Chu Yeyang and Chu Zhangping looked around the space in amazement. They could see the amazement and confusion in each other's eyes. They could not understand the way this space existed, and the pillar that connected to the sky gave them an extremely obscure ancient presence. It was an ancient and heavy presence that transcended time. It was as if this space had always been like this since ancient times and would never change. This is the Pillar of Creation. Yun Nuoshing looked at Chu Chen and smiled. Legend has it that it has been standing on this vast land since the birth of the realm of the gods. It is one of the most ancient and mysterious relics in the realm of the gods. Although it had existed since the birth of the realm of the gods, Yun Nuoshing didn't know much about it. However, he was certain that this thing had definitely existed before the primordial age. When he was still quarter moon, he was in charge of repairing the Pillar of Creation. At that time, he already knew a lot about it, although this broken pillar didn't pay much attention to him, and logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to pay attention to him. Anyway, it found him out of the blue and let him know about this miracle of miracles. Over the years, there were less than 100 people who knew about the existence of the Pillar of Creation other than the 9 sacred shrines. Among the 9 sacred shrines, only the absolute upper echelons knew about the location of the Pillar of Creation. This was also a mission that Quarter Moon left behind to repair the Pillar of Creation. At first, he didn't even think about it. Later on, he felt that it was too troublesome. So he passed the method of entering the location of the Pillar of Creation to the people in charge of the shrines. He let them work on it and search for all the pillars that existed in the realm of the gods. Now, Yun Nuoshing had drawn the Pillar of Creation according to his memory on the treasure map. An ancient and magnificent aura. Chu Yeong took a deep breath and murmured, "It's like a relic from a myth. I feel an aura that is of the same origin as heaven and earth. This Pillar of Creation has an inseparable relationship with the realm of the gods, right?" Chu Zhongping couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yun Nuoshing's calm expression. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The Pillar of Creation protects the realm of the gods and maintains this world that's so huge that it's beyond common sense. If the Pillar of Creation collapses, the realm of the gods will also be destroyed. Seeing the shocked expressions of the four newcomers, Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly and waved to Chu Zhongping. "There's plenty of time for you to be amazed. Come with me." As he spoke, he rushed towards the Pillar of Creation. Chu Zhongping also quickly came back to his senses and nodded to his brother. His figure flashed, and he quickly caught up. She brought Chu Zhongping to the place close to the Pillar of Creation. The surprise in her eyes was even more obvious. When they got close to the Pillar of Creation, they realized that it was a vertical black land that stretched straight to the sky. The land extended to both sides, to the end of their line of sight. At the end, there was only a slight curve. This thing was so huge that they couldn't see the top at all and couldn't measure how high it was. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and motioned for her to stop. He walked in front of the Pillar of Creation and reached out his hand to touch it. He first dealt with the problems in the Pillar of Creation as usual. Buzz. A few minutes later, everyone saw a series of huge golden runes appear on the Pillar of Creation. Only when they stood close to it could they clearly see that each golden rune was tens of thousands of feet in size. However, from a distance, they looked like densely packed dots. As the runes flashed and appeared, the huge magic formation in the sky also appeared. The magic formation that encompassed the whole world was only a corner of the main body. Xian and the others were paying attention to it very clearly, but they still couldn't see the location of the heart of the protective magic formation. The protective magic formation that they saw here should be in the upper right corner. To be precise, it should be the one that encompassed the entire northeast of the Kuan-Yuan region. This is a magic formation. Chu Yeong noticed this movement. He raised his head, but couldn't see the edge of the magic formation. He could only see incomparable patterns that were mysterious and incomprehensible. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was only a corner of the huge magic formation. How big is this magic formation? It's not that big. Yuanshi waved his hand and said, "It's only the size of the Kuan-Yuan region." Chu Chun and Chu Xianling gasped, and the corners of Chu Shun's eyes twitched. It's only the size of the Kuan-Yuan region. He had never heard of a magic formation that could encompass the entire region. This was beyond their understanding. Calm down. There are 4 more magic formations like this that cover the entire godly realm. The boss is controlling them. If he doesn't like this world one day, he can blow it up with a boom. Nightmare's words were so terrifying that even Chu Yingzhan couldn't stand it anymore. This guy had scared her younger siblings silly, and even her father looked unnatural. Don't listen to their nonsense. 80% of what they say can't be ignored. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the two in annoyance and sighed. That idiot is indeed controlling these magic formations. They're still being repaired. They're the guardian magic formations of the godly realm, and they won't be activated unless it's a matter of life and death. Hearing this, Chu Yeyang and the other two heaved sighs of relief. They were scared to death. They thought, however, in the primeval age, this thing annihilated 1,000 trillion people who invaded the godly realm. It's quite scary, right? Nightmare chuckled. Can you stop talking? Chu Yingzhan was exasperated. The three of them had just calmed down, and now their faces were pale again. It's not like you don't know his problem. He likes to spout nonsense to scare people. Yuanxi shrugged helplessly. The golden runes flickered, and after a while they gradually dimmed and turned into golden patterns that were imprinted on the pillar of creation. Seeing that the seal on the pillar was fine and wasn't damaged, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that not all of the pillar of creation was damaged. After settling this matter, Yun Nuoxing waved at Chu Zhongping. The latter understood and obediently walked to his side, smiling. What should I do? Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. She stretched her shoulders and took out a simple bronze lamp. The surface was covered in green, and some parts revealed a faint golden color. It was the soul calming lamp. Hold this and destroy your body. Yun Nuoxing stuffed the soul calming lamp into her arms. Chu Zhongping's expression changed slightly. Looking at the bronze lamp in her arms, she hesitated. Yun Nuoxing saw her hesitation and smiled. The soul calming lamp can protect your soul from being destroyed. Don't worry, there's no risk. If you can't bear to destroy your body, I'll help you burn it when your soul comes out. This is an eternal divine weapon. Chu Zhongping stared at him, straight into his colorful eyes. After seeing him nod, she was even more shocked. When she held the lamp in her hands, she felt that something was wrong with it. It made her soul feel a little piercing pain. As if sensing her hesitation, Yun Nuoxing scratched her head in distress. Your problem is in your soul. It was originally a mistake in your body, but it affected your soul. Now, to turn your soul back to its normal state, you have to abandon your body first. I'll be here to watch. There's no risk, and there won't be any pain. Don't worry. If you mess it up, that crazy girl will eat me alive. Hearing this, Chu Zhongping smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Her body trembled, and then a soul slowly floated out of her body. Not long after, the soul stood in front of her with the soul calming lamp. It turned out that the body had lost control and lost its power. Just as it was about to fall, Yun Nuoxing caught it. Hold the soul calming lamp and enter the pillar of creation. Don't resist the power inside. It's the power of the origin, formed by the fusion of 10 different elements. Slowly absorb it into your soul, and let your soul change into an elemental state. Don't worry, it's just a form. You can change back to your normal state at any time. Other than leveling up your soul, it will also give you a special power. After you succeed, your affinity with the elements will greatly increase. Yun Nuoxing said. Chu Zhongping nodded and was about to float towards the pillar of creation when Yun Nuoxing looked at the body in her arms and hurriedly said, "Wait, what about your body? Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Chu Zhongping was stunned. She turned around and looked at the body in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Her face blushed slightly. Mei Mao turned around and suddenly smiled mischievously. "I'll leave it for you to play with." Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing became sluggish. He rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to retort, she had already carried the soul-suppressing lamp into the pillar of creation, and he could also feel a slight change in the energy inside. Looking at the body in her arms, Yun Nuoxing sighed in annoyance. Chu Zhongping was very beautiful and had a faint cold aura. She was a rare beauty that could topple cities. Furthermore, her original body, had said something like that right in front of him. It made his heart skip a beat, and black lines appeared on his forehead. He had no interest in this kind of thing, nor did he have such vulgar thoughts. So naturally, he waved his hand, and the 5 divine flames surged forward and burned the body. The energy carrier was left behind. This was the result of a God-Emperor powerhouse's lifetime of cultivation. However, the energy inside was also very chaotic. Chu Zhongping did not need this energy carrier when she reconstructed her body. Everything about her was preserved in her soul. The reconstructed body would still be at the God-Emperor level. It would just take some time to fill up her energy carrier. It can be used as a bomb. He tossed the gray energy carrier in his hand. It was as hard as a rock and was filled with chaotic energy. Once it left the container, the energy inside would become silent and calm. In the end, it would become a solid carrier without any ripples like a stagnant pool of water. His gaze turned to the pillar of creation. He could not see the situation inside, but he could feel the movement of energy inside. The pillar of creation was a very strange space. There was a seal layer in the innermost layer. That seal layer maintained the stability of the pillar of creation and the realm of the gods. Between the seal layer and the surface layer, there was a thick layer of energy. 60% of the space inside the pillar of creation was this layer of energy. Other than elemental energy, it also contained all the energy that could be born in the realm of the gods. Giving this opportunity to her is a little. I was going to give it to Xian. Yun Nuoshing murmured in a low voice. He was also selfish. The pillar of creation gathered all the origin energy of the realm of the gods. It had been accumulating for countless years and had been settling down all this time. It was very precious. It even included the power of the world. It condensed into a very special energy and integrated it into one's body. It could allow one's understanding and control of the origin energy to reach the level of a god. He was not familiar with Chu Zhongping, so he was a little reluctant. After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly. Forget it. I'll find another one for Xian and the others. If she can get it smoothly, it's also her opportunity. Let's not worry about it. It won't be too long. Just wait. Looking at the calm black pillar, Yun Nuoshing turned and rushed to where everyone was waiting. Oh, it's done? Seeing Yun Nuoshing suddenly appear in front of them, everyone was a little stunned. Yuanxi was lying on the ground and lazily greeted him. Looking around and not seeing Chu Zhongping, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Where's Zhongping? Inside the pillar of creation. It's going well. It won't be long before it's done. Yun Nuoshing said. After thinking about it, he did not tell them everything. He did not want to be asked one question after another. It would be troublesome to think of a good answer. It was better to just tell them the result. Chu Yang nodded and did not ask any more questions. He just quietly looked at the pillar of creation. There was a touch of anxiety in his eyes. His heart was not as calm as it looked on the surface. When Chu Yingzhan saw this, she reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Stupid father, don't worry. Nothing will happen when the dummy does things. Aunt will be fine in a while. Although everyone heard her say so, in the next 2 hours, she herself was restless. Sometimes she would lie down, and sometimes she would jump up, pacing back and forth on the spot. Her face was calm, but her face was covered in cold sweat. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. It seemed that when it came to family matters, no matter how confident she was in him, she could not help but worry. In this regard, Yun Nuoshing had nothing to say. He bent his legs and sat on the ground. His hands hugged his knees as he looked at the pillar of creation in the distance. Ming called him for a while, but He did not respond. Brother! She could not help but reach out and shake his hand. Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. His whole body trembled. He turned his head and saw Ming's slightly worried gaze. Yun Nuoxing smiled and stroked the girl's silver-white hair. He looked at the pillar of creation again. After a few minutes, he suddenly stood up and said, "It's a success." Everyone came back to their senses and stood up. Then, the space in front of them suddenly distorted and a graceful figure appeared. She was wearing a white robe and there was a faint coldness on her face. She slowly opened her eyes. There were no ripples in her black eyes. After seeing Chu Yeyang, Chu Yingzhan, and the others, Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. Her red lips curled into a smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but her body went soft, and she knelt on the ground. Chu Chun and Chu Xianling saw this, and quickly rushed forward to help her up. "What's wrong? Didn't we agree?" Chu Yeyang also quickly went forward to help Chu Zhongping and asked in confusion. My newly recovered soul and body are a little uncoordinated. I can't control it well." Chu Zhongping stuck out her tongue and giggled as she supported the two of them to stand up. After using some time to control her new soul and body, Chu Zhongping walked lightly to Yun Nuoxing. She waved her hand, and something appeared in her palm. She handed it to Yun Nuoxing and said, "I have something for you. I found it in the pillar of creation." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Everyone also came over curiously. The thing that Chu Yingzhan brought out was a transparent ball of light. In the ball of light, there was a blue gourd. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Since it was something found in the pillar of creation, he must know about it. In fact, Yun Nuoxing was also confused. "It's not the world's origin. I thought you were really lucky to get it. What is this thing?" After saying that, everyone was even more confused. Yun Nuoxing took it and held the transparent ball of light in her hand. She looked at it for a while and put her ear to it to listen. Unexpectedly, she heard some strange sounds. Woo, rumble, ding, yen and that. %. Meaningless sounds came from the transparent ball of light like static. Yun Nuoxing's frown deepened. Taking a closer look, this thing looked like a blue ball of light that was squeezed in the middle. There was no gourd head. Was it related to the realm of the gods? It was in the pillar of creation. It wasn't that he had never entered that space, but he didn't find anything strange in it back then. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was struggling with the thing in her hand. Dozens of faces were wrinkled like bitter gourds. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised her head. Her face was full of shock and astonishment. Her expression shocked everyone. "Don't tell me this is—" Yun Nuoxing shuddered violently, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He suddenly got into a horse stance, shouted loudly, and waved his hand fiercely, gathering the light elements. F*CKU. After a shout, she threw the transparent ball of light at the pillar of creation with all her strength. Everyone was dumbfounded. After taking 2 breaths, Yun Nuoxing wiped the sweat off her face. She wasn't worried that the pillar of creation would be damaged. Since this thing came out of the pillar of creation, it would go back inside. But that thing— Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. She had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that after so many things had happened in the realm of the gods, so much turmoil and so many things had almost torn the world apart, the pillar of creation was still connected to the entire realm of the gods. It maintained the existence of the realm of the gods and controlled the lifeline of the realm of the gods. Perhaps this was the reason why it appeared inside. Seeing her extremely serious expression, everyone was curious. Chu Chen wanted to ask, but he was held back by Chu Yingzhan. She also knew that some things couldn't be asked. Looking at the silly girl's expression, she knew that it wasn't something simple. He probably wouldn't tell her, even if she asked. Did I cause trouble? In the end, it was Chu Zhongping who spoke. She asked Yun Nuoxing carefully. After all, she was the one who brought this thing out. If she caused trouble, she would feel bad. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said, "No, that thing. Oh, it's better if that thing doesn't appear in this world." After saying that, she looked at Chu Zhongping and smiled. "Well, thanks to you, I found out that this thing actually exists in the realm of the gods." Although it was vague, Chu Zhongping could tell that he didn't blame her. She couldn't help but smile. Chapter 971. The Immortal King Valley is not far from here. We'll reach it in a few minutes if we fly in that direction. Chu Yeong pointed in a direction and said, after the group left the place where the Pillar of Creation was, Yun Nuoxing suggested that they go to the Immortal King Valley. He knew that the Immortal King Valley was in this direction. If they traveled at the speed of light, they could reach it in a flash. They could just fly over it. "By the way, Uncle Chu, how's the pit?" Before leaving, Yun Nuoxing asked. Chu Yeong heard this and thought about the reports of the other emperor gods in the Chu domain. He shook his head and said, "That pit is occupied by too pure energy. The land there has been melted, and the power of the natural order has lost its effect. It's probably impossible to fill it up." Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a while before nodding. He had mentioned this to Chu Yeong in advance before that night. He wanted him to help restore the land after the war. He did not expect that the power of the natural order of the emperor gods would be useless in front of that power. "Pit, when did you guys discuss this?" Chu Yingzhan said with a blank face. "What's wrong with that pit? Dummy, are you finally planning to solve the big problem left behind after the war?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "I have such plans, but it won't work. The power of the natural order of this world has dropped to a very low level. Heaven! Oh, the power of the stars will cause irreversible damage to the realm of the gods. That time in the ghost forest, that time in the divine tiger mountain villa, and this time it can't be repaired." In the end, he said in the minds of Xian and Chu Yingzhan, the attack of Starfall is equivalent to a concept attack of the heavenly god level. It uses the endless power of the stars and the power of the natural order of the realm of the gods. The damage caused can't be repaired with the current power of the natural order of the realm of the gods. The expressions of Yuan Shi and the others changed slightly, and they looked at each other. Now, they also had a certain understanding of concept strike. Those who had advanced to the initial god level would have a certain understanding of it, but it was still too early. They would be able to truly understand what concept strike was when they advanced to the god level. Not noticing what the little guys were thinking, Chu Yeong nodded at his sister. Then he looked at Chu Xianling and Chu Chun and said, "We'll go back first. Do you guys plan to?" Chu Chun immediately answered, "Of course I'm going to join in the fun. Doesn't the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies sound very impressive?" "Do you know what the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies are?" Chu Xianling sighed and looked at him silently. This guy just wanted to join in the fun. He probably didn't even know what he was doing. "I don't know. What is it?" Chu Chen laughed foolishly, which made everyone speechless. So the cynical temperament on this guy's face was actually used to cover up his foolishness? The Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies record the world's songs that have been passed down from the mythological era. They are either strange songs born from heaven and earth, or divine songs weaved by the music lawyers of the gods. There are a total of 9 kinds. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, she stretched out 4 fingers. 4 of them were born from heaven and earth. 2 of them were controlled by the phoenix, one of the 4 divine beasts that controlled the heavenly music. The remaining 3 were composed by the gods. They are divine songs that are enough to shake heaven and earth. Which 3 are those? Chu Yingzhan's eyes flashed. She was very interested when this was mentioned. The Immortal King's Battle Song, the Celestial Battle Song, and the Silent Divine Song. Yun Nuoxing added softly. These 3 appeared in the ancient era and haven't changed until now. This is enough to prove that they are different from the rest. The Prelude to Samsara, the Song of the Nine Nether, the Immortal Song of the Great Tao, and the Lingering Sound of Primal Chaos are the 4 melodies born from heaven and earth. The remaining Immortal Song of Phoenix Calamity and Divine Song of Myriad Calamity are controlled by the Phoenix. Except for the Phoenix itself and its signatories, it is difficult for others to obtain them. Even if they obtain them, they can't play them. If they force themselves to play them, they will fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Moreover, if one wants to play the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies, even the Shun musician would find it difficult to play them completely. Most of the time, it will backfire on oneself. It belongs to the type of self-destruction that hurts the enemy 1,000 times. Therefore, it is also jokingly called the Self-Destruction Divine Song. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. In the ancient era, a god was lucky enough to obtain the immortal song of the Great Tao and gave it to a Shun musician. Originally, he thought that he could peek into the secrets of the divine song. As a result, both of them were found dead on the top floor of the pavilion the next day. Their souls did not exist. Their bodies turned into a rain of light and dissipated upon a light touch. They had already died. Even the deity-level performers and listeners are not qualified to peek into the secrets of the divine song. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Yun Nuoxing was also playing the divine song. Didn't that mean, but idiot, didn't you play it yourself? Nothing happened. Chu Yingzhan was just halfway through her sentence when she froze. She turned her head and saw the surprised gazes of her father and aunt. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She spoke too fast. Yun Nuoxing didn't mind that she had accidentally revealed the matter. She waved her hand and said, "Because I was just playing the divine song. I didn't use it for anything, nor did I try to analyze it. Naturally, I didn't encounter any calamity. You don't have to worry about cultivating while listening to it. It only helps you enter a state of comprehension. It doesn't target the divine song itself, so there's no harm." Yuanqi scratched his head. "It's because of the divine song itself that there's a problem, right?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. "As long as you don't try to comprehend or analyze the divine song, there's no problem." Chu Yang looked at them. His gaze stopped on Yun Nuoxing. After looking at her for a while, he said, "Then, I wish you all the best. Xian Er and the others are quite noisy. You have to bear with them. They're actually good children. It's just that they don't usually interact with people of the same age. They're very happy to meet you, so they're noisy." Chu Zhongping transmitted his voice to Yun Nuoxing. These words, which sounded like he was entrusting her, made Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitch. After a while, she smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. That's just how that crazy girl is. She's crazy by nature. It's not troublesome. Well, I'll take good care of them." Chu Yeyang and Chu Zhongping watched the group of little fellows turn into streaks of golden light and disappear. After a while, they looked at each other and said helplessly, "These 3 brats probably won't be coming home for a while." This was also the reason why they entrusted Chu Yingzhan and her siblings to Yun Nuoxing. There shouldn't be many people who could bully this little guy. It seemed like a good idea to let the 3 of them follow him to gain experience. In the sky, a golden light flashed. A group of people suddenly appeared. Naturally, it was Yun Nuoxing and the others. The distance from the Pillar of Creation to the Immortal King Valley was like nothing to him. The speed of light was about 600,000 miles. This distance didn't even require the speed of light. It's said to be the immortal King Valley. I didn't expect it to be like this. Looking at the scene below, everyone sighed with emotion. Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He only felt that his head was very itchy. Below them was the place where 2 or 3 mountain ranges converged. 2 of them were thousands of miles apart. In the middle, there was a huge basin that was thousands of miles wide. At one end of the basin, there was a mountain range that crossed it. It disrupted the parallel arrangement of the 2 mountain ranges, forming a winding path that led to the distance. The 3 mountain ranges were all tens of thousands of feet high. Halfway up the mountain ranges, the cliffs were vertical and steep. There was a strong energy wind hovering above. Even a middle-level god wouldn't be able to cross it. He could only walk in from the path that was sandwiched between the 3 mountain ranges. In the valley, there were many buildings. Many of the buildings were embedded in the mountains. There were also many smaller mountain ranges in the valley. There were also many mountain peaks. However, compared to the 3 majestic mountain ranges, they were like little babies. It was like a mysterious sect that was hidden far away from the world. Every day, it was associated with clear springs and forests. Just by looking at it, one could feel a great sense of mystery. My sister and I have been to the immortal King Mountain Range many times, but we have never entered it. It is said that there is a strong wind that never stops howling above the mountain range. Even a middle-level god would find it difficult to rush in directly against the strong wind. If a god appeared in the immortal King Valley, he or she would be suppressed by the strong wind. Chu Chun said, "This is the first time I have seen the entire immortal King Valley like this. It's so good." After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a good way to describe it. "So, you are saying that only beginner gods can come to this place?" Yin Nuoshing looked at him and said, "Yes, the only entrance is that path." Chu Xianling nodded. Yun Nuoshing responded. He squinted his eyes slightly, and the light of energy surged in his eyes. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This guy's eyes could almost see through all the mysterious things in the world. There was basically no mystery to speak of when he saw it. Interesting. After a moment, Yun Nuoshing's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go in through the path." "What?" Chu Yingzhan widened her eyes in shock. "Based on your character, shouldn't you rush through the strong wind and go in directly? Why would you take the safe passage? Brother, don't tell me you didn't see through it." Little Purple Soul sat on his shoulder and muttered. Unexpectedly, Yun Nuoshing really nodded. When everyone's expression stiffened, he opened his mouth and explained, "The strong wind of energy is nothing. It's just a breeze of energy. What's worse is the thing behind it. I guess that the strong wind of energy has killed many people, right?" When he said the last sentence, he looked at Chu Chun and the others. The latter nodded and said in a serious voice, "I heard that a senior emperor god tried to break through the strong wind of energy. When he tried to do so, he died. He was a living example. Everyone is very afraid of this place. In the end, those who want to come here can only follow the rules and take the small path. The result is normal. After all, that is the last barrier left behind by the will of the gods. Those who dare to break through will be crushed into powder by the power of the gods," Yun Nuoshing said calmly. The strong light in his eyes gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. The last inheritor of the Celestial King War Song left the Celestial King War Song here. If it's really the Celestial King War Song, perhaps he was choosing an inheritor. After all, it's one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. Isn't it a pity that the inheritance was cut off? just like how we left those 9 broken things behind in the past. Yun Nuashing lowered his eyelids slightly. Other than leaving the inheritance to continue, perhaps it's also a very helpless wish. Wish? Everyone was at a loss. Inheritance and wish. How were these two things related? Yun Nuashing nodded and whispered softly, "Tell those who are still moving forward that we once stopped here, but we can no longer move forward. We entrust everything from now on to you. Remember that we once existed." Xian's Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. She remembered what he said at that time. What is at the end of existence? Was this a different kind of entrustment, and trusting it to someone who could understand the meaning behind it? Letting that person continue to move forward with this sad wish was like entrusting it to someone so that their existence would not lose its original meaning. Chu Chun and Chu Xianling were still not used to the gloomy atmosphere that occasionally appeared. They wanted to say something, but they were afraid of breaking this strange atmosphere. They could feel a sense of heaviness that was as heavy as a mountain. "I won't stop." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. "The past, the present, and the future. This time, I won't stop. I will definitely walk to the end and find the meaning of the end. Perhaps the other Empyrean gods are the same. There are very few traces and inheritances of Empyrean gods left behind in the realm of the gods." Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. They are also proud people. If they want to walk to the end of the path by themselves, even death cannot stop them. Even if their souls are destroyed in the great Yuan realm, they want to step out by themselves. They don't want others to replace them and deceive themselves into thinking that they have something to entrust to. This sentence ignited everyone's fighting spirit. It swept away the gloomy and solemn atmosphere. Just now, it was as if there was a flame burning in their hearts. "Although I don't quite understand." Chu Chun clenched his fist and waved his hand. He suddenly laughed and said, "Now, take the first step." 15 minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the rest entered the narrow mountain path. The towering mountain walls around them were covered with strange scars. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not natural scars, but man-made. There were also some traces left behind by elements, telling the people who came here about the tragic battle that had happened here. At this moment, this narrow mountain path that was less than 100 meters wide was being stared at by at least 100 pairs of malicious eyes. On the surrounding mountain walls, there was a group of people who were fully armed. They held shiny weapons in their hands or gathered energy. They stared at Yun Nuashing and the rest who had stopped below and laughed sinisterly. "Hee hee, another idiot wants to enter the immortal King Valley. There are many tricks to deceive people in this God-forsaken place. It also attracts a lot of idiots." A person who was standing on the cliff to the right of Yun Nuashing and the rest appeared. There was a strange glint in his eyes as he laughed coldly in a low voice. "New idiot, if you want to enter the immortal King Valley, take out all the valuables you have on you. Hee hee, leave a few beauties behind as well. Perhaps we can still let you in one piece." A short man on the cliff to the left grinned and said. Yun Nuashing calmly tilted her head and looked at Chu Chun. Chu Xianling also reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "There, take the step that you want." Chu Chen's cheeks trembled and his expression collapsed. "Sister, you can't trick your younger brother like this." Chu Xianling rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You were supposed to be in charge of this. Seriously, you are indeed an idiot who forgets things easily." Chu Chun laughed dryly and forced himself to look at Yun Nuashing. "Big brother Yun, I have never been to the immortal King Valley before. I heard that there are thieves guarding the entrance of the immortal King Valley and robbing those who want to enter the immortal King Valley. They don't dare to bully people of status for fear of revenge. They either barge in or hand over the money. They have a lot of people. Why don't we say that we are from Chujia? Little brother Chu, this is the step you want to take. How can you reveal your identity when you're away from home? You can hide once, but can you hide forever? Yuan, she patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, and there are only 100 of them. They are all godly sons and reverends. There is nothing to be afraid of. Nightmare also grinned. Looks like you guys are itching for a fight. You don't need me to do anything? Yun Nuoshing glanced at them. Yes, yes. Yuan Shi and the others, and even Xian and Qin Yen, nodded gently. It was not easy for them to cultivate mystic techniques above the divine grade. They did not make it in time when Yun Nuoshing caused a ruckus in the Yin-Yang world. Now was the time to test the results. Even Yu waved her small fists confidently. Fight. Beat them. Beat them to death. Everyone was speechless. This little violent maniac. 10 seconds. Yun Nuoshing looked up. 3 seconds. Yuan Shi stretched out his hand and grinned. Hearing Yun Nuoshing and the others' conversation, the people on the cliff were so angry that they laughed. They did not say anything else. The weapons and energy in their hands exploded in an instant. I counted. 1. Yun Nuoshing closed her eyes. Bang! The hundreds of flashing energy in the surroundings were immediately cleared. The moment the energy disappeared, except for Yun Nuoshing, Chu Xianling, and Chu Chun, the figures of everyone else suddenly disappeared and rushed in all directions. 2. Rumble! On the cliff, a series of loud explosions suddenly erupted. Dozens of bursts of energy suddenly burst out, filling the entire cliff in a flash. Bursts of energy bombarded those people, and the cliff like a violent storm, causing severe scars to appear on the extremely hard cliff. Ah! A series of miserable screams rang out in the valley. One figure after another was thrown into the air or smashed into the opposite cliff. Half of the person fell headlong into the ground or was embedded in the cliff. Several kinds of elemental energy burst out, crackling. The energy storm blew up and was annihilated at an extremely fast speed. The violent flow of energy caused a howling wind in the valley. 3. Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened her eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, all the gales that had swept through the valley suddenly stopped, as if they had agreed to it beforehand. A gentle breeze blew past him, and he saw Ziyan, Yuan Shi, and the others standing behind him with smiles on their faces. Their positions hadn't changed, just like before. On the cliffs and between the valley, a large number of people were lying on the ground. At this moment, they were hugging their own bodies and groaning in pain. Some of them were even on the verge of dying. Chu Chun and Chu Xianling widened their eyes. The former's jaw was almost dislocated, while the latter was covering her red lips with her small hands. Her face was full of disbelief. Those were 100 beginner-level gods, and there were more than 10 godly masters among them. There were only 9 of them. Although there was a godly emperor and a godly king among them, they only made a symbolic move and did not exert much strength. You're stunned? Your sister hasn't used her full strength yet. Chu Yingzhan patted the back of their heads and laughed. It's rare to get something good from the fool, but I can't show my strength. What a disappointment. Chu Chun and Chu Xianling nodded in a daze. Then they thought of something and looked at Yun Nuoshing. They remembered the first time they met, and they also heard that the divine body of Yun Nuoshing had caused a lot of trouble in the Yin-Yang world. She had fought against the young experts of Kuan Yuan and the demon realm alone and killed 20,000 of them. She had also destroyed tens of thousands of divine artifacts of level 5 or 6. At first, they did not believe it, but now that they knew that the divine body of Yun Nuoshing was Yun Nuoshing, they seemed to believe it more or less. They could be sure that although their sister had caused a lot of trouble before, she was definitely not so violent. These changes happened during the time when she left home and came back, and probably had a lot to do with him. Chapter 972. In the Valley of the Immortal King, there were mountains, forests, and plains. Jade palaces and celestial palaces stood in great numbers like a hidden sect. However, everything here did not belong to any single force or person. It was built by the people from all over the divine world who gathered here. However, most of them were from the Kuan Yuan region. The name of the Valley of the Immortal King was not very well known and could not be spread to other regions. Even if this mysterious valley was related to music, it was the same. There were once Emperor God's strong men who speculated that it was related to the battle song of the Immortal King. In the end, it was just a combination of several speculations. It felt like one of the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor. As for whether it was true, Yun Nuoxing had to see it for herself. There were probably not many people in this world who could distinguish the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor. This Valley of the Immortal King has developed like a small city. In an inn in the valley, Yun Nuoxing and the others had just found a place to rest. At this time, they couldn't help but sigh. The group stretched. They were surprised by this place. It did not look like an ordinary valley, but more like a hidden city. This place was quite famous in the Kuan Yuan region's Kuan Yun land and had developed for many years. It's quite simple. It looks like a simple inn or tavern. There are no calming decorations. Everything is simple. It's so simple that you can pack everything up in 3 minutes and run away quickly. Yuan, she said. He slumped on the wooden chair and felt uncomfortable all over, as if there were nails on the chair. Where's the lingering sound you were talking about? Why didn't I hear it? Yun Nuoxing looked at Chu Yingzhan and the others. There were many people in this place. Only beginner-level gods could enter. Oh, there was also a divine emperor. Fortunately, Ming was stuck in this realm and did not break through. Otherwise, she would have to hide in his soul and chat and drink tea with Ziyi and the others. That melody hasn't always existed. It's just a description to say that it has been reverberating for tens of thousands of years. I once heard the melody drifting out from outside the Immortal King Valley, but no one has been able to find the exact location of the Immortal King Valley. This place has been turned upside down by people, and now they are simply living here. After tens of thousands of years of investigation, no one has been able to find it, but they have discovered many strange things. Chu Chen said. Something strange. Everyone turned to look at him. Chu Chen nodded. That's what that group of people was talking about. Inside the Immortal King Valley, there are many mountain walls and cliffs with many strange marks. No one can understand them, but occasionally someone will be able to comprehend something from those strange marks that look like pictures or runes. It's very mysterious. The triggering conditions are unknown, and it's not clear what one can comprehend. Could it be Kenzaki's writing? Xian said as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. Since it involved the gods, which they did not understand, she could only ask the former god, who was now an idiot. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. There are as many guesses as you want. If you want to know the truth, you have to go to the scene and take a look. Then let's go. Time is passing and opportunities are vanishing. Let's seize every opportunity we have. Let's go. Chu Chen waved his hand excitedly. When he turned around, he bumped into the door with a thud. His nose was flattened. Everyone was speechless. Look at how anxious you are. Your younger brother is indeed your younger brother, Yun Nuoxing said to Chu Yingzhan with an inexplicable expression. Like sister, like brother. At least the latter had inherited his sister's impatience, although there seemed to be something wrong with this inheritance. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him fiercely and reached out to pinch him on the back of his waist. The rest of the group also called out twice to raise their spirits. They followed the excited Chu Chen out of the inn. Only Chu Xianling could not help but cover her face. She felt that her younger brother was a little funny. There were many people in Yun Nuoxing's group, but none of them knew anything about the immortal King Valley. However, this was not a problem for a group with a large group of beauties and different temperaments. They could ask any one of them what they wanted to know. For example, at this moment, Chu Yingzhan randomly pulled a passerby over. That passerby was originally a little impatient, but when he saw Chu Yingzhan, he was mesmerized and spat out all the information in a daze. The nearest historical remains. Yes, those strange traces are called historical remains. Although no one can understand them, they are treated as carefully as if they were ancient relics. Therefore, they are called historical remains. Chu Yingzhan ran back and pointed in a direction with her slender finger. The nearest place is on a cliff. It's very close. With the group's speed, especially with Yun Nuoxing leading the group, they arrived at that very close place in no time. That cliff wasn't on the two mountain ranges that surrounded the immortal King Valley. Instead, it was on a mountain peak that was 1,000 feet tall. That place was filled with strange rocks and was a little messy. That place seemed to be a naturally formed rock platform. On the inner side of the mountain, a cliff that was 10 feet tall had been dug out. On that cliff, there were 4 diagrams that looked like graffiti. There was an obvious gap between the 4 diagrams, and at the gap, there were traces of incompleteness. It was as though the diagrams had been cut apart, and the 4 diagrams couldn't be pieced together. There were many people sitting cross-legged on this strange rocky land. There were also people walking back and forth in front of the 4 diagrams. When Yun Nuoxing and the rest arrived, there were already many people here. Some of them had been sitting cross-legged here for a long time to comprehend and cultivate, although they might not be able to comprehend anything. Those gathered here were all experts of the younger generation. There were people from divine sons to divine kings. There were slightly fewer divine emperors, and there seemed to be no demigods. There were also people like Yun Nuoxing and the rest who were new here. They were staring blankly at the 4 diagrams. Some people were scratching their ears and cheeks. Their eyes were red, and they seemed to be anxious. They were all experts of the younger generation and were geniuses. At this moment, they couldn't even understand these strange diagrams, which made them feel embarrassed and angry. You are so arrogant. You can deny the deduction of 10,000 years. Yun Nuoxing and the rest had just walked over, but before they could take a closer look, they heard a somewhat ear-piercing and cold voice from beside them. The group of people, including the others, curiously turned their gazes, only to see a few people wearing the same clothes who seemed to have come from the same place, confronting the 2 men in front of them. Among the group, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Their appearances were not bad, and the ear-piercing words were said by the cold-faced woman. The 2 men also had extraordinary appearances. One of them was as handsome as a demon with an indifferent expression, while the other was as sturdy as a small mountain. However, he wasn't the type that had muscles all over his body. He was simply tall and heavy. When the lazy-looking, handsome man standing in front heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. As for the tall man behind him, he stared coldly at the woman. For tens of thousands of years, many geniuses have looked at these diagrams and studied the artistic conception in them. They have gained a lot from comprehending them. Are you trying to hide that you don't understand them by saying that they are just meaningless scribbles? Or do you think that everyone is wrong? The woman continued coldly when she saw that he didn't speak. The man sighed softly and said with a faint smile, "Why not?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Those who were with the woman couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Ha! What this little brother said is too funny. Everything here is left behind by high-level gods or even people of a higher realm. You are just a divine son. How can you see through all these? Are you trying to show off your extraordinary vision?" The man's expression suddenly became strange. He shrugged and raised his chin at the man behind him, saying, "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Let's go over there." The majestic and strong man heard this and nodded. Then he glanced at the woman coldly, turned around, and walked toward the diagrams with her. This little episode naturally didn't cause too much of a fallout. After a while, it dissipated. The onlookers also felt that they were bored and dispersed. After Yun Nuwashing and the others finished watching the show, they also went over to look at the diagrams. "How is it? Is it just meaningless scribbles?" Yuanqi asked. Obviously, he was a little concerned about that sentence. Yun Nuwashing pondered for a while and took a few steps back to look at the full picture of the 4 diagrams. Those diagrams, just by looking at them, were quite exquisite. Every stroke could be traced, but no pattern could be found. He could only think, although I can't understand this thing, it looks very powerful. At first glance, anyone would think so. However, if you continued to study it, you still wouldn't be able to see anything. At least after Yuan Shi and the others studied it for a while, they felt a little dizzy. A large amount of meaningless and irregular information crashed into their minds. After distinguishing it for a while, their expressions became a little strange. Could it really be just scribbles? Their comprehension ability at this time was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. It was no wonder that they would have such thoughts. Now, everyone turned to look at Yun Nuwashing, who was still in deep thought. Now, they were waiting for the big boss to make a decision about what this thing was. 5 minutes later, Yun Nuwashing smiled faintly. The moment the corners of his mouth curled up, everyone immediately focused. He had something to say. "The traces left behind by the gods can be confirmed," Yun Nuwashing said with a faint smile. Naturally, he said it in his soul. It would be very scary if he said it directly. "Is it scribbles?" Nightmare asked impatiently. Yun Nuwashing shook his head, then nodded. "Yes and no." "Huh." Everyone was dumbfounded. I said before that everything the gods do has a specific meaning. Even if it doesn't have any meaning to them, to others, it will disturb the meaning of reality. It's the same for everything, from yawning to going to the toilet. This is the disturbance brought about by their own powerful concept laws, which disturbs the situation in the present world. Yun Nuwashing said, "Moreover, to leave something like this, at first glance, it looks like something that was left behind by someone." When everyone heard this, they pondered for a while and nodded. And then, if you look at it alone, these things are meaningless. Just like what you think, it's just scribbles. That person wasn't wrong, but you can only see the surface. You can't understand the things at the level of the gods, except for me. As Yun Nuwashing spoke, he stretched out his hand and gestured 4 pictures. This is a part of a huge picture. The traces left behind by the god statue's deduction. At the mention of this, everyone was not unfamiliar with it. Back then, the huge picture they saw in the Void Fortress was also a deduction by the god statue. That god had deduced the future path of a god. Then, what was the god who left behind the traces in the Valley of the Immortal King deducing? If they could figure this out, they would probably be able to achieve the goal of this trip. Well, although what Big Brother Yun said is very mysterious. Chu Chen scratched his head and said, "But didn't Big Brother Yun say that it's something at the level of the gods? How did you understand it?" Yun Nuwashing was stunned. Only then did he remember that there were 2 people in his team who didn't know much about him. He had just thought of it, and naturally no one had thought of it in advance. Therefore, at this time, they all had a big headache. How were they going to tell his two fangirls clearly about Yun Nuwashing in 10 sentences? It's your turn. Tell your sister-in-law. Yun Nuwashing glanced at Chu Yingzhan. If she didn't explain this matter clearly, Chu Chun and Chu Yingzhan would never understand. She couldn't explain it clearly, so she might as well tell them directly. After all, they were her younger brother and sister, so it didn't matter. When Chu Yingzhan heard this, she rolled her eyes. However, it was indeed more appropriate for her to say this. Without further delay, she hooked her hands and pulled the two of them to the side. The communication between their souls was extremely fast. In less than 5 seconds, Chu Chun and Chu Xianling widened their eyes. Their expressions became more and more complicated, and they became more and more shocked. Then they slowly calmed down and finally became numb. They looked confused and at a loss, and suspected that they were hearing things. 5 minutes later, the two of them, who had finished talking, walked back with an excited Chu Yingzhan. At this time, Chu Chun and Chu Xianling had extremely complicated expressions. The way they looked at Yun Nuwashing was a little different. The former was full of admiration, while the latter was full of Mei Mao. It doesn't seem to be a bad influence. Everyone muttered in their hearts. They couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. It was fine as long as they weren't scared silly. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Yun Nuwashing glanced at the three of them and said, what about the things here? Didn't you say that we can comprehend them? Yuanshi quickly said, what do you want to comprehend by looking at a puzzle piece? Using a pseudo-state of comprehension to blindly think about the philosophy of life. Do you think that you should have an epiphany, and then you have an epiphany? In the end, you sense a bunch of things that you deceive yourself with. Yun Nuwashing looked at him angrily and said, these pictures have a kind of meaningless artistic conception. They can only bring you into a state of comprehension, but they definitely won't let you comprehend the true meaning of the pictures. In the end, you will only get a head full of messy information. Then, when you organize it yourself, you will accidentally understand things that you couldn't understand before. This is their so-called harvest. After all, this was left behind by the gods. Even if it's trash, it's still trash from the gods. It will still allow them to comprehend it. In other words, this picture has a catalyst that allows you to harvest the fruit you planted in advance, but there's no fruit that you can pick on the spot. Such sharp words made everyone's breathing slow, subconsciously. They nodded blankly and said, so now, go find the other puzzle pieces and see if they can be put together. Yun Nuwashing waved her hand and was about to lead the group away from this rugged place filled with strange rocks. This group of people was probably the fastest to arrive and the fastest to leave. The others were still racking their brains, thinking that they could gain something. The group of people and the two men who were quarreling just now also stood there like the others, thinking, there are also traces left behind in other places not far away, but they may be different. I heard from others that there are many things left behind in the Valley of the Immortal King, and they are of different shapes and sizes. It's not just the pictures that we just saw. Chu Chun told Yun Nuwashing the information that he had just heard. Yun Nuwashing frowned slightly. They had now left the cliff just now and stopped at the periphery of a place where there were more people. After hearing this news, he didn't quite understand. He didn't quite understand what the god who left behind the Valley of the Immortal King was thinking, although the cultivation of the gods was different, and the paths that they took were also very strange. The matters of the divine, right, were basically the same, and he could get a feel of it. As for the deduction of the god statue that was linked to the divine, right, it should be, maybe it was similar, but he was a little confused by the way that the god was messing around. At this time, Yun Nuoshing and the others were in a magnificent stone square. There were many huge stone pillars that were up to 10 feet tall in the square. Some of them had already collapsed under the erosion of time. They were only made of ordinary stone and didn't have a trace of the power of the gods to preserve them. Their owner probably didn't care about this huge stone square when he was alive. Other than the row of statues in the deepest part of the square, these broken pillars were useless. What's this circle of people doing here? Yuanshi stretched his neck and looked past the circle of people at the 10 or so statues placed in the middle of the square. These statues all had a majestic aura, and an ancient and decaying aura permeated from them, causing many people present to turn pale. The majestic power seemed to be stronger the closer one was to the statues, but no one felt anything. They only felt that the profound technique in their bodies seemed to be operating on its own. That divine technique above the divine grade, this feeling made them all stunned. After they reacted, they quickly divided their attention to suppress the operation of the divine grade profound technique. It didn't seem very good to operate it in this place. Then they looked at each other and found that the others were also the same. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that they had accidentally entered the domain of some god, and the divine grade profound technique was spontaneously operating to protect them. Chuchen, Fairy, you guys stay by my side and don't wander around. Yuanshi, Xian, you guys just let the divine technique operate on its own. There won't be a big movement. It can protect you guys from being hurt by the aura here. Yun Nuoshing turned around and instructed, "Let's go up and take a look." Everyone nodded. After a moment, they all took a deep breath. After they were ready, they gave Yun Nuoshing a signal with their eyes. Then he began to walk towards the center of the square, and everyone followed closely behind. Everyone's speed was very fast. In a short while, they had already walked halfway from the edge of the square. The people who passed by had their eyes tightly closed, and their faces were distorted. They were filled with pain, as if they were enduring some kind of great pain. The people who sat down cross-legged were also sweating like rain, and their auras were restless. This scene made Yun Nuoshing's mood a little strange. The things that the god left behind were definitely not for others to cultivate and comprehend. However, these people were using this god's aura that was diluted hundreds of billions of times to comprehend. It was like using a kitchen knife to hoe the ground. It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't suitable. When they got close to the center, the statues clearly appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. There were a total of 12 stone statues on the left and right sides, and they were all birds and beasts. The statue in the middle and the innermost part was a humanoid statue. The face was quite blurry, and the facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Even so, everyone could still feel a supreme aura that was above heaven and earth and independent of the rules from the statue. Under that aura, the surrounding people felt as if they were being suppressed. Only Yun Nuoshing and the others were not restricted. Is that the god from the past? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge humanoid statue. A touch of awe surged in their hearts. Chapter 973. It doesn't matter if you don't respect the heavens or the earth. It doesn't matter if you look down on those who are a little stronger than you. However, you have to maintain sufficient respect for the gods. Even between gods, as long as they are not enemies, they will maintain respect. The divine realm will not look down on those who are also gods. Yun Nuoshing's words were still ringing in everyone's minds. At this moment, when they saw the statue, they recalled these words and could not help but look at him. Yun Nuoshing's expression was still indifferent at this moment. There was light in his eyes as he looked at the statue that was getting taller and taller. There was some respect in his eyes. Everyone also remembered that in the Jiesu's secret realm, he had expressed his respect to the two divine realm gods. There was also the god's corpse in the heavenly abyss. He had also said that he would go back and help the god's corpse when he had the time. In his heart, he maintained respect for the gods, even if he was once a divine realm god. Everyone wanted to ask the answer, but Yun Nuoshing did not answer. He only replied with a smile, "You will understand when you reach the divine realm." As Yun Nuoshing and the others continued to approach, there were fewer and fewer people around them. Those who could reach this position had a very strong aura. They could no longer see any Son of God experts. Those who could see were all divine masters and divine kings. However, there were no divine emperors. Some people closed their eyes to rest. When they sensed a large group of people coming over, they let out a puzzled sound. Then they turned around and saw Yun Nuoshing and the others striding over. They were not affected at all. This made their eyes freeze. This group of people, many people opened their eyes, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. They were able to withstand the power of the gods to reach this place, who didn't sweat a lot and walk step by step with difficulty. However, at this moment, they saw a group of people who were so unique. They were strolling leisurely in this place as if they were not affected at all. How could they not be shocked? Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yun Nuoshing did not look at those who were overtaken by them. He stared at the statue without blinking. As he got closer and closer, the number of people around him decreased rapidly. Soon, there were only 4 or 5 people standing in the same place. Stop! Just as Yun Nuoshing's group was about to overtake the person at the front, the person seated cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. A low and deep voice was emitted, causing everyone to be stunned. Yun Nuoshing was originally thinking about something, but this sudden sentence interrupted his train of thought. Moreover, he even forgot what he was thinking about. He couldn't help but frown, slightly. He turned to look at the person who spoke and asked in a slightly unhappy voice, "What's the matter?" "I should have said that before I go over. No one is allowed to step over there." That person narrowed his eyes and stared at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others were also stunned. They looked at each other with strange gazes. Although there were no ripples on their faces, their souls were already in an uproar. Who is this guy? I don't know. It's just a godly king. All right, I know I shouldn't say just a godly king. Isn't it just a godly king? Who knows how many godly kings have been killed by boss? Yun Nuoshing sized this person up and said indifferently, "Why should I?" "Because of me." A sharp light bloomed in that person's eyes. It looked very frightening, but it had no effect on Yun Nuoshing's group. This answer made Yun Nuoshing's forehead fill with layers of black lines. He couldn't help but sigh. He was also a fool. In order to deal with this kind of person, he had interrupted his train of thought. He might as well have ignored him from the start. Yun Nuoshing shook his head, waved his hand, and continued to walk forward. As he turned around, he couldn't help but say, "There's something wrong with his brain." The moment his voice fell, a light flashed in that person's eyes. A cold killing intent flashed in that person's eyes. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's group strolling leisurely in this place, he also felt a little puzzled. After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This matter wasn't over yet. A group of people walked to the foot of the huge statue and raised their heads to look at the 300-meter-tall, human-shaped statue. Everyone looked at each other and helplessly spread out their hands. Other than feeling that the god art was circulating very quickly, they did not feel anything else. Furthermore, looking at Yun Nuoshing now, they could see that he was frowning and had a face full of displeasure. "What's wrong?" Ming felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoshing's expression relaxed slightly. After a moment, he sighed and said, "That bastard just now, for no reason at all, he called me. Thanks to him, I forgot what I was thinking just now. Annoying flea. I thought that he would have some constructive suggestions when he called me. In the end, he said a bunch of boring things. Seriously, my head is about to explode." Everyone was speechless when they saw him stomping his feet in anger. They looked at each other and spread their hands. Yu thought for a while and said, "Brother Yun, should we crush him to death?" Everyone's faces darkened. This little girl's words were really scary. Little Moon quickly pulled Yu to the side to educate her. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. He smiled bitterly, waved his hand, and said, "Killing him won't help me remember anything. It's meaningless. It's fine as long as he doesn't bother me." After he finished speaking, he looked at the statue again. Everyone saw that he was deep in thought and put up a finger in front of their mouths to signal for him to be quiet. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing blinked and finally connected the broken circuit in his mind. He remembered what he had just thought of and looked at the statues again. He paused for a while at the statue of the godly spirit. Some mysterious light flashed in his eyes. After a while, he nodded and turned to everyone, saying, "All right, let's go to the next place." Everyone nodded and quickly followed. As they jogged, they asked, "Done? Is there anything special?" "Puzzle pieces. About 3 pieces." As Yun Nuoshing spoke, Yuan Shi and the others had strange expressions. Why did it feel like the direction was getting weirder and weirder? They were even playing with the puzzle pieces. Couldn't these godly spirits do something serious? In their initial impression, godly spirits should be high and mighty, indifferent and powerful. They didn't necessarily care about the common people. They should be the kind that could make the whole world revolve around them with a wave of their hand. In fact, the godly spirits' relics and heavenly gods' relics that they had seen in reality all gave them the feeling that the owner of the relics was playful and was an old urchin. Moreover, the higher the realm of a godly spirit, the more playful they were. This even included everyone looked at Yun Nuoshing indifferently, including the original heavenly god of chaos who wanted to idle around and drink tea and sleep every day. In any case, the high and mighty image of godly spirits had been tormented until they were like old urchins. No matter how hard they worked, they couldn't change it. This made everyone feel deeply tired. When they passed by that person just now, Nightmare and Yuan Shi looked at each other. Then the corners of their mouths pulled up into a sinister smile. The two of them separated and walked past that person on both sides. Then they returned to the group as if nothing had happened. It was as if they had been distracted and accidentally walked the wrong way. Yun Nuoshing was still deep in thought and didn't notice anything, but the others saw it clearly. They couldn't help but facepalm. What were these two guys trying to do? After a long time, when Yun Nuoshing and the others had all left the square, they suddenly heard an earth-shattering roar of fury behind them. Countless people were awakened. Even Yun Nuoshing was startled. She turned around and couldn't see what was happening in the depths of the square. She frowned in confusion. Then she saw Yuan Shi and Nightmare laughing softly. She was even more confused and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing about?" "Nothing, nothing." Yuan Shi and Nightmare waved their hands and said with a faint smile, "We're just loosening the bones of a certain flea." Xian and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They didn't need to guess to know what would happen if someone loosened their bones while they were cultivating. That person didn't have a spell formation like Yun Nuoshing's, so it was impossible for her to prevent any accidents from happening if she was awakened during cultivation. In particular, Yuan Shi and Nightmare seemed to have used a backup technique that delayed her awakening for such a long time. That guy's cultivation is at a critical juncture. He 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 he. Nightmare chuckled softly and licked the corner of her mouth. Let's see if his luck is bad enough to cause him to go berserk. No matter what, this time's cultivation was wasted. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing finally understood what the two of them had done. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly, but he didn't take it to heart. He could feel that person's killing intent just now. Not killing him on the spot was already giving him a way out. As for Yuan Shi and Nightmare's little revenge, it was enough to make up for the time he was disturbed. A divine king expert wouldn't be affected so easily by being interrupted during cultivation. At the initial divine level, accidents during cultivation weren't considered fatal. It's just a flea. Why do you care about him? Even slapping him would make my hands dirty, Yun Nuoshing said, unhappily. That's right, that's right. Even Little Star isn't so arrogant as to block someone's path. I can't stand it anymore, Yuan, she said with a nod as he gently stroked his white robe. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. He was more or less shameless, so he couldn't say such silly words. No, he seemed to have said it once before, and it was a similar situation. Yun Nuoshing and Xian looked at each other and suddenly thought of the time when they were at the Highlight Academy. Both of them thought of this scene. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face turned red, and Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yuan Shi and Nightmare still didn't know about this. After leaving the square, the group visited the places where people gathered in the Immortal King Valley, looking for the fragments of the deity statue left behind in the Immortal King Valley. Only Yun Nuoshing could handle this matter, so they didn't split up. The group walked around the Immortal King Valley as if they were on a vacation. Many people knew that this group of people had come to the valley. Their characteristics were that they were extremely good-looking and had different temperaments. Their footprints were almost everywhere in the Immortal King Valley. A day passed very quickly, and unknowingly, night had fallen. However, there were still people lingering in the places where there were traces left behind in the valley. They didn't care about the night and wanted to seize the time to cultivate. It's been 3 days. It will be played again today. That immortal song? I just came here the day before yesterday. I haven't heard it before, but I'm looking forward to it. I heard that it's one of the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor, the Immortal King Battle Song. I wonder if it's true? It doesn't seem like it. Battle songs are usually passionate and unyielding, tugging at the heartstrings and making one's blood boil. However, the song at night is quite light and disorderly. As expected of senior brother, you know so clearly. Yun Nuoshing and the group had just walked into the inn when a group of people walked out. They heard the voices of those people, and when they passed by, they couldn't help but look at them. Their hearts trembled slightly, and their eyes glazed over. Hey, senior brother, there are so many beauties. Sho, lower your voice. The people here can't be underestimated, especially those extremely beautiful women. Watch your eyes, or they will be gouged out in the next second. Senior brother is wise. The group of people hurriedly walked away, not daring to look back. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. Why did they feel like they were like wild beasts? When they returned to the main room, the group of people slumped down without any grace. They sat and lay in all kinds of strange postures, which made Chu Chun and Chu Xianling, who were not very familiar with them, feel a little awkward. Chu Yingzhan saw that the two were a little unnatural. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and say, "Little Chun, cross your legs." Chu Chun was stunned, but he was used to listening to his sister's orders, so he subconsciously crossed his right leg over his left. Lie back. Chu Chun did as he was told. He lay back on the soft sofa, then let out a sigh of relief. Yuan Shi and the others also looked relaxed. This place was a little shabby, but they were very satisfied with a big and soft sofa. After flying around for a day, they finally had some free time. Little Purple Soul immediately jumped around the room with a face full of excitement. She kept shaking Xiao Xian and Little Magic. The two poor little guys were almost dizzy from being shaken by the little girl. Bing Air sympathized with them. She carefully took the two little guys from Little Purple Soul's hands. The little girl felt that her hands were empty, but she didn't feel anything. Then she jumped onto Yun Nuoshing's stomach and said with a smile, "Brother, brother, did you find anything fun today?" She had almost fallen asleep while resting her head on Ziyan's thigh. Now that she was gently called, she immediately woke up. She lowered her head and looked at the little girl who was lying on his stomach with her hands supporting her cheeks and her legs swaying behind her. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "There's nothing fun about it." Today, he ran around and found about 20 ruins. Although Yun Nuoshing felt that it was not right to call this place a ruin, he could not think of what to call it at the moment, so he called it down. In these 20 or so places, there were patterns, stone carvings, energy traces, a sword mark, a strange mark carved on the cliff, and ancient words. These were all on the surface. He extracted patterns from these things. They were similar to the 4 patterns he saw at the beginning. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. He waved his hand and projected the patterns in the air. Before they were projected, he waved his hand and sealed the place with a barrier to prevent others from seeing them. Because he was lying down, the pieces of patterns were also lying on their backs in the room. Everyone looked at them and lay down as well. Then they saw 100 strange patterns. They were all exquisite lines and patterns. When they looked at them, they could only feel that they were awesome. They even felt a little dizzy. Not many of these patterns were repeated. They also looked like lines that formed something together. However, no one could tell what it was. Ugh, I don't understand. Yuan-Shi felt dizzy. It's so messy, so messy, so messy, so messy. Nightmare was going crazy. Xian and the other girls looked at it for a long time. Then they shook their heads. I give up too. I don't understand it at all. What a coincidence. I don't understand it either. Yun Nuoshing laughed. The room instantly fell silent. Sensing everyone's strange gazes, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Because I really don't understand it. These are like puzzle pieces. Look, as he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the patterns to change in order. Some of the patterns on the edges and corners could be pieced together to form a complete part. Everyone watched as the puzzle pieces changed and changed. In the end, only a small part of the puzzle was pieced together. Furthermore, these parts were not connected together. There were still more than 60 patterns floating in the air by themselves. Ugh. As Yun Nuoshing changed the pictures himself, he was stunned for a moment. Those that couldn't be pieced together were all patterns that he had extracted. Originally, they were hidden in the stone statues and the engravings. They only had a chaotic concept and required special means to see these patterns. At this moment, they couldn't be pieced together. Among the patterns that were pieced together, there were the 4 patterns that were directly imprinted on the cliff. It was the same for the other 30 or so patterns. They were imprinted on the cliff, mountain wall, or stone. Although the parts that couldn't be pieced together looked the same as the others, he felt a little strange. It can't be, right? Yun Nuoshing suddenly straightened up. 5 extremely dim black rings appeared behind him. Some strange energy surged out from his body. Seeing him pull out the deity-level nomological power and godly right power, everyone was stunned. They all sat up with solemn expressions. Godly right distortion. Yun Nuoshing's palm pressed on a few pieces of patterns that he had taken out from the dozen or so statues. With a light shout, those complicated patterns suddenly twisted in front of everyone's eyes. The exquisite patterns changed from the original lines to lines of mountains, then twisted into the stars in the sky, and then into a winding river of lines. The changes after that could no longer be seen clearly. They could only see that the patterns were flashing at an extremely high frequency. Godly, right distortion. I can only use a very small part of the godly right power now. I can't command anything or fight against enemies, but I can still use it to make some insignificant changes and distortions. Yin Nuoshing explained to everyone, this pattern may have been distorted before. I tried to follow the original path and twist it back to its original appearance. Every change is a distortion. Everyone understood. Nightmare rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, but the number of distortions is a little too much. How afraid is that deity that thing will be found? This, Yin Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He had already changed it 100 times. I've got it. A minute later, Yun Nuoshing exclaimed softly. Then his palm paused. What appeared in front of him was still the same pattern. It was completely different from the one that appeared at the beginning. There were no traces of the same pattern at all. Let's try putting it together. Yuanshi said quickly. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He waved his hand and moved these few pieces of the pattern. He compared them with the places where more than 30 pieces were put together into 4 or 5 balls. After a while, he found traces that could be connected. He put them together with a little surprise. It seems that I guessed correctly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Xian frowned slightly. But if that's the case, won't only deities be able to solve this mystery? Everyone was stunned. They heard her continue, but powerhouses above the immortal King Valley can't enter. Then maybe this has nothing to do with the immortal King battle song. Yuanshi frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, maybe this is something else, another treasure. Little Star said that this is a fragment left behind by the deity statue. Maybe it's related to something else and has nothing to do with the immortal King battle song. There's no use guessing too much. We'll know when we solve it. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to interrupt everyone's guesses. He reminded them in a low voice, sometimes if you think too much, you'll go astray. Let's leave it at that, for now. Everyone nodded and put down the questions in their minds. They raised their heads and watched him distort the patterns one by one. Chapter 974. In the room, Yun Nuoshing looked sleepily at the many patterns floating in the air. From time to time, she would raise her head and yawn, which made everyone in the room want to yawn as well. The puzzle piece floating in the air. Let's just treat it as a puzzle piece for now. There were too many complicated and obscure lines and exquisite lines. They were so exquisite that they dazzled and made everyone's head swell. Everyone else was about to fall asleep. They watched as Yun Nuoshing changed the complicated patterns back and forth, and then matched them one by one. There were a few patterns that were distorted for a long time before they were restored to their original state. However, in the end, there were no matching interfaces. The other onlookers felt a headache coming on, let alone the main operator. Now, when he saw the lines, circles, and patterns, he wanted to vomit. His eyes were so wide that he felt dizzy. The 5 divine halos spinning behind him were already dim to begin with. At this moment, they were so dim that they were almost like shadows. I can't take it anymore. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I can't take it anymore. After persevering for another 10 minutes, it was already the middle of the night. Yun Nuoshing finally fainted after 6 hours of high-energy work. She fell headfirst onto the sofa and buried her face in the sofa. She twitched twice and stopped moving. Everyone looked up slightly. They were also in a similar state of dizziness. Yuanshi's face was facing down, and his head hung on the edge of the sofa. He gave Yun Nuoxing a thumbs up and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, you're amazing. 6 hours. You're really persistent." Nightmare's face turned green, and his stomach felt like it was being overturned. Chu Chun was hanging by the window and enjoying the night breeze. When he heard this, he also stuck his head in and said, "I feel much better after vomiting." When Chu Yingzhan heard this, she struggled to move a piece of the pattern over and reflected it on Qin Ye's face. Chu Chen's body stiffened, and his face turned pale. He turned his head and leaned out of the window to breathe in the night breeze. Rubbing her dizzy head, Ming Ming tidied up the white dress on her body and moved Yun Nuoxing's head onto her soft thighs. She fanned him with the wings on her back and raised her head. Her beautiful golden eyes looked at the patterns floating in the air. Out of the 60 or so different fragments, more than half of them could be twisted into their original form by the divine right. The remaining 10 or so fragments were originally like this, without any signs of being twisted or changed. The 4 puzzle pieces that were pieced together were the result of the group of people working so hard tonight. At first, Yun Nuoxing twisted and pieced them together by himself. Later on, he felt that it was too troublesome, so he was responsible for restoring the patterns while the others helped to piece them together. This was also the reason why the group of people in this house were so dizzy that they were swaying left and right. Looking at the patterns made them vomit. This thing was beautiful, but it made them dizzy. In the end, it was Yun Nuoxing who fought alone for 2 more hours. At this time, he was also declared dead, and there were still more than 20 pieces that had not been pieced together. After Xian pieced the pieces together, she felt so bad that she fell onto Yun Nuoxing's back. Her mind was a mess, and she felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. "Sister Xian, how many pieces have not been pieced together?" Chu Xianling's voice was weak. Xian struggled to sit up and count, but she heard Qin Yen say softly, 22 pieces. These 22 pieces don't match up. None of the corners match up, and this puzzle has no edges. None of the 4 big pieces have edges. Xian nodded blankly. She buried her face in Yun Nuoxing's back and wrinkled her nose. She felt uncomfortable, so she moved Little Magic over and used it as a pillow on Yun Nuoxing's back. "Let's call it a day." Qin Yen said softly. She was also a little uncomfortable, but not to the point where she almost fainted like everyone else. She was very resistant to things that needed to be carefully and patiently studied. After all, alchemy was also a very time-consuming and laborious kind of thing. Everyone nodded and struggled to get up. When they were ready to get into the room, they looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others and saw that Ming was also sleeping with his little head tilted. They were stunned again. Bing Er saw them, waved to them, and stayed. "I'll take care of Dad and Sister Xian. You can go and rest." Yuan Shi and the others groaned, nodded, and went back to their rooms to sleep with a long yawn. Who said that gods didn't feel tired? After all, they still had to sleep to recover their spiritual power. In terms of spiritual power recovery, a good night's sleep was more effective than practicing. Of course, this was excluding those who knew how to practice their spiritual power. Nightmare greeted everyone. Before he closed the door, he couldn't help but smirk. "I guess I'm going to have a dream about puzzles tonight." Everyone was speechless. They picked up a pillow and wanted to throw it at his face, but when they remembered that they had to sleep tonight, they silently put it down. This guy really touched the pot that didn't boil. Now, they all had a phobia of puzzles. They fell asleep almost as soon as they lay down on the bed. Perhaps they were so tired that they even forgot to dream. It was a dreamless night. On the stone statue square, there were still people practicing under the cover of the night. They were all under the protection of their companions, so no one was worried that they would be attacked or do anything to them during their practice. 100 meters in front of the statue of the god, the person who stopped Yun Nuashing was still sitting in the same position. Not far behind him, there were two men. One was as handsome as a demon, and the other was as strong as a small mountain. They were the two people who had seen in the cliffs of the four patterns during the day. At this time, these two were standing in the same place. Their cheeks were full of determination, and their eyes were closed. The man who looked like a demon would occasionally open his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He seemed to be enlightened. After a while, he would take a step forward, then close his eyes again and carefully comprehend. The person beside him would follow suit. After a long time, the two of them stood in the same position as the man about 10 feet away. They tried to lift their feet, but their faces frowned, and their expressions changed slightly. It was very difficult to move in this situation. They looked very calm, but they were under great pressure. They had already used all their strength to resist the aura of the square. They could not move forward. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that the aura was suppressing them and making them unable to move. "Is this the end?" The man who looked like a demon frowned. Obviously, this was not the result he wanted. He had gained a lot along the way. He thought that he would be able to walk all the way to the statue, but he did not expect to stop here. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the statue of the god. His eyes were as calm as water, and he could not help but smile. "Is this the statue of that expert? It's so small. Even the statue in the immortal origin world is bigger than it. Is it very strong?" The strong man asked softly. "Yanhua, this is a statue of the god. I can feel the aura of the origin of heaven and earth from it. Otherwise, why can't I walk past it?" The man who looked like a demon smiled, faintly. "It's just SOSO. It's just a matter of cultivation level. If your cultivation level is higher, you will be able to walk past it." The man who was called Yen Hua did not seem to care about this so-called statue of the god at all. He said indifferently, "You will surpass him in the future." "Ha, low-key, low-key." The man who looked like a demon laughed softly with his hands behind his back. His eyes looked very calm, but there was a hidden arrogance in them. "Tonight, the music we agreed on didn't play." He raised his head and looked at the night sky. There was an indescribable look in his eyes. "I thought I would gain something." Yen Hua shook her head helplessly. She knew that he was a musical cultivator and would naturally be very interested in the inexplicable music in the valley. However, the music that was supposed to appear once every 3 days, which was to be played once tonight, had inexplicably not played. I don't know what happened. After standing there for a while, the man who looked like a demon looked at the person who had been sitting there the whole time. He turned his head and said to Yen Hua, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's cultivate here." The strong man nodded. The two of them sat down together and closed their eyes. The next morning, Ming woke up quite early in the morning. When he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed across his eyes and gradually weakened. He blinked twice in a daze. He seemed to have accidentally fallen asleep last night. He didn't even have any recollection of what had happened before he fell asleep. The sky was still a little dark. Only a little bit of weak light shone in through the window. At this time, she tilted her head and rested it on a strong shoulder. The long, colorful hair that hung down let her know whose shoulder she was resting on. She was a little confused. Last night, her brother should have slept on her thigh. Yes, it was already dawn. The sky was a little bright. Did her brother wake up so early? The pattern floating in the air was no longer changing. It did not change its order or position. It was emitting a weak blue light. Every line and every pattern was shining. It was like sunlight shining into flowing water. The water reflected some spots of light. The colors were real and flowing. Feeling a warmth on her waist and body, Ming lowered her head. She saw that her body was covered by a white robe. Her small waist was being held by a hand. She turned her head and saw that Xian was resting on Yun Nuoxing's thigh. He was wearing a long black windbreaker and had not yet woken up. "Brother, didn't you sleep last night?" Ming asked softly as she rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. Yun Nuoxing, whose eyes were emitting colorful lights, suddenly heard a voice by her ear. There was also a warm and fragrant breeze. She was stunned for a moment. After a while, she said, "I slept. I woke up after 3 or 4 hours. Will it be better if you rest more?" Ming frowned slightly. "It's okay. I'm not so tired after sleeping for a while. When I wake up, I can't sleep anymore," Yun Nuoxing replied. "Also, I'm a little concerned about this pattern." Ming wrinkled her little nose. She reached out her hands and turned Yun Nuoxing's face. When he was not paying attention, she stretched her neck and pressed her red lips deeply on Yun Nuoxing's lips. His whole body stiffened, but he seemed to be used to it. After a while, he relaxed. Then I'll make you more energetic." Ming loosened her lips and said lazily. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to say something, the girl leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. He saw that her face was slightly flushed, and she looked quite cute. The hand around her waist moved up and rubbed her hair. Ming muttered, pulled the hand back to his waist, and closed his eyes again. Yun Nuoxing did not move. He glanced at Bing Er, who was sleeping on the side and hugging Little Magic so tightly that Little Magic's round body was deformed. Then he focused all his attention on the pattern. He felt that he could almost see something. When the sky was completely bright, Yuan Shi and the others slowly slipped out of the room. Facing the sunlight that couldn't be seen, they stretched lazily. When they turned their heads, they saw the constantly changing, exquisite patterns floating in the living room. Their eyelids trembled, and Chu Chen retched and almost fainted again. They had reached the point where they wanted to vomit when they thought of the pattern. When they walked into the living room, they saw that the 3 girls were still sleeping. Yun Nuoxing was busy alone. Yuan Shi could not help but lower his voice. "Yo, you're up so early in the morning to work?" "Actually, it's almost time." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at them, indicating for them to lower their voices. Then he said, "Well, I was a little shocked. These patterns are revealing something very shocking." "What earth-shattering thing?" "Boss, were you shocked too?" Nightmare sat down casually, poured a cup of tea, and teased. "I'm not omnipotent. Sometimes I'm shocked by some unbelievable things." Yun Nuoxing shrugged his left shoulder as if he was paralyzed. His right shoulder was occupied by an idiot angel. Chu Yingzhen walked to his side, hugged Xiao Xian, who was on his head, and asked softly, "So what did he show you?" After a moment of silence, everyone took the opportunity to drink a cup of tea. Then they sat up straight. After a while, they heard him say, "The Celestial Emperor's 9 songs left in the Immortal King Valley," although other experts said it was the Immortal King Battle Song. I can't be sure for now. However, what I can be sure of is that the song left here is indeed one of the 9 songs. The owner of the Immortal King Valley, which is that god, used one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs as a primer. Using the power of heaven and earth here, he buried many tricks here. He wanted to use that song to artificially lead to another celestial song that exists between heaven and earth. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, everyone shuddered. In other words, using one celestial song to create another celestial song? Which one? Yuan Shi swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. Since he had seen this step, he must have an idea in his heart. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a while, frowned slightly, and nodded. There are 4 songs in heaven and earth: the prelude to samsara, the song of the 9 underworlds, the immortal song of the great Tao, and the lingering sound of chaos. Among these 4 songs, the prelude to samsara is the most mysterious. At the moment when one's soul is annihilated and goes to samsara, if one can personally experience and retain the feelings of samsara and listen to the music on the path of samsara, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance that one can bring a wisp of music to the afterlife. Moreover, it is immersed in the depths of one's soul and needs to be guided out by oneself. The song of the 9 underworlds is obtained in the 9 underworlds prison, commonly known as the underworld. However, when all lives fall into the 9 underworlds prison, they will fall into a state of congenital chaos, without much consciousness, numb like the living dead. They will only flow unconsciously along the yellow spring. In that state, being able to remember a wisp of the unique sound that belongs to the underworld prison is no less difficult than obtaining the prelude to samsara. Unfortunately, I don't know how to obtain the immortal song of the great path. As for the lingering sound of primal chaos, I don't know if you still remember the last 2 hours that we stayed in the 5 elements realm. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the crowd. Do you mean the space that was blown out by you in the end, and even the void was blown through by you? Chu Yingzhan glanced at him and thought for a while. I remember you said that it was a place of primal chaos at the beginning of the world, a place where even the void had not formed. Nothing existed there, a true primal chaos zone. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The chaos lingering sound is the mysterious sound that was born at the beginning of the world. However, it is the sound of the world that is born with the real creation of the world. There is a very, very small chance that it will be born. The real creation of the world. Yuanshi was a little stunned. Then he thought of something. Could it be the birth of the world, the birth of the source world? That's right. It's hard for you to remember this. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at him very subtly. Yuanshi laughed dryly and scratched his head. He also felt that it was very strange that he could still remember this. Then which one is it? Chu Yingzhan pulled the topic back to the original track. Yun Nuoshing pondered again and rubbed his hair with his left hand. Only then did the crowd notice that his long hair had returned to its original state. It seemed that he had tied it up again with the soul-stabilizing bracelet. There was no need to hang a lotus root behind his back. There is an 80% chance that it is the immortal song of the great path. Among the 4 songs of the world, I have yet to obtain the last one. Yun Nuoshing said softly, Immortal song of the great path. The crowd repeated these 4 words. Just by listening to the name, it seemed to be related to the great path of heaven and earth. As they thought about it, they were stunned and looked up blankly. Just now, they seemed to have heard something very important. Chu Yingzhan looked up in astonishment. Idiot, what did you just say? The immortal song of the great path. Yun Nuoshing was shocked by their stares. The crowd roared, the last sentence. Yun Nuoshing trembled and hurriedly said, Among the 4 songs of the world, the only one I am missing, Now, they heard it clearly. It was very clear, very clear. It was so clear that they were dumbfounded and stared blankly. After a while, they remembered that he was once a heavenly god and had reincarnated so many times. He had also been to the underworld so many times. It was not impossible for him to obtain it. In other words, you have the prelude to reincarnation, the song of the netherworld, and the lingering sound of primal chaos. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, Including the ones that Feng is now and will be born in the future, there is also the heavenly song of Phoenix tribulation and the divine song of myriad tribulations. Well, when I was still quarter moon, I already knew Feng. However, at that time, she was already in her complete form and had mastered the two songs. At that time, even if I formed a soul contract with her, I would not be able to obtain the heavenly song of Phoenix tribulation and the divine song of myriad tribulations. These two songs are the only ones that cannot be shared through a soul contract. I can only form a soul contract with a phoenix in its infancy and then watch her grow step by step and break out of her cocoon to obtain these two songs. Then, when you saw Feng, nearly 20 years ago, Yuanxi suddenly had a guess. Could it be that after you died, Feng had been nestled there as an egg? I really don't know about this. Every time this girl is completely reborn, she will not leave any memory of her previous life. She will be completely wiped out. Apart from the imprint that is branded in her soul, she can only preserve a few irrelevant things. At least those things can give her a little support after each rebirth. Yin Nuoxing spread out her hands. Before the final battle, I sealed Liuli for 100 years. Although that girl cried and screamed and wanted to rush out with me, she was still sealed by me in the end. Feng was the same. I did not form a soul contract with her at that time. It was when I sealed her. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment and said with a little guilty conscience, I will never forget that resentful look in her eyes for the rest of my life. Everyone was speechless. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that they could not point out or blame her. You deserve it. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips. You have been like this in the 70 eras. It is still the same in this life. Although you have changed now, what you have done is really infuriating. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and let out a long sigh. Then what can I do? If I didn't stop the two of them, 2 more people would have died at most. That was a situation of certain death. There was no way to get through it safely. Those 9 idiots, if they had not sensed my actions in advance and failed to seal them, they would be living well now. Then they would have to bear the reputation of abandoning their friends and live like this for the rest of their lives. Chu Yingzhan frowned. They came for me. They came for me alone. They did not need to fight. There was no reason for them to fight. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and waved her hand. She did not want to talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about this. I have argued with them in the 70 eras. It is meaningless. It is all in the past. I will see if I can find their reincarnation in this life. Chu Xianling also hurriedly pulled her sister and shook her head at her. Chu Yingzhan frowned and sighed softly. She did not say anything. Chapter 975. The conversation between the two made the atmosphere in the room a little awkward, but it didn't last for long. This atmosphere was like a fleeting regulator, preventing them from fainting again from those exquisite patterns. Yin Nuoxing pointed at those jigsaw puzzles and explained the meaning within them to everyone. Although some of the words that were related to the level of the gods made them confused, they still listened with great interest. When they looked at those mysterious patterns, they seemed to be in a trance unconsciously. Those patterns turned into clear patterns of light that were reflected in their eyes and shone into their minds. They kept churning, and it felt like something was about to break out of its cocoon. Have you been enlightened? The first to show the state of mind was Qin Yan, who was listening the most seriously. When Yin Nuoxing saw that her eyes were slightly dazed and blurry, he knew that she had entered the state of mind. Yuan Shi and the others also glanced at her and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then they looked at Yin Nuoxing and continued to listen to his preaching seriously. He didn't interrupt Qin Yan's state of mind. All the information that was transmitted from his preaching didn't have any negative effects. There wouldn't be a situation where one would perish because they accidentally came into contact with the god's forbidden domain. Even you, who had a different cultivation system, could gain something from it. Her and Little Moon's realms were already very loose, and they were almost able to advance to the beginner god level. They only needed an opportunity, but Yun Nuoxing asked them to suppress it and not advance for the time being. It seemed like he had other plans. After the preaching ended, everyone was immersed in a strange state. Dark thoughts were lit up in their minds one after another. Some were in the cultivation of realms, and some were in the cultivation of mystic arts, especially the mystic arts above the divine level. Listening to a preaching related to the god's forbidden domain could make their cultivation easier, and save them a lot of meaningless actions such as blindly fumbling about. Other than that, there seemed to be something else. That's right, there was also a bit of a strange rhythm flowing in their minds. It wasn't the celestial music that Yun Nuoxing played before, but it was something else. Its traces were indistinct and untraceable, as if it had descended from the sky and was narrating the great Tao of heaven and earth. It also seemed like an illusion. Yun Nuoxing was also immersed in his preaching. Not only was he preaching, but he was also exploring himself. He was more focused than the others, and even Xian, Ming, and Bing Er didn't know that they had woken up. This lasted for a long time, and it only ended when Yun Nuoxing stopped. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw Little Purple Soul hanging on his chest, Little Magic on his head, and Little Xian lying on Little Magic's body, sleeping soundly with her 6 tails curled around him. Everyone gradually woke up, and only then did Yun Nuoxing realize that it was already noon. Did you feel anything special? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and put away the jigsaw puzzles and other patterns. He looked at everyone, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and asked. Qin Yen rubbed her chin with her slender hand and said softly, "I heard a faint sound of music. Immortal music, great Tao. It's very similar, but it's not the same as when Boss played the Phoenix Tribulation Transcendent song. It's that kind of special." Nightmare frowned as he spoke, and he kept shaking his legs, tapping them on the ground quickly. "It doesn't have the same charm as the immortal music." Yuanqi guessed. Nightmare slapped his thigh upon hearing this. That's right. The mysterious music reflected in the information revealed by the fragments didn't have the same charm as the immortal music, but it was more profound than ordinary music. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. He rested his chin on one hand and tapped his thigh with the other. After a long while, he said, "A jigsaw puzzle is a jigsaw puzzle, after all. Only a part of it can be seen, so it's not complete. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and collect the rest today." Chu Chen stood up with a boom and walked toward the door first. "Everyone." This young man's speed of action is really fast. After stretching, everyone slowly stood up. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to stand up, his expression suddenly froze. He pulled Ziyan and Ming Ming, who were beside him, to sit down again. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Shu." Everyone was stunned. Chu Chun, who had already walked to the door, also turned his head in confusion. He walked back carefully and leaned over to his sister, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chu Yingzhan shrugged and rolled her eyes at him. She said with her eyes, "You ask me, and I don't ask ghosts. Anyway, just be quiet for now." The room fell into an extremely strange state of silence. No one dared to breathe loudly. They stood still and did not dare to move. They saw Yun Nuoxing holding his breath and suppressing his breathing. It was as if he was listening attentively. After a while, he said, "The sound of music." Everyone was shocked. Nightmare and Chu Chen took the lead and rushed out of the room without making any sound. They jumped out of the inn and saw that in the small town in front of the inn, there were no signs of people coming and going. There were only chaotic sounds coming from the street. The two jumped into the air, looked at each other, and frowned. Yun Nuashing rarely made mistakes. Could it be that they were listening incorrectly? They weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Xian and Ming also didn't hear anything. However, Yun Nuashing didn't seem to be faking it when she listened attentively. They also followed her and closed their eyes to listen attentively. Everyone also sat down, suppressed their breathing and heartbeat, and emptied their minds. Gradually, they heard the sounds outside the inn, the footsteps of people coming and going, and meaningless conversations. In such a state of emptiness, they seemed to hear many unnoticeable sounds, but they still didn't hear anything special, such as the sound of music, Yun Nuashing said. A few minutes later, suddenly, a sound that they didn't hear before seemed to be transmitted from the depths of the earth. It gradually sounded. The sound was very weak, even softer than the sound of ants crawling. It had a gentle rhythm and gradually became louder and clearer. It was hard to notice under the cover of all the other sounds. It was only when it became so strong that they could hear it. The sound of the music continued to grow louder. On the streets, some of the more powerful people seemed to have sensed something and stopped in their tracks. They pretended to be focused. Those standing in front of the mountain walls and cliffs also seemed to have sensed something and stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. It's here. It didn't sound last night. I thought it wouldn't appear, so it was delayed. The sound gradually grew louder. It seemed to be coming from the entire celestial King Valley and was heard by everyone at the same time. It wasn't clearly divided into different levels. It was that everyone in the celestial King Valley heard this sound at the same time. It didn't come from afar, but suddenly appeared. At the same time, as the sound of the music gradually grew louder, the other meaningless sounds in the celestial King Valley also gradually weakened. In front of the square, Yen Hua suddenly raised his head. When he turned around, he saw that the devilish man had already woken up. The latter tilted his head and couldn't help but smile when he saw that Yen Hua had woken up. "You heard it too?" Yen Hua nodded. His expression was calm and composed. He looked around and saw many people with their eyes closed trying to comprehend something. The devilish man was also listening attentively. He focused all his attention on the sound coming from the celestial King Valley. It was ethereal, mysterious, quiet, steady, and natural. It seemed to be explaining something and telling someone something. "What are you talking about?" He frowned slightly. This music was flawed and didn't feel right. Listening to it didn't give him any special insight. He kept feeling that something was missing. This feeling made him feel slightly frustrated and unable to calm down. When the burly man saw Yen Hua frowning, he was stunned. He thought that something was wrong with Yen Hua and reached out to slap him awake. However, before his hand could touch the devilish man, the latter woke up. "I'm fine. It's just that this music doesn't feel right. It's very wrong. Something is missing." What was missing? His frown deepened. He still couldn't comprehend it and didn't know what was wrong. He didn't feel that there was a problem with the music here. If there was, then it was too childish. There should be something that he hadn't seen clearly. He had to re-examine this celestial King Valley. In the inn, Yun Nuashing was the first to hear this music more than 10 minutes ago. At this moment, only the music was reverberating in his ears and mind. A light flashed across his eyes. Behind him, the 5 divine halos appeared again. When the music came into contact with the image fragments in his mind, the fragments gave off a weak glow. It seemed to be triggered, but the reaction was very weak. This distracted him slightly. While he was recording this unique music, he was also trying to make it resonate with the fragments. These two seemed to have something in common. Sound. Where is this sound? Yun Nuoxing's mind flickered rapidly. He heard a lot of sounds and fused them all into his mind, fused them into his divine sense, and placed them into his divine soul and spirit. He wanted to analyze this melody. Ethereal, distant, deep, tranquil, peaceful. With his hands on both sides of his head, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes wide. He should be able to think of something. He needed to think of everything that he could think of and couldn't stop thinking. The owner of the celestial King Valley was a deity. He needed to use the eyes of a deity and the worldview of a deity to measure something. However, this valley prohibited experts above the level of God and underworld from entering. What did he need to use the thinking and realm of a beginner deity to see? Music, sound from water, gentle, what is it? A lot of messy information was spinning around in his mind. It even involved his past memories. The world in his mind was spinning rapidly and collapsing. He even wanted to return to the scene when he first obtained 3 of the 4 songs of heaven and earth. He racked his brains, and the river of time kept flowing backward. Deity, 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 beginner deity, what do they have in common? Differences? Deity, deity, transcendence, overlooking the world. No, the music was getting louder and louder. It reverberated throughout the entire celestial King Valley. It hit the mountain walls and bounced back, forming an echo. The lingering sound made everyone immersed in it. However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't immersed in it at all. He was forcibly engraving this piece of music. He had always used the eyes of a deity to look at all problems. However, today, he realized that this vision might be his biggest obstacle. He couldn't find the problem because he knew too much. On the contrary, he couldn't find the answer that was only from a small point of view. This was a question that needed to be answered by a beginner deity. Then, how should a beginner deity look at it? Thinking back, how did a beginner deity feel? What kind of vision did a beginner deity have? What kind of worldview did a beginner deity have? At that time, what was Quarter Moon thinking about? Yun Nuoxing was struggling. Suddenly, he paused and looked at Xian and Ming beside him. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and shook the latter's shoulder. Ming, wake up quickly and help me. Ming's entire body trembled as he woke up in a daze. When he turned his head, he saw Yun Nuoxing looking at him with a solemn expression. When he thought of what he had just heard, he hurriedly asked, "What? Your realm is higher than Xian's. Maybe, but I'm not sure. We don't have much time now. Later, you will enter my thoughts and see everything that I have realized. Don't care how I see it. Use your vision to see the world that I see." Yun Nuoxing shouted softly and hugged Ming tightly into her arms. The 6 wings on her back opened and closed suddenly, wrapping Ming and herself inside. She touched Ming's forehead gently between her eyebrows. Her long, colorful hair gradually stretched out and wrapped around Ming's body. Ming was stunned for a moment. He also extended his hand and hugged Yun Nuoxing tightly. He watched as the colorful hair emitted a bright, colorful light that wrapped around the both of them. Yun Nuoxing's entire body was emitting a bright light. She closed her eyes and 5 dim black rings wrapped around the both of them. Immediately, a thought suddenly burrowed into her mind, causing her body to tremble slightly. It was as if she was in an incomparably bright world. Everything around her was incomparably bright. This was the sound of a melody in the depths of Yun Nuoxing's mind. Some images appeared in front of her. There was a reflection of the entire immortal King Valley. In the images beside it, there were a few jigsaw puzzles and fragments. A lot of information appeared in those fragments. It was what she had not sensed before, and only Yun Nuoshing could sense. The full picture of the immortal King Valley also appeared in the images. At a glance, one could feel that it was completely different. At the same time, the image of the entire realm of the gods appeared in the images. Looking at it from an extremely distant place, it occupied the entire line of sight. This was the world that she saw through her eyes. It was mysterious and profound. It was completely different from what she saw through her eyes. She was in contact with a world that was different from what she saw through her worldview. Is this what it means to see a world that is completely different in the eyes of different people? Ming was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she understood what Yun Nuoshing meant. She quickly focused her mind and allowed the information to enter her mind. Even though there were many things that she could not understand, she only needed to understand the parts that she should understand. These sounds seem a little familiar. Ming frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed across her golden eyes. It was a very familiar sound. What was it? What could make such a sound? This was not a sound made by the object itself. It was a sound that was hidden in an untouchable place and could not be heard by anyone. She was very familiar with it not too long ago. It was probably only 2 or 3 years ago. As she listened, she began to hum softly. Although it did not match the rhythm, it was not a problem. This was not a repetitive rhythm. There was not much regularity to it. She was just imitating it. It was like a beginner who was clumsily singing along with a song or humming the melody. Gradually, she felt that she seemed to have caught on to something. She no longer followed the rhythm of the music. Instead, she repeatedly hummed the melody. Then her eyes widened. She hurriedly said, "Brother, soul furnace. It's the soul. It's the sound of the soul." In the ears of Lawyer Lu and Lawyer Sound, everything in the world had a sound. They could clearly capture sounds that ordinary people could not hear. Although, as their cultivation increased, they could hear the sound of everything in the world. However, not everyone could understand it. Only Lawyer Lu could clearly distinguish and decipher these rhythms. The sound of a tranquil lake and the sound of a stagnant pool could be heard. The same sound of the wind could be heard differently. The sound of a blooming flower could be heard differently depending on the type of flower. This was their world. It was a magical world that only they could appreciate. Even the soul would produce different sounds depending on the type of soul. A violent soul would have a strong aura like a volcano. A gentle soul would have a warm sound like a gentle spring breeze. What Ming heard was the meaningless sounds that she heard when she was trapped in the soul furnace. It was the sound of the soul that only the soul could hear. Just like what she was hearing now, she could no longer distinguish the various sounds that she heard in the soul furnace in detail. However, it was more or less the sound of the soul. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. She muttered to the soul in her heart. Then she changed the rhythm again. She captured the rhythm that was floating in the immortal King Valley and placed it in the puzzle pieces. She placed the puzzle pieces in front of Ming and said, "Take a look and see what you can see. Or can you hear the different sounds?" The rhythm changed slightly in Ming's ears. As he immersed himself in the puzzle pieces, there were extremely minute changes that caused the entire melody to change. This was a change that only Yun Nuoshing could capture. At this moment, she was in his mind. She could feel that this change had been magnified countless times, allowing her to distinguish it clearly. The golden Mei Mao stared closely at the puzzle pieces. She could feel information that was different from what she had seen last night surging into her mind. This information was too obvious. She could immediately distinguish it. Oh, listening to the rhythm and looking at the puzzle pieces, Ming felt that something was strange. He seemed to be staring at a world a vast and boundless world, as if he was staring at the realm of the gods, staring at the realm of the gods. Hearing this answer, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. Then, she heard Ming continue, "Yes, but it's strange. It doesn't feel right. It's a little flawed. Also, there's a very strange feeling. It's like the 6 paths of reincarnation technique that Big Brother cultivates. The twisting and chaotic feeling is very similar. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Reincarnation technique." Yun Nuoxing frowned. After a moment, she was shocked. "Is it reincarnation?" Ming shook his head gently. "I don't know. I haven't experienced reincarnation. However, if Big Brother thinks it is, then it should be." Yun Nuoxing gritted her teeth. "Is there anything else?" As he spoke, he put all kinds of images and changed rhythms in front of her, so that she could hear and see different situations at any time. The number of combinations of images that appeared in front of her surprised Ming. Could he see the world from so many different angles at once? The eyes of the gods were somewhat difficult to understand. It was precisely because of this that they could understand so many things better. After looking at it seriously for a long time, Ming saw about 30 different kinds of images. After he finished looking, he shook his head gently. "I can't see anything else." Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. "Come out first." After that, she sank into deep thought. The voice of the soul, the realm of the gods, reincarnation? As she muttered, she seemed to inadvertently understand something. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She muttered to herself, "So it's like this? What kind of things?" A pair of golden Mei Mao barged into his line of sight. They were tightly pressed together. Ming suddenly woke up. Mei Mao looked at him playfully. As she spoke, her orchid fragrance blew on his face. At this time, Yun Nuoxing didn't realize that the two of them were so close and intimate. She even said very seriously, "Reincarnation, the soul, the realm of the gods. I understand now." The god who left one of the 9 songs of the immortal emperor here was once deducing and guiding another kind of celestial song to form here. It was indeed one of the 4 songs of the heavens and earth, the celestial song of the great Tao. Ming struggled lightly and found that she couldn't break free. Her brother was in a very serious state and couldn't react for a while. However, Ming didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt a little happy. When she heard this, she couldn't help but ask, "Why? You said that you saw the realm of the gods. That's what you saw and heard after the music and the puzzle were combined. The celestial song of the great Tao, although I don't know how it was born, I know that it represents the entire realm of the gods. In the ancient times, it was also known as the realm of the gods' great Tao. It itself represented the realm of the gods. There's a flaw because the puzzle itself isn't complete," Yun Nuoxing said. Then she paused for a moment to organize her words. "As for reincarnation, it's the combination of the 2 things that you saw just now." When Ming heard this, she also used her little brain to think. She put these few factors together and combined them with what Yun Nuoxing mentioned before. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. The reincarnation of the soul, that God is using time to guide the birth of the celestial song of the great Tao here, and then, she said too quickly and couldn't finish her sentence. "Then he will enter reincarnation, the reincarnation of the soul. The next time he comes to the immortal King Valley, he will obtain the celestial song of the great Tao. Perhaps there's something left here that can allow him to recover his memories before reincarnation and retrieve the immortal King Battle song." Yun Nuoxing said seriously. Ming's breathing stopped. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. But after the reincarnation of the soul, won't he lose all his memories? Didn't Brother also forget everything before he returned to the world of the gods. But he can leave behind a deep guide in the depths of his soul. This guide will subtly influence his reincarnated self to make different choices. Even he himself won't know that what he's doing is meaningful. It's not a random choice. Just like me, I'm searching for the past. This is the influence of the will in my soul that can't be erased, Yun Nuoxing said. When Ming heard this, she pondered for a moment. If this was really the case, then everything made sense. The reason why they didn't let experts above the level of God enter was because they were worried that those at a higher level would see through everything and take the lead in obtaining the celestial song of the great Tao. This is information that can only be discerned by the eyes of the gods. However, it's information that can only be seen through the worldview of the primary level gods. If we let gods, or even gods of a higher level in here, they'll be able to figure it out one day if they spend more time. Give me 10 days, and I'll probably be able to figure it out again. It's just a little time, Yun Nuoxing said. Those high-level gods who have admitted in the rumors that the music that's fluttering in the immortal King Valley is the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, and that it's filled with the aura of war, guess that it might be the immortal King Battle song. This might also be a form of misdirection and a precautionary measure. To us, this song doesn't have any murderous aura. However, to high-level gods, this might not be the case. That's right. The sound that's fluttering in the immortal King Valley, to them, wasn't filled with the murderous aura of war. Even if the immortal King Battle song really existed in this valley, it wouldn't be the one that's fluttering in the air now. The song that's fluttering in the air now was just the flawed version of the Great Tao's celestial song. Chapter 976. There must be a flawless Great Tao, immortal song in the Valley of the Immortal Kings. Its power has already formed, and it's gradually leaking out. However, no one knows where it's hidden. This place has been searched for tens of thousands of years, but nothing has been found. At the very least, there should be one of the 9 songs of the immortal emperor, but no one has ever heard of it. If someone did, and played it in front of the world, it would have spread like wildfire. However, no one has. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. However, those who can recognize the celestial emperor's 9 songs should be old antiques. Perhaps no one can recognize it, or perhaps, even if someone has obtained it, they haven't tried to play it. After all, this is a scary thing called the self-destruction divine song. Anyone who knows it will not play it casually, unless they are some idiots who don't know the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. But if it has been taken away, there shouldn't be any immortal songs in the valley anymore. Ming arched in his arms and turned around. Perhaps the original body won't be taken away. Those who come here may only be able to inscribe it. Perhaps the Great Tao immortal songs don't have a carrier. The other 3, 4 songs of heaven and earth are like this. They are just rhythms born in the void. They don't have any carrier, just like the sound of the wind. They can be heard, but can't be seen or touched. Yun Nuoxing smiled. However, some of the other divine songs have carriers. For example, the 2 immortal songs controlled by Feng are carriers herself. Well, there are many possibilities. As for the specifics, we will know when we see them. Yun Nuoxing laughed softly. Those diagrams had a certain connection with the 2 immortal tunes. The specific relationship was still unclear. Maybe it was the traces left behind when that god used the immortal King Battle song to deduce the Great Tao immortal tune. Maybe those diagrams were used to nurture the Great Tao immortal tune, using the immortal King Battle song to nurture the Great Tao immortal tune. After the simulation ended, the celestial music that reverberated throughout the celestial King Valley did not stop. The others were still immersed in the artistic conception brought about by the celestial music. After Yun Nuoxing put away his 6-winged sword, he saw that the others were still immersed in it. He thought for a moment and did not purposely interrupt them. Then he saw that he and Ming Ming were pressed together. A soft touch came from his chest, causing his pretty face to gradually turn red and his head to heat up. "You finally noticed." Seeing this, Ming could not help but sigh. When her brother was in a serious state, he really did not care about anything. At this moment, her entire body was pressed against his body, although she did not mind being taken advantage of by him. Yun Nuoxing let out a cry of surprise and quickly released Ming from her tight embrace. Her face was as red as the setting sun. Ming grumbled softly. Mei Mao glanced at him and quietly sat to the side. She tidied up her messy white dress and wrinkled wings, as if she didn't take what had just happened to heart at all. Yun Nuoxing laughed, dryly scratched his cheek, and turned his gaze away. Even though he was suppressing his emotions, his face was still slightly red. To be honest, he couldn't possibly have any strange thoughts about Ming. There were two reasons. First, Ming was his sister. Second, his sister had become an angel. She was the embodiment of light, the embodiment of purity and holiness in this world. She was incomparably holy, so holy that no one could have any dirty thoughts about her. However, that wasn't the problem. Yun Nuoxing didn't have any evil thoughts about his sister, but it seemed like the latter had some thoughts about him. This troublesome question made his brain almost stop working. His mind was filled with the words, "troublesome in the balls," who said that he was a block of wood and couldn't sense other people's feelings. If anyone dared to say that the way Ming looked at him was normal, he would eat that person raw without any dipping sauce. "Brother." Ming held Yun Nuoxing's hand and gently tugged on it twice. Yun Nuoxing, whose mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts, was stunned for a while before he reacted. He had a blank expression on his face. This strange reaction made Ming wrinkle her little nose. She muttered softly, "I keep feeling that brother is thinking about something very strange." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Just as he was about to retort, she waved her hand and said, "Don't we need to wake everyone up? Brother seems to say that this isn't a good state." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. "The remnants on the stone wall are indeed useless, but the melody floating in this valley is different. This is the true great Tao, immortal melody, an incomplete version. Even if it's incomplete, it still contains many fragments of the laws of heaven and earth in the God realm. It would be a good thing if you could absorb some of it. Do you want to cultivate too? I'll set up a spell formation for you so that you won't be disturbed." Looking at his smiling face, Ming felt suspicious. "What about brother?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. "While you guys are cultivating, I have to go and collect the remaining fragments. It's about 2 immortal melodies. I have to work harder no matter what." Ming and Mei Mao narrowed their eyes and said softly, "I won't cultivate. I'll go with brother." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After the incident in the Yinyang world, Sister Xian said that brother will act recklessly if no one is watching him. Sister Xian and the others are cultivating. I have to watch over brother. Ming stared at him closely. She said 7 or 8 words in a sentence, and in a tone that brooked no refusal. She didn't mean to ask for his opinion. It was just a notice. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched slightly. Her pretty face was full of pain. She struggled to free her right hand, only to find that it was tightly clasped. In the end, she could only smile helplessly and nod. "Okay, I'll take you idiot out. It's nothing anyway." "Well, that's all right. Even if brother goes out to flirt, it won't be a problem." Ming smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of water and stared blankly. "How can I take you out to flirt?" "No, I don't have that idea at all." Ming nodded very seriously. "Indeed, it's not right to say that brother is flirting. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. It should be flirting. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that her pretty face almost turned purple. Before this girl could say something even more frightening, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pulled her and rushed out. When he left, he didn't forget to leave a magic array here. Although the Valley of the Celestial King had fallen into silence at this moment, it was hard to guarantee that no one would take advantage of this absolute silence to do something. In short, it was never wrong to be on guard. This place was guarded against mid-level and high-level gods, but it wouldn't resist the production of energy at this level. He smashed a magic array of the god level, but he didn't see any reaction in the valley. There are still many people who ignore the rhythm here. Yun Nuoshing and Mingyu flew across the valley in midair. On the ruins of the cliffs and mountain walls, there were still many people sitting with their legs crossed. Some people were completely unaffected by the rhythm. They just flew up and headed to other places. It was unknown whether it was because they had listened to the rhythm too much and didn't gain anything from it, so they stopped comprehending it, or for some other reason. After all, this was one of the characteristics of the Valley of the Celestial King. Yun Nuoshing and Mingyu happened to catch the rhythm in the valley, so they were quite lucky. The rhythm in the wind was played by an unknown instrument, but it was all very shocking. It sounded like the flute of a phoenix and the singing of thousands of birds. It was elegant and light, and it was also like the sound of a zither. It was melodious and unpredictable. Yun Nuoshing scanned the entire Valley of the Celestial King with her soul and came to a conclusion. This sound was produced by the Valley of the Celestial King itself, and there was no unique sound source. The sound produced by the entire Valley of the Celestial King? When Ming heard this, she was a little surprised. She wasn't very clear about the rhythm. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't figure it out. She simply shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. She threw the problem to Yun Nuoshing. They landed in front of a deserted ruin. This was a cliff that was painted with celestial images. Among the mysterious runes and amulets, there were traces of the rules of heaven and earth. The fire of the star domain burned. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Coincidentally, this was his area of expertise. It didn't take him more than a minute to finish analyzing it. He imprinted the 4 fragments of the pattern in his mind and used the power of godly right to distort it back to its original form. At the same time, he pulled Ming away from this place. He looked at the two of them holding hands since they came out and was a little speechless. This girl didn't intend to let go of him. Great Tao Carrier. There should be a Great Tao Carrier here. It's equivalent to a core. There should be a Celestial King battle song there, or a Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. It should be hidden under countless layers of spirit designs, runes, and amulets. It should resonate with all the traces left behind in the Celestial King Valley and produce this soothing celestial music. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, she pointed downwards and said to Ming, "What do those traces you see in your eyes look like?" "There's nothing different." Ming looked at a ruin that they had just passed by yesterday. There were some flames in the golden Mei Mao, but he couldn't see anything. He shook his head. "Is that so? In your eyes, it's like this." When Yun Nuoshing heard this, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "But in my eyes, the entire Celestial King Valley is about to burn." When Ming heard this, he was also taken aback. He tugged at Yun Nuoshing's arm. "Let me see." Yun Nuoshing nodded and opened his evil spirit eye. After that, the spirit designs that belonged to his right eye left his eyes and moved to Ming's right eye. Now that he used his evil spirit eye to assist others, he didn't need to touch it with his hands anymore. Moreover, he could let both eyes see clearly. He no longer needed to close one eye just because one eye went out. The evil spirit eye shared Yun Nuoshing's vision. Ming focused his eyes and saw what he was talking about. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. At this moment, in the celestial King Valley, huge golden energy rivers flowed. They flowed from the bottom of the mountain range and drilled into some of the smaller mountain ranges and peaks in the valley, dyeing those peaks gold. Then, like a whirlpool, they circled around a flat area. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the huge golden energy rivers were formed by thousands and tens of thousands of thin golden threads. It was unknown where they came from, but they just filled the entire celestial King Valley. The mountains and cliffs where countless golden threads gathered were the places where the mysterious traces were left behind. It was too much of a coincidence to say that it was a coincidence. I can't find it in a short period of time. I can only explore step by step like this and remove the layers of concealment. After all, it was left behind by a god. It won't be easy to find. If I had to hide something that I would come back to retrieve in the future, and I knew that this place would definitely be discovered by others, I would definitely set up this place like a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. If I was worried that I wouldn't be recognized by the place I left behind, I would at least set up 1,000 layers of protection. I wouldn't let anyone take it away, no matter what. Yin Nuoshing spoke seriously, and Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was this the unique way of having fun that you gods had? It seemed that all gods loved to torment themselves and others, and at the same time torment themselves who weren't themselves. However, they were also worried that overly powerful defensive measures would kill them. Hence, they could only bury it as deep as possible, just in case they returned one day and found that the treasure had been dug out. They would probably cry themselves to death. Anyway, based on the current situation, according to the speculations of the current god, it's likely that the god will return to the celestial King Valley. No matter what, according to the current speculation, that god has most likely entered the cycle of reincarnation. It's hard to say if he has returned. Sometimes, the things that the previous life left behind for the future may not necessarily be recognized by the future. The reincarnation of the god's soul has a very big characteristic: latency. The god's soul will become latent and lose its great power in the past, turning into a mortal soul. If you want to reactivate it, you just have to find your memories or activate a key point that was left behind. As for how to activate it, it's up to fate. Anyway, I activated my god's soul in a daze. Oh, I haven't told you about the state of my soul at this time, Yin Nuoshing said, as he looked at Ming Ming. The angel nodded faintly. He hadn't said anything about this. Seeing this, Yin Nuoshing said softly, "My current soul is still in the state of a godly soul, but its essence is already that of the ancient quarter moon's godly soul. Once I reach a certain level, I can quickly recover the power of my godly soul. However, this will have to wait until I reach the godly level. At least, I don't have to worry about the soul. You guys have to continue to cultivate your own souls, and in the future, when you reach the godly level, it will take a lot of effort to transform a godly soul from a godly soul to a godly soul." Ming listened carefully and nodded seriously. She remembered every word that her brother said in her heart because it was a very important matter. As the two of them talked, they went to a few more ruins. Because part of the evil spirit eye's function fell on her, she could feel a little of Yun Nuoshing's movement as he rotated the newly obtained fragments. He used a very mysterious, indescribable energy that was even higher than the heavens and earth to twist the fragments, and then quickly put them back together. This was something that happened very quickly in his mind. At this moment, he even had the time to chat with her, and even dragged her to run around. It could only be said that his brain was too strong, to the point where he could do 4 things at once. It was hard to understand how he could ensure that there wasn't a single mistake in his train of thought when so many threads were running at the same time. The busy time passed very quickly, and before they knew it, The afternoon was almost over. The celestial music that had sounded at noon had yet to dissipate. Ming said that this music had never been repeated, and that she had been playing it without stopping, but to Yun Nuoxing, this flawed celestial music had been played a few times already, which made the former feel very confused. You haven't heard the sound of it yet. It's constantly changing in your ears, but to me, it has already been repeated many times. It's just that you've changed instruments to play it. Well, you can understand it like that. If you want to go deeper, you'll have to explain the origin of the great Tao, which is the origin of the heavens and earth in the realm of the gods, and the rules themselves. Those complicated things are messy, and you probably won't like listening to them. Yun Nuoxing smiled as she rubbed her angel sister's head. As long as it's Big Brother who says it, no matter how difficult it is, I'll understand it. Ming puffed up her cheeks and said in an unquestionable tone. Yun Nuoxing was surprised and smiled dotingly. The setting sun dyed the sky a fiery red, and fiery clouds floated over from afar. The energy gales outside the Valley of the Immortal King were illuminated in an orange-red color. This place was like the eye of a storm, and wild gales were blowing around it. Only the place in front of them was calm. The wind wall in the distance was tens of thousands of feet tall, and if it enveloped the ground, it would really isolate this place from the rest of the world. This was the tallest mountain in the Valley of the Immortal King, and it was slightly shorter than the 10,000 feet tall mountains on both sides. However, when one looked into the distance, they could see the energy gales outside the 10,000 feet tall mountains. Other than the wind wall, they really couldn't see anything else. Buzz, buzz. 5 dim divine halos rotated slowly behind Yun Nuoxing, and a light breeze blew on his colorful long hair and black windbreaker. Beside him, on a rock that was 1/2 meter tall, sat an angel. The golden Mei Mao emitted a moving golden light in the sunset, and her pure white wings were spread out behind her. As the wind blew, her feathers swayed gently. This scene was incomparably beautiful, but it was a pity that no one was able to see this scene. The celestial music in the valley didn't dissipate for a long time, and even those who weren't immersed in the celestial music were puzzled. They had stayed in the Valley of the Immortal King for a long time, and it wasn't that they hadn't heard this celestial music before. In the past, it would sound every 3 days, and on the night of the 4th day, and it would end before the sun rose the next morning. Why was it so abnormal this time? It sounded at noon the next day after 4 days, and it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The rhythm were still gradually rising. In the past, after such a long time, it should have gradually weakened. Oh, Yun Nuoxing's hands trembled, and he staggered, almost falling. Ming hurriedly jumped up from the rock beside her to support him, seeing the 5 divine halos behind him getting dimmer and dimmer, and about to be extinguished. She couldn't help but frown. "Brother, rest for a while." She had heard from Xian and the others that Yun Nuoxing had used the power of a god once in the underground maze of Xiaoguang City. At that time, he hadn't even awakened his spirit yet, and the price he had to pay was blindness in his left eye and loss of his voice. This was only secondary. On a deeper level, if Feng Yueying hadn't guided the power of the divine right out of him, he would have slowly turned into an ice sculpture. Even if he used his own power of the divine right this time, he would probably— It's fine. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. His vision was a little blurry, and he blinked fiercely, shaking his head. He said, "This is the power of the divine, right I once had. There's not much left, and I've only made some insignificant changes. There won't be any backlash. It's just that I've used too much from yesterday, and my spirit is a little weak. Don't worry." This isn't a matter of insignificant. Ming frowned deeply and was about to pull him down to sit down. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and stubbornly stood up while supporting her. The pieces of the puzzle had already been put together. They were no longer four separate pieces, but one complete puzzle. There were only some flaws in the corners, and he still couldn't see the edge. Regarding this, he was not surprised. In the divine statue's deduction, there was a kind of deduction that did not have a fixed shape or end. It was also known as boundless astronomical phenomena. He felt that this should be the method of deduction. Even if the result was deduced to the end, it would not stop. The remaining power would continue, deducing the path that might or might not exist after the end. The puzzle is already 80% complete. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He had walked around the entire celestial King Valley in the afternoon, and he felt that it should be about time. Such a large deduction pattern was not something that an ordinary divine being could do, but there was no aura of a divine being in it. Perhaps this was already close to all of it. The remaining pieces were buried very deeply, and he would not be able to find them in a short time. However, this was enough. Come on. The divine halos behind him released some faint light. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand straight forward. His wrist was vertically facing down, and his 5 fingers were wide open. From this perspective, it was as if the entire celestial King Valley was under his palm. Show me your position. Buzz. The 5 divine halos started to spin wildly, and the pieced-together pattern also released a brilliant light at this moment, reflecting the celestial music in the valley. Golden threads suddenly gathered in front of him. Chapter 9:77. This was a golden palace. A group of 3 people strolled along a long golden corridor. On one side of the corridor, there was a wide field of view facing a fan-shaped valley. On the other side, there was a 10,000 zhang tall golden wall, carved with exquisite patterns. At the end of the corridor, there were 2 palaces. This place was at the peak of a mountain, and it was impossible to tell where it was. The fan-shaped valley was not the immortal King Valley from before. This luxurious golden palace was filled with a grand aura, and there was a faint smell of the baptism of time. This place is so dazzling that I'm getting dizzy. This corridor and palace seemed to be built along the long mountain ridge, circling around the fan-shaped valley below. The long golden palace was like a golden wall on the mountain ridge, grand and majestic. When LV, are we not here yet? The skinny young man kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking at the bewitching man in front of him. He could not help but sigh, panting heavily. He had been panting for a long time along the way. Hold on for a while. This place is not so simple. The bewitching man turned around and smiled at him. The skinny young man hung his head dejectedly, wiping his sweat with his sleeves, and asked again, "How did you know that those strange murals could lead us to it?" As he spoke, he looked around, and we even came to such a strange place. Because I am powerful, what can I not see through? The bewitching man grinned. Yanhua rolled her eyes and said to the skinny young man, "He is pretending. Don't bother about him. He just accidentally fell and came in. You don't understand. I was testing the waters, trying to decipher this secret. With my talent, there is nothing I can't solve." The bewitching man put his hands on his hips and laughed. The 2 of them rolled their eyes. They had seen people who could pretend, but they had never seen someone so good at it. Moreover, you said it was by accident, but it was because you comprehended the information on the murals that you came in. I don't think anyone has tried this before. The bewitching man said. The 2 of them nodded. Those murals contained great power. It was fine if you comprehended it, but who would dare to touch it? Yanhua, come and carry me. I'm dying. After walking for a while, the thin man panted even harder. He leaned against the wall with one hand, and his voice was trembling. Your body is too weak. There's no pressure here. Yanhua sighed and reached out to pull him up. Hold on a little longer. For you guys, there isn't much pressure here. The skinny man panted for a while and said, but for me, the pressure here is a little too frightening. My body has only just recovered. Rumble, the sudden tremor caused the three of them to be stunned. They hurriedly stood still. The bewitching man took 2 steps back and stood in front of the other two. Be careful. The tremors came from the entire palace. It was not an earthquake. In the luxurious and magnificent palace, there were suddenly beams of golden light falling from the palace's walls and dome. They fell into the air and turned into dense beams of golden light shooting into the depths of the palace. The three of them stuck close to the wall and looked at the tunnel that was almost completely occupied by the dense beams of golden light. Their eyes were overwhelmed by the sight. Their eyes reflected the tiny beams of golden light that constantly flowed before their eyes. Wah wah, what's going on? The skinny man was so scared that he hugged Yanhua's arm. His eyes were filled with fear, and he did not know what was going on. Something in the palace has been activated. The bewitching man squinted his eyes and looked at the beams of light that were filled with spirituality. He thought for a while and suddenly grinned. It can't be because we came in, right? Yanhua rolled his eyes at him. He flicked his yellowish-brown robe and reached out his hand to touch the golden light flowing through the air. Seeing that it was not affected, it passed through his hand and did not affect him at all. He nodded. It's not an obstruction. Let's go? Of course. The bewitching man smiled and lifted his foot. He took the lead and walked towards the direction of the golden light. Yanhua and the other two followed closely behind. This was a magnificent hall with golden patterns, golden pillars, and golden walls. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a semicircular platform formed by 3 steps. On the walls of the platform, balls with a diameter of 1 meter were densely inlaid on the walls. Half of them were buried, and the other half was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the appearance of the magnificent hall. And in the center of the road from the platform to the distant gate, there was a long red carpet. This place looked very luxurious, like the seat of a king, and there was an unconcealable air of nobility. Quang! A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the wall that was inlaid with densely packed balls. Then it slowly opened to both sides, revealing a long crystal passage behind it. The colorful light was reflected by the crystal in every corner of the passage, and it was magnificent. In this beautiful scene, 2 tall figures slowly emerged from the passage, stepping on the colorful light. They walked into the magnificent hall. Wow, the golden light is so dazzling that it's blinding. As soon as he came in, his eyes were stung by the golden light coming from the front. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched violently. He looked around and found that this place was really all golden. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've never seen any god with such a special, luxurious hobby. Ming squinted his eyes because of the golden light. Hearing this, he couldn't help but mutter, anyway, deities and heavenly deities are all weird. Big Brother is weird too. Then I'm really sorry. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She was really sorry about the weird deities. The 2 of them looked around and stared at the most obvious place, which also seemed to be the only passageway. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands and said, There's no other place. Let's go take a look first. Are we going back to call? Everyone? Ming held her hand and followed her side by side. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Little girl, what if this place is gone when we turn back now? Yun Nuoxing flicked her forehead and said in a bad mood, It's okay. Just leave it to me. Ming stuck out his tongue and continued to look around. He thought about what had just happened and felt a little surprised. The passageway opened by Yun Nuoxing at the top of the mountain extended straight to the sky. After they stepped on it, they were dazzled. When they came back to their senses, They were already in the crystal passageway. They kept walking forward and arrived at this magnificent palace. Looking at the red carpet under their feet, Ming and Mei Mao flashed and moved their 4 feet up and down on the ground. For some reason, it made her think, it seems like a wedding red carpet. Yun Nuoxing's legs trembled, and she almost fell down. She looked at this stupid angel, who was in a daze. What was this girl thinking about just now? However, this scene was indeed quite similar. He was holding his angel sister's hand, and the two of them were walking side by side on this spacious red carpet. They looked like a pair of newlyweds. F***CK. Yun Nuoxing shook her head vigorously and shook this terrifying thought out of her head. She said in a serious tone, "There are no energy movements in this space, and there are no auras of arrays or spells in the surroundings. The passageway is safe. It's probably safe. However, my senses have decreased a little here. Big Brother is also affected." Ming blinked at Mei Mao. Her soul senses had been affected, but she didn't expect her brother to be affected as well. Yun Nuoxing nodded. "If it can affect my awakened, godly soul, I should be in the right place. This is the immortal palace left behind by the immortal in the immortal King Valley. As for whether I can find what I want to find, I'll have to go and take a look." His godly soul had been awakened, but it hadn't completely recovered yet. He wasn't affected by the beginner god level, but he couldn't completely resist the power of the latter god level. They walked along the red carpet and walked out of the main hall. A long corridor appeared in front of them. Looking to the right of the corridor, they saw a fan-shaped valley. They were at the top of the mountain range, at the edge of this valley. This was a long and glorious palace that stood on the ridge of the mountain. Under the moonlight, it flickered with specks of golden light and was faintly discernible. "Isn't this the immortal King Valley?" Ming leaned half of her body out of the short wall on the right side of the golden corridor. She looked down at the valley below, but she couldn't find any similarities with the immortal King Valley in her memory. She couldn't help but frown. "No, this is the immortal King Valley, the original appearance of the immortal King Valley." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She glanced at the valley and didn't pay much attention to it. She was more concerned about the wall on the other side of the corridor behind her. It was a purplish-black wall. This color and aura were very familiar to her. Ming turned around and quickly identified this dark wall. He couldn't help but widen his eyes at Mei Mao. "That's the void." Yun Nuoxing nodded and pondered for a while. Then she seemed to have realized something and couldn't help but smile. She pulled Ming to the void wall and said, "Let me show you something fun." "What?" Ming tilted his head. Yun Nuoxing smiled, but didn't say anything. She waved her hand and opened up her rule domain. Then the two of them slowly walked past the void wall. Ming closed his eyes nervously. "We're here." When she heard Yun Nuoxing's faint laughter, Ming opened Mei Mao's eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned. The void wall was behind them, and they were facing the other side of the corridor. On the side with the short wall, the bright moon was extremely huge. It hung in the distant sky and scattered blue light onto the world. It also reflected on her golden Mei Mao and reflected the stars. "You'll know once we reach the wall." Sensing her confusion, Yun Nuoxing didn't rush to explain anything. She just smiled and raised her chin. Ming puffed up her cheeks and looked at him. She nodded and pulled him to the side of the short wall. When she looked down, she was stunned. What she saw was a valley. There was a mountain range sandwiched between two mountain ranges that were tens of thousands of feet tall. There was also a mountain range that slanted through the two mountain ranges. Where the three mountain ranges met, there was a narrow valley. It was the only entrance and exit to this hidden valley. The entire sky above the valley was enveloped by a huge energy storm. This place was like the eye of the storm. The power of the wind couldn't be felt. Around them, there was an energy storm that was strong enough to seriously injure high-level gods. Usually, it didn't seem like anything. Under the moonlight, the energy storm became even more gorgeous and terrifying. The gorgeous colors indicated that there were many types of energy mixed in the storm. The energies that fused and repulsed each other blossomed into terrifying energy sparks that flickered with intense light from time to time. This was the celestial King Valley that she had seen before. At this moment, the palace that they were in was in midair. Did that crystal passage bring them to this place? Using the void as a springboard to freeze time. How bold, Yin Nuoxing said, as she put her elbows on the short wall. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. There was some admiration in her tone. Brother, it's time to explain, right? Ming tugged at her brother's hand. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and glanced at her. She nodded with a smile and said, "There's nothing difficult to understand. It's very simple. This place and the place just now are both the Celestial King Valley. It's just that one is the current Celestial King Valley, and the other is the Celestial King Valley of the past." That god, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. She freed her other hand and drew a circle in front of her. Then she squeezed the circle in her palm and said, "He froze the void of the space in the Celestial King Valley along with the time." That space really existed tens of thousands of years ago. It was the Celestial King Valley that hadn't changed. It was already an independent space that wasn't bound by the rules of heaven and earth of the realm of the gods. It existed on its own. However, it was also a space that couldn't exist in the present world. Its time stopped on that day tens of thousands of years ago. Can we go to the realm of the gods from tens of thousands of years ago if we leave that space? Ming asked curiously. That's impossible. Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. That space is fixed. Time is fixed. The space is only so big. It will never change. It can't come into contact with the outside world. It's isolated from everything. It's like After pondering for a moment, Yun Nuoxing ground her teeth. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like an eternal tomb." Ming's jade-like hands trembled slightly. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and stared at her. She said seriously, "It's like that mausoleum world. It was once a mausoleum world left behind. There was still music in the Celestial King Valley, drifting in the night sky. Only then did the two of them notice that there wasn't any music here on the other side. Back on the other side, in the fan-shaped Celestial King Valley, where time had stopped, Ming looked at this silent place. Her eyelids drooped slightly. Is there any meaning to this place? Who knows? Yin Nuoxing shrugged and pulled her into the depths of the passage. But if we go to the end, we might find out what the god who left this place wants to do. Yes, yes. Ming sighed helplessly. She turned around and pulled him forward. One of her wings wrapped around half of his body. Anyway, I don't know what the god is thinking. I'll let Big Brother worry about this. When the time comes, I'll just watch from the side. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Her expression trembled slightly. She blinked her eyes and suddenly smiled. When the time comes, I guess you won't be the only one watching. Huh. Ming was stunned. Maybe I'll be a spectator too. Could it be that I'm just unlucky? Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. She really didn't expect this. She thought that there was no one in this place. She didn't expect to catch a faint trace of life in the air. Someone came here not long ago. It happened within an hour. They came right after us. Ming's expression changed. She stopped in her tracks. This Could it be that someone also solved this place? But Big Brother spent so much effort to solve the secret here. Could it be that the god had returned? Yun Nuashing knew what she was thinking. She shrugged and said, "Let's go and take a look. There are 3 of them. Moreover, we've all met them once." Met them once? Ming's face was full of suspicion. However, she didn't explain further. She just let herself be pulled along and jogged. Between each of the golden palaces, there was a long golden corridor. The decorations were not very different. At each corridor, there was a void wall. It was used to switch the celestial King Valley between 2 different dimensions. However, Yun Nuashing didn't think too much about the significance of these 2 dimensions. She had a guess, but it wasn't very reliable. She would only know all these when she reached the innermost part of the palace. Is this really the so-called Celestial Emperor's 9 melodies? In the deepest part of the Golden Palace, on one of the walls, there were no more round balls like the other walls. There was only a golden ball in the middle. The rest of the walls were engraved with mysterious runes that couldn't be understood. Yen Hua and the thin man were dumbfounded. As for the devilish man, he was sitting cross-legged under the wall. Strands of rhythmic sound came from his body. He had the same aura as the runes on the golden wall. I can't understand it. I can't understand it at all. The thin man frowned. He couldn't feel any pressure in this place. However, if he looked at the runes on the wall, he would feel an even greater pressure from the sky. Therefore, he consciously didn't look at those runes. He kept looking around. He knew that those things weren't something he could touch. Yanhua nodded. He couldn't understand it either. Perhaps the only thing he could gain from it was when Lu, who also cultivated rhythmic sound. However, although he couldn't understand it, he could feel an aura that was above heaven and earth from the golden runes. It was very terrifying. It can't be wrong. Ordinary tunes wouldn't have such power. Moreover, this rhythmic sound is like a rainbow. It has the momentum of an army of 10,000. It's earth-shattering. It should be a battle song. If the rumors outside are correct, it might be the battle song of the Celestial King. The devilish man raised his head and said to the 2 of them, "You've understood it?" Yen Hua looked at him. His tone was indifferent, as if this was a matter of course. "It's not that easy." The devilish man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This is the Celestial Emperor's 9 melodies. The information content is not for show. Well, it will take some time. However, I've recorded most of the sounds on the wall." Yen Hua smiled faintly and said, "In the future, you can also use your own natal song to enter it, replace it, or even surpass it." "Aya, Yen Hua, you're making me shy by praising me like this." The devilish man waved his hand and smiled embarrassedly. The 2 of them were speechless. You still know how to be embarrassed? The skinny man knew that Yen Hua wasn't flattering him. He also knew that his strength and talent were at the top of the younger generation. They had watched him walk step by step. In the future, he would definitely reach the top of the immortal origin list of the deities in the immortal source world. He could fight against immortal emperors as a deity. This battle record might not be the best in history, but it was still quite powerful. It would be no problem for him to reach the top of the sovereign list of the 2nd generation of Kuan Plain. I wonder who is stronger, Brother Yi or that spiritual godly body. The skinny man suddenly thought of something. After a while, he shook his head and smiled faintly in his heart. Brother Yi is the strongest. Even if he faces the spiritual godly body, he won't be afraid. Suddenly, the bewitching man raised his head and looked at the golden wall. He had already memorized all the runes on the wall. All that was left was for him to comprehend them. But this place doesn't seem to be suitable for comprehending. Yen Hua and Ming Ming raised their heads and saw him turn around. The two of them also looked over. Two figures walked in hand through the door of the main hall. The rainbow-colored long hair and the silver-white long hair fluttered in the wind. They had an ethereal temperament that no one could match as they walked in slowly. Yun Nuoshing and Ming raised their heads. The devilish man and the other two looked down from the stairs. As their gazes converged, the space seemed to freeze. Chapter 978. When Wu Shuang's eyes met, the space froze for a moment. When he saw where they were standing, Ming Ming frowned slightly. Did this mean that someone had beaten them to it? He did not expect that someone would actually be able to arrive here before them. Could it be that these people were very familiar with this place? Or were they the reincarnated gods? No, they don't have the smell of reincarnation on them, Yun Nuoshing said in her soul. Although you can't sense it, but, well, as an experienced reincarnator, I can clearly sense other reincarnators unless they are divine realm reincarnators or above. It's easy to distinguish the smell on them. Then who are they? Ming frowned slightly. She had no impression of these three people. There was no need for her to remember them. She did not pay attention to them at all. Sometimes, even if she had interacted with them before, she would quickly forget them if she did not know them well. Only Yun Nuoshing had a little impression of them because she had paid attention to them. Who knows? To us, they might just be passers-by. To them, we are also just passers-by. As for how they came in, Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. I don't know. Maybe they were lucky. Of course. I'm just saying it on the surface because I don't want to think too much. In fact, they must have their own ways to come in. Either they were lucky or they received some kind of decree. I'm not sure. It's precisely because there are too many possibilities that I like to say lucky to express that I don't want to think too much. For now, they don't seem to be hostile. It's very likely that they have obtained the immortal song here. Ming's expression was calm. She asked in her soul, Brother, what should we do? Don't worry. This thing is not a one-time thing. They took it. As long as they don't destroy it, we don't have to worry about it. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, she took a step forward and waved her hand in greeting. Yo! The three of them were slightly stunned. Yi Wenlu also smiled and waved his hand. Hello. Have you finished? Yun Nuoshing pointed at the wall and asked. Yi Wenlu revealed a very handsome smile. Just as he was about to nod and say that ladies first, Yun Nuoshing continued, If you're not done, you can continue. We're not in a hurry. As he said this, he pulled Ming to the other side of the hall. They stood with their backs against the wall, as if they were reflecting on their mistakes. Yi Wenlu still maintained his handsome smile, but it looked a little stiff. Yen Hua glanced at him and said, Your charming smile is useless against them. Put it away. The bewitching man glared at him in annoyance. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing, and a hint of helplessness and doubt flashed through his eyes. How did they get here? Could it be that, like him, they stumbled in here by accident? After thinking for a while, Yi Wenlu couldn't guess the answer. He sighed and turned to look at the wall. He did need a little more time. Although he had finished recording and could comprehend it any time and anywhere in the future, it wasn't as comprehensive as comprehending it on the spot. Perhaps there was something hidden. Although the three of them didn't do anything strange, Ming still maintained a trace of vigilance. However, to be honest, the three divine children couldn't hurt them no matter how much trouble they caused. What's wrong, little girl? Are you interested in someone else? Seeing that she kept staring at the three of them, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but tease her. Her gaze lingered on the bewitching man for a while. She said, Sound lawyer, you seem to have great attainments in the field of music. You can cause a faint resonance in the Celestial Emperor's 9 tunes. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Maybe you're a genius too. Do you want to get to know him? I'm not interested. He's just a four-legged insect that has a little more special than an ordinary paramecium. Ming sighed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing with a little bitterness. She muttered in a low voice, "Besides, he's not as beautiful as Big Brother. Men, I don't want to come into contact with him." "Your brother is also a man." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. This girl was mocking him. "Big Brother is different." Ming lowered her head and muttered. She lowered her head and stared at her bare feet. She added in her heart, "In my heart, no one is more important than you." Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and looked at this girl in confusion. He had never asked her about what happened in those 9 years. His angel sister didn't mention it either. Just like that, the two of them silently chose to bury that incident. However, the traces of the changes caused by that incident couldn't be concealed. Yun Nuoxing still couldn't understand. What exactly did this innocent little girl go through to become like this today? She was so wary of the world and was so wary of everything. It was just like Yun Nuoxing's hands trembled slightly. She was just like Quarter Moon during her most difficult period. She was wary of the world and everyone. She was hostile to everyone and had the greatest vigilance. Feeling his gaze, Ming also raised her head and looked into his eyes. She reached out and pinched his nose. She smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch her little nose. He pulled her cheeks and pinched them into all sorts of funny shapes. The golden runes on the wall shone with a light that was like a calm, breathing rhythm. The golden light sprinkled on Yi Wenluo's body. It seemed to be responding and resonating with him. The light emitted by the runes wasn't very obvious. It couldn't be compared to the golden light that shone in the hall. After a period of time, the three of them still hadn't left. This meant that Yi Wenluo hadn't finished comprehending that part of the runes. To a god expert, this amount of time wasn't even enough for him to take a nap. However, Yun Nuoxing had already started to yawn. He was slightly impatient. His patience was almost worn out. "This guy is so slow. I finished engraving and reading half an hour ago. Why is he still sitting there stubbornly?" Yun Nuoxing yawned and said to Ming in his soul, "Finished reading? So fast?" Ming was a little surprised. She had only comprehended half of it, but it had been completely engraved in her mind. When she heard that he had finished it half an hour ago, she was even more surprised. "I don't really understand the celestial songs in the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. I can feel that this is a battle song. However, is this the Celestial King battle song? I keep feeling that something isn't right. It feels like there's something missing. To be listed as one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, there shouldn't be only this much information. If there's no indication, then it's the Celestial King battle song. Of course, what's on the wall isn't complete. There should still be a considerable amount of hidden information. It's probably the final defense to prevent someone from accidentally coming in and taking away the complete version of the celestial song. If one can't find the real location, they can only take away this part that looks very powerful. In fact, it's only a small part, but others might not be able to understand it. After all, just this small part already contains a lot of information. It's chaotic, profound, and difficult to understand. It will mislead other people's judgment and make them think that this is all there is to it. If I didn't have the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, I reckon that I would have been fooled as well. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Her gaze swept across the great hall and finally landed on the round bead in the center of the wall. That thing has some unusual traces. I saw some interesting things that probably require a deity-level technique to activate, but he looked at the three people and muttered, "What a waste of time." Ming also understood that as long as the three of them were still here, he wouldn't do anything else. He wasn't so kind as to give others an opportunity or something. They weren't familiar with each other, so there was no need for that. It was better to wait. Another hour passed. Yun Nuoshing and Ming leaned against each other and almost fell asleep. When they woke up with a start, they saw that the three of them were still there at a leisurely pace. They couldn't help but complain in unison, in their souls. So slow. Ming sighed. She had finished half an hour ago, and was just waiting to see the rest. Why were these people so slow? It seemed that saying that they were four-legged worms that were a little special just now was praising them too highly. On the other side, Yi Wenlu and the other two were still comprehending without stopping. If they knew that Yun Nuoshing and Mingyu were complaining that they were too slow, they would probably vomit blood. They had already comprehended at full speed, but that was the limit of their speed. They felt that their comprehension speed was much faster than before, but in front of these two freaks, their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They couldn't be blamed for complaining. Compared to the two of them, this speed was really too slow. Although it was said that slow work produced fine work, their comprehension speed and efficiency couldn't be compared to Yun Nuoshing and Mingyu at all. Sensing that Yi Wenlu still had a faint lingering charm of the immortal melody, Yun Nuoshing wanted to turn hostile and scold him. This guy was really too slow. Too slow. Time was passing by. You bastard. You were wasting your life. Little star, where did you go? A voice suddenly sounded in her soul, causing Yun Nuoshing's eyes to narrow. This was Xian's voice. It seemed like they had woken up. Stupid Angel and I are outside. We are still in the Immortal King Valley. We have already found the place where the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies are stored. Yun Nuoshing reassured her. She then said, "Is everything all right over there? Since you guys have woken up, does that mean the melody has ended?" Xian shook her head and said, "We are fine here. The melody in the valley hasn't ended yet. Everyone is still in the state. It's just that I comprehended too much and felt dizzy. I had no choice but to wake up." "Oh, it's fine as long as you guys are fine. Wait for us there. Once we are done here, we will go back immediately," Yun Nuoshing said. Xian acknowledged and reminded them to be careful. Only then did they end the conversation in their souls. After a long time, Ming was about to fall asleep. He rested his head on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder, and his breathing was weak. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a faint conversation suddenly sounded in the main hall. The two of them woke up. "Are you done this time?" Seeing Yi Wenlu stand up, Yanhua opened her eyes and asked, "Yes, I'm done comprehending." Yi Wenlu smiled and nodded. He turned to look at the wall with golden runes and said, "The wall still has a weak detection reaction. Is this reaction considered big or small?" Yanhua and the skinny man looked at the slightly bright wall. Yanhua said it should be considered top-notch. "After all, it is you." "Yanhua, I told you to keep a low profile." Yi Wenlu shook his head, helplessly. "It's probably a little short of perfect. I still need some time to comprehend." The skinny man covered his face speechlessly. He was already used to it. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just overuse. It's just the Celestial Emperor's 9 tunes. You will surpass everything, including the previous owner of this place. He's just helping you," Yanhua said expressionlessly. When Yun Nuoshing and Ming heard this, they were slightly stunned. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. It was really rare to hear such disrespectful words to the gods. Moreover, he actually dared to say that he could surpass everything. Could this guy be the son of some god? They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Yun Nuoshing sneered in her heart. Those who are disrespectful to the gods. Forget it, I won't say anything. Girl, don't learn from them. As she said this, she reached out and rubbed the long hair of the angel beside her. Ming rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. I'll listen to my brother. My brother told me to maintain respect for the gods. Because my brother was once a god, I respect my brother, so I'll also respect the gods. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still wanted to use him as a springboard to show her respect. What kind of special existence was he in this girl's heart? He was even more special than the other girls. It was almost to the point of morbidity when he saw Ming looking at him, and Mei Mao's sparkling eyes were like the most beautiful scenery in the world. He suddenly felt that it didn't seem so bad. Sorry, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Yi Wenlu led Yan Hua and Mingyu to Yun Nuoshing, and Mingyu and said softly with a smile. Yun Nuoshing and Ming regained their senses and glanced at this person. The latter turned his gaze away without interest. No matter how seductive and beautiful his smile was, he couldn't arouse any interest. For some reason, he even felt a little disgusted. Oh, it's nothing. I just took a nap. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and pulled Ming to stand up. He looked at the wall that had calmed down and said, Are you done? Yi Wenlu nodded. Then we'll go over now, okay? Yun Nuoshing said again. Although it was a question, he had already pulled Ming around the three people and walked to the steps to sit down cross-legged. When he saw that the two beauties didn't even want to look at him, Yi Wenlu felt bored and smiled embarrassedly. Yan Hua couldn't help but sigh. Don't smile. It's about to dislocate. The thin man also couldn't help but sigh. This playboy also had a day when he hit the wall. These two girls were a grade more beautiful than his fiancée. Their temperament was like the holy spirits among the fairies. How could there be people with such temperament in the world? Moreover, judging from their strength, they didn't seem weak either. It was no wonder that Yi Wenlu was a little interested in them. Unfortunately, they weren't interested in him at all. Am I that kind of person? It's just a polite greeting. Yi Wenlu looked at the two people in annoyance and muttered to himself as he walked toward the door. TSK, TSK, TSK. Behind him, Yan Hua and the thin man couldn't help but smack their lips. This guy didn't have any self-awareness at all. Yun Nuoshing and Ming pretended to sit on the steps and looked at the wall. After a long time, when the three people had walked far away and their auras could no longer be sensed in the palace, Yun Nuoshing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and sealed the palace. They're finally gone. How troublesome. Yun Nuoshing muttered and waved his hand. A transparent aura emerged from his body and circled in the air. It quickly burrowed into the most conspicuous golden bead on the wall. After a moment of silence, it suddenly emitted a strong light. A blinding light bloomed from the golden bead and flooded the entire palace. The two people hurriedly closed their eyes and covered their eyes with their arms. However, the strong light directly penetrated their bodies. Even with their eyes closed, they could sense the situation around them and see each other's figures clearly. Buzz! A pure golden light shot out from the golden bead and quickly penetrated between Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows. This scene could be seen even with their eyes closed. Ming was so shocked that his heart almost shattered when he saw it. However, when he sensed that Yun Nuoshing's aura was still stable and her soul was stable, he instantly relaxed. Brother? Brother! After he relaxed, he spread his wings, turned his back to the wall, and hugged Yun Nuoshing in his arms. He felt that Yun Nuoshing seemed to be absent-minded and called out to him in a panic. In the end, when he raised his head, he saw that in the hall that was flooded with golden light, there were many golden runes in the air. They were densely packed and incomparably mysterious. They were as deep as the stars, and they flickered with an incomprehensible obscure light. Those runes that were engraved in the air were connected by rays of light. Looking at the source, it seemed to be coming from the back of Yun Nuoxing's head. Ming couldn't understand what those runes were. He stood there anxiously. He sensed that Yun Nuoxing's condition was very good, but she seemed to be in a daze now. She didn't know what was happening and didn't know what to do. Ku. Just as she was about to cry from anxiety, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled. His lifeless eyes gradually lit up. The runes that came out from the back of his head suddenly trembled slightly. Then they followed the rays of light and shrank back to the back of his head. Ming quickly reached out and touched it. He thought that he would touch a hole, but there was nothing there. It was as if the rays of light had just passed through it. When those runes shrank back into his head, the dazzling golden light around him also dimmed and gradually returned to its normal color. When his eyes regained their light, the two diamond-shaped eyes in his pupils also gradually came to life. Yun Nuoxing blinked. As the light around him slowly returned to normal, he could also open his eyes and see the situation in front of him clearly. Then he saw Ming's slightly red Maimao. She looked as if a storm was about to pour down. He was stunned when he saw her. "What happened to you?" Yun Nuoxing reached out and pinched the girl's cheeks. Ming blinked and rubbed his eyes. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. What was that just now?" Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. He rubbed the star pearl between his eyebrows and closed his eyes to feel it for a while. After a while, he said, "It's an intact celestial king battle song. The amount of information was a little too much, so I still fainted for a while." After carefully feeling it for a while, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs, the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song. As expected of the Celestial King Battle Song. The Celestial King Battle Song was not inferior to the 4 songs of heaven and earth that were born from the heavens and earth. The profoundness of it was very mysterious. When Ming heard it, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought that something bad was going to happen to him. She was so scared that her mind was unsteady. Now that she saw that he was fine, she relaxed greatly. "Sigh, if only I learned some music. But it doesn't seem too late. From now on, I should take some time to learn music. Otherwise, if I don't use the few celestial songs that I have, it would feel like a waste of God's gifts." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Ming smiled and nodded. He said, "It's done? Is there anything else?" "Oh, there's something else. It's a rather big thing." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled faintly. Yun Nuoxing looked outside the main hall and said, "I just discovered it. It's not about the Celestial King Battle Song. This can be left to slowly comprehend. It can't be rushed. There's something else that needs to be dealt with. It's about this Celestial King Valley." Chapter 9, 79. The one that the 3 of them comprehended earlier. Oh, it's an incomplete version. The complete Immortal King Battle Song is hidden in this ball and has just been activated. They don't have the means to activate it right under my nose. If they could, at least one of them would be a heavenly god, the current heavenly god. When Ming asked about what the 3 of them had seen just now, Yun Nuoxing said in a very casual tone, he didn't care what the 3 of them had gained. Whether they had obtained the complete or incomplete version, he wouldn't pay attention to it. However, if they had obtained the complete version of the Immortal King Battle Song from him, he would be unhappy. This was a fundamental difference. Now, Yun Nuoxing looked at Ming took his little hand, and walked into the void wall outside the Great Hall. They came to another place, which was the immortal King Valley of this era. The spiraling melody immediately poured into their ears. Moreover, there was another melody that was relatively close to them. It was exactly the same as the sound in the valley. It seemed to be playing right beside them. Ming was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at the door of the great hall behind him. On the door, he saw a water blue curtain hanging down from the top of the great hall like a stream of water, all the way to the ground. It was as though he was really looking at a river, and the melody was floating out from it. He had never felt that the melody was actually so close. "It's this place. The melody came from here." Yun Nuoxing nodded. He reached out and touched the water blue curtain. It was slightly cool to the touch, soft and gentle, as though it was really a curtain formed by a flowing river. Through the water blue, transparent curtain, he could vaguely see the situation inside. It was the same great hall that he had just seen, but the space inside was engraved with many deep white runes. There was an inexplicable rhythm flowing inside. The melody that came out was very beautiful and ethereal. It was captivating, as though it could bring people to immortality. Ming couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated when he heard it. However, to Yun Nuoxing, this melody was dangerous, very dangerous. "Little girl, if you close your eyes now, you will become an immortal," Yun Nuoxing reminded him in a timely manner. He pulled the stupid angel into his arms and rubbed her face hard with both hands. Ming, who had just heard the sound, was stunned and quickly came back to his senses. No one has ever been so close to the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. The illusory carrier is playing a unique celestial melody, the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were incomparably sharp. He immediately saw through the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. It was just an illusory carrier that simulated the great Tao of the divine realm. No one could really capture the carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm. They could only make it appear here vaguely and create an illusory entity that could communicate with the real world. They could move it from a state where it could not be seen or touched to a state where it could be seen and touched. Then, they used this man-made carrier of the great Tao of the divine realm to play the voice of the divine realm's great Tao of the divine realm. Was this the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm? It is indeed the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Although I have never heard of it before, there is an aura that is exactly the same as the aura of the other three celestial melodies. It is this aura that allows me to conclude that this is the celestial melody of the great Tao of the divine realm. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and stroked the hair of the angel in her arms. Then she sighed. Yun Nuoxing looked at the water curtain quietly for a long time. Then she let go of Ming and took out the swirling zither from her heart and handed it to the stupid angel. Then she took out a completely black zither. It was as black as charcoal. There were no patterns on it at all. It was absolute darkness. Even light couldn't reflect its appearance. The 7 strings of the black zither were very beautiful. They had the color of the star domain. Specks of starlight could be seen in the black zither. It was a gorgeous color. "Girl, do you know the Immortal King Battle song?" Yun Nuoxing smiled gently at Ming. She had also seen the part of the wall just now. There shouldn't be any problems. Ming took the swirling zither and took a light breath. "If it's just the part on the wall, there shouldn't be any problems." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "Don't use your soul to play. Just use weak energy to activate it. Leave the rest to your heart to play." After speaking, she took a deep breath. The sonic immortal barrier. It should be. You need to use pure music to shatter it. However, I don't know the conditions. I will play the complete Immortal King battle song. You just need to play it with my music. Is there no problem? Brother just got the Immortal King battle song. Will it be a little difficult? Ming was a little hesitant. He wanted to slow down. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Then she smiled slightly and said, "No problem. I can handle it. Before I play the next part, I can read it. The failure rate should only be 30%. Ming still wanted to say something, but he hesitated and didn't say anything. During this pause, Yin Nuoshing began to play. The black zither that was suffused with an inexplicable aura sounded with a passionate and awe-inspiring melody. There was no beginning or end. It went straight to the climax. This was the beginning of the Immortal King battle song. It went straight to the climax. No one had the time to listen to the slow prelude in battle. If they did, half of the people would have died. Even without using her soul or too much energy to play, Hui Ming could feel an unparalleled fighting spirit from the music, which made her blood boil. It was as if she was standing in the star field watching the shocking scene of the birth and destruction of the stars. It was like the beginning of the universe, the beginning of the great desolation. It was as if she was standing in the boundless open world, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. One man could hold back 10,000 men. The surging passion of the music made her heart surge. Unknowingly, she was drawn in, and her soul was shaken to the core. This was the first time she had officially heard the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs. It was so grand and shocking. It was so fascinating. He was worthy of the title Immortal Emperor. She was stunned for a full minute before she came back to her senses. Her jade-like hands quickly landed on the swirling zither. She used a tone that was slightly lower than Yun Nuoshing's music to hide the sound of the zither in his music, just as he said just now. As they played together, the dominant power was in Yun Nuoshing's hands. In this music, he was the one leading an army of thousands, and he only had one enemy. Buzz, buzz. The rumbling music made the space tremble. One could hear the vibrations of elements that could not be heard in the past. In this exciting music, there was also a faint music mixed in. It had an ethereal celestial sound, like a piece of celestial music. It reverberated between the music played by the two people. Not only was there no disharmony, but it also made the music more charming. The combination of the two pieces seemed to have caused a resonance. Vaguely, something seemed to be born between heaven and earth. This strange feeling first attracted Yun Nuoshing's attention. He looked down at the black zither and narrowed his eyes slightly. The music in his hands showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more hurried. The celestial song of the great Tao in the main hall also inadvertently revealed a true celestial sound. The two pieces resonated together, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had descended. This was a very strange feeling, so strange that it made him want to play the prelude to Reincarnation, the song of the ninth netherworld, and the lingering sound of chaos together. Celestial song resonance? It's an unconscious resonance. It's not controlled by me. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. Since the primeval age, the 9 songs listed in the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs had not changed. He wondered if there was a necessary reason for this. After 70 long eras, the rules of heaven and earth in the Antiquity Age were not weaker than those in the Primeval Age. It was just that the rules of heaven and earth in the Antiquity Age were replaced with the old ones. The strength of the rules of heaven and earth did not change. There were still 2 or 3 eras after that. Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of the prelude to Reincarnation and the lingering sound of chaos that he played at the last moment in the Eternal Nightmare. The two pieces seemed to have undergone a natural self-integration. They naturally merged into one. The resonance of the two pieces did not make the music sound chaotic and noisy. Instead, it truly became a kind of music, a brand new kind of music. The Celestial Emperor's 9 songs. Was there a necessary reason for it to be ranked as one of the Celestial Emperor's 9 songs? He felt as if he had inadvertently touched on something. He caught hold of this idea and did not let it go. With his thinking, he suddenly had many guesses and eliminated those unreliable ones the moment they were born. Many thoughts flashed and merged. In the end, he had a guess that might be very close to the truth. Originally, there were only the 6 songs of the fairy in the world, which were the 4 songs of heaven and earth, and the 2 songs of the celestial phoenix. Later on, 3 songs were added, and then it was changed to the 9 songs of the celestial emperor. These 3 songs were not born in the world, but were the natal divine songs created by the gods themselves. Perhaps it was because these 3 songs were similar to the 6 songs of the fairy in some way, or could it be that the 3 songs were created to cater to the 6 songs and could finally trigger a resonance? In the end, who arranged the 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor? There was still a question in Yun Nuoxing's mind, but he felt that there was no need to guess the answer. Only the people at that level were qualified to do so. The legendary realm above the divine realm symbolized the end of the world, the end of existence, and the end of infinity. This answer made his heart skip a beat. The 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor were arranged by a supreme existence for some purpose. That person wanted to explore something. Maybe it was related to the realm of the gods, or maybe it was related to the entire 8 elements realm. Many flickering thoughts made Yun Nuoxing's eyes slightly widen. The waves caused by those complicated and chaotic thoughts were no less than a war song playing in his soul, making his soul boil. It was not until a soft call made him come back to his senses in an instant. "Brother, brother!" Yun Nuoxing's hands trembled slightly, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that the zither music had stopped. His hands were covered in sweat and trembling slightly. A few drops of shiny water could be seen on the strings of the zither. Ming stood beside him, holding the swirling zither. There was a touch of confusion on her beautiful and holy face. She did not know what to do next. Seeing that he was in a daze, she could only remind him, "The door has been opened. Brother, are you still going to stand there like a fool?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He raised his head and saw that the water curtain had indeed disappeared. He did not know how long it had been. He did not know how long he had been in a daze. Even Ming could not help but remind him that it should have been a while. "It's not good to be in a daze in this place." Ming reminded him again. She freed a wing to hold the black zither and pulled Yun Nuoxing into the hall. "What's there to think about? Get the celestial song in front of you first. It'll be bad if you miss the opportunity." No matter what it was, it was not something that he could think about for now. He could deduce it in the past, but he did not have the qualifications to do so now. Everything would have to wait until he returned to that realm. For now, it was better to collect this strange thing first. This world was full of secrets, and they had always existed. Oh, this is the carrier of the celestial song of the great Tao, a virtual carrier of the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. In the center of the golden hall, there was an azure ball about 3 meters in size floating in the air. The rippling light on its surface made it look like a ball of water, but if one reached out and touched it lightly, they would feel that it was solid and slightly cold. It was a huge azure stone. Yun Nuoxing reached out and tapped it lightly with a strange expression. This was the reflection of the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. It allowed the invisible and intangible laws to appear in a tangible form in front of them. It was a representation of the laws of the realm of the gods. Even if it was destroyed, it would not affect the body. He had tried to create this thing in the past, but in the end, he died before he could complete it. Emma, I see. Yun Nuoshing's eyes shone brightly. She looked at the azure stone and nodded. She was a little surprised. She had thought that this thing was the result of the god's consumption of who knows how many years to obtain it. In this medium of the great path, there is a strand of divine consciousness. The existence of this strand of divine consciousness causes the laws of the great path to continuously gather here. It condenses over a long period of time until a certain amount of the power of the laws appears. Then, through a special method, this medium is revealed. It was not slowly created by the god. Well, that strand of divine consciousness was left behind by him, so it can be considered that he successfully created it himself. Ming tilted her head in confusion. She heard some lingering thoughts in it. Seeing her gaze, Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her head. After all, I have tried to create this thing before, but I failed. Yun Nuoshing smiled silently. Then she stepped to the side and went around the water stone, walking toward the back. Ming pulled her hand and hurriedly followed. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she did not say anything. Moreover, there was no need to say anything. When she went around the stone, she saw that in the depths of the hall, on the platform of the 3 steps, there was something that she was very concerned about. Ming's expression trembled slightly. It was a 2-meter-long ice blue coffin. The surface of the coffin was smooth. Other than some musical notes engraved on it, there were no other marks. There was also no oppressive aura. It felt very ordinary. The ice blue coffin seemed to be an ice coffin. It exuded some cold air, causing Yun Nuoshing and Ming to feel a little cold. It was not made of ordinary materials. When they approached the ice coffin and looked inside, the ice coffin did not have a lid. There was a body lying flat inside. It was a man. His face was ruddy, but he did not make a sound. His body was full, and he did not look like a person who had been dead for many years. Xianyuan ice, a material used to make coffins. It is very popular with the gods. Being buried in it can preserve one's body for eternity. If the hall here can withstand the great samsara, it can be stored until the next era. If no one finds it, it can be preserved forever. Yun Nuoshing gently touched the edge of the ice coffin and looked at the body that seemed to be sleeping. The body was no different from a living person, except that there was no sign of life. Is he already dead? Ming clenched his jade-like hands. This was the first time he had seen the corpse of a god. He did not feel the same oppressive aura. Regarding this, Yun Nuoshing also found it very strange. A god's corpse would also retain a terrifying aura that prevented people from approaching it. Dead. He is completely dead. His divine soul has been destroyed. There is no sign of life left. Rest in peace, buddy. I hope that you can fulfill your unfulfilled wishes in your next life. Yun Nuoshing sighed. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. He bowed slightly to the god's corpse. Ming, who was beside him, saw this and quickly followed suit. Just as Ming was about to straighten up with Yun Nuoshing's actions, he caught a glimpse of something on the left side of the ice coffin. He immediately pulled Yun Nuoshing over to take a look. It's ancient language. I don't understand it. What about you, brother? Ming frowned after taking a look. He turned his head to look at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing also frowned when he saw it. I don't understand it either. The languages he knew included the language of the mythological era, the language of the primordial era, the common language of this era, and some other strange languages. However, he did not recognize this language. But it's fine. The Book of the Epics can decipher it. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and took out the golden ball of light. The moment he took it out, the line of words changed before his eyes. It changed from unfamiliar to familiar. It was very magical. This is not a language left for others to mourn. I also don't want this place to be a companion of time and eventually turn to dust. This is the final work I left behind on the day of my death. My longtime pursuit is to create an immortal song that is as beautiful as the 9 songs of the Celestial Emperor. However, it is only now that I realize how ridiculous my thoughts are. I have taken the wrong path, after all. However, I don't want to admit defeat. The great Tao immortal song of the 4 songs of heaven and earth, which represents the rules of the divine realm, will be reproduced by me. Yun Nuoxing and Ming were stunned when they heard this. It was just as they had guessed. This deity had chosen to enter the cycle of reincarnation, hoping that he would come here in his next life to search for everything he had lost. If he could not, he also hoped that someone could find this place. He did not want his final effort to be left here, to collect dust. Did he succeed in the end? Ming pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. It's hard to say. The path of reincarnation is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be forever separated from your previous life. You will have to reincarnate many times before you can return to the divine realm. Even your spirit will be obliterated into a mortal soul. In the end, nothing will be left. He is no longer himself, but he is himself. The pursuit of a lifetime is ethereal and unreachable. I don't want to leave the things that I cherish for the future. I only hope that this life will be perfect and flawless. So, I hope that you can enjoy the karma of reincarnation, my friend. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. He turned around and clenched his hand at the water blue stone that was about 10 feet in size. The latter instantly turned into a small stone that was only the size of a little thumb. Then, with a slight tremble, it drilled into the space between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. The melody that filled the entire hall disappeared, and the light gradually dimmed. Everything became silent, and the melody that floated in the valley also stopped abruptly. The melody that floated in the Immortal King Valley suddenly disappeared. Countless people woke up in a daze. They looked around, stretched their bodies, and began to carefully appreciate the benefits that they had just obtained. They could not help but giggle foolishly. Then they looked forward to the next performance of the celestial song. However, no one knew that the celestial song would not be played again. The carrier of the great Tao is under my care. If you can find your past one day, come and find me. I will hand it over to you. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and said softly, Chapter 980, The Carrier of the Great Tao Immortal Song, apart from the things it carried, wasn't anything particularly powerful. It just happened to bear this responsibility. If it was something else, it could also become a carrier of the rules of the Great Tao. After taking the carrier of the Great Tao, Yun Nuoxing and Ming walked around the palace again, but they didn't find anything. The only thing worth mentioning in the entire palace was the carrier of the Great Tao, which had already been taken away. There was also the ice coffin. Unfortunately, other than the words on the coffin, there was no other information. The two of them also didn't know who was buried in the ice coffin. History didn't record who the owner of the Immortal King Valley was, and they didn't know who the previous owner of the Immortal King Battle Song was. It was very mysterious, as if this information had been deliberately concealed. So, while the group of us were collectively comprehending, the two of you ran out to have sex. When Yun Nuoxing and Ming returned to the small inn, they saw the malicious gazes of the crowd as soon as they entered. Some of the gazes even turned green, and the two of them felt their hair stand on end. Little Angel is such a pure and holy existence. You can even bear to lay your hands on her. You are indeed 1,000-year-old pervert and 10,000-year-old pervert. Chu Yingzhan also clicked her tongue in disdain. Yun Nuoxing was instantly speechless. He let out a long sigh and waved his hand. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. Pack up and get ready to leave. There's no need to stay in this place anymore. Oh, you got the Immortal Emperor 9 songs. Is it the Immortal King Battle song? Everyone asked curiously. He said that they went to have sex just to tease them. He didn't even have the energy to explain himself, so he might as well get down to business. In any case, they didn't think that the two of them went out to have fun for a while. Yes, that's right. Other than the Immortal King Battle song, there is also the Great Tao Immortal Song. Yun Nuoxing sighed. The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were stunned for a while, before slowly coming back to their senses. Yun Nuoxing wouldn't make fun of them for no reason. Since he said so, there shouldn't be any problems. But what exactly happened in this short half a day? How did he manage to get his hands on an immortal song in just half a day? Furthermore, there was an additional one. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and recounted what had happened in the past half a day. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. 2 immortal king valleys, 2 immortal songs. The group packed up and floated out of the inn, after which they flew rapidly towards the narrow valley of the Immortal King Valley. While flying rapidly, Yun Nuoxing vaguely saw 3 figures slowly walking out of the valley. They seemed to be leaving the Immortal King Valley as well. After the carrier of the Great Tao is taken away, will the celestial song in the valley stop ringing? Xian turned to look at the valley and asked. Yun Nuoxing nodded. The melody in the valley is just a wisp of the Great Tao that leaked out after it was formed. Now, that Great Tao carrier is with me. Yun Nuoxing pointed at her own head. So, what is the purpose of the 2 immortal king valleys and the 2 immortal Emperor 9 songs? Yuanshi scratched his head and asked in confusion. No one asked. Do you think you understand it yourself? Yun Nuoxing looked at him silently. I am a very honest person. Yuanshi crossed his arms and said righteously. Everyone looked at him and laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly and said, the immortal buried in that ice coffin is more or less related to the ancient times. I don't know how long the Immortal King Valley has existed. I can't find any clues. At least this period of time is enough for that immortal to use the divine consciousness left behind to evolve the Immortal King Battle Song into an immortal song of the Great Tao. It is a space that has been cut into 2 parts. The time and environment of the 2 spaces are different. One space recorded the Immortal King Battle Song, which was frozen in the past. The other space continued to flow along the long river of time, with the Immortal King Battle Song as the seed and the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal world as the soil. This immortal song of the Great Tao related to the Great Tao of heaven and earth of the immortal world was cultivated. Yun Nuoxing explained it very simply. Everyone understood and couldn't help but sigh. However, there was one thing that Yun Nuoxing didn't know. Ordinary people couldn't see the void wall. If they didn't complete the puzzle in the valley and comprehend it to a certain extent, they wouldn't be able to see the void wall. Yi Wenlu and the other 2 had entered the palace by accident. The only thing they could find was the Immortal King Battle Song that had been left behind in the past. The former came to the current Immortal King Valley and took away the carrier of the Great Tao. Of the 2 immortal songs, the immortal song of the Great Tao was more important to that immortal. The Immortal King Battle Song could be recovered through memory, but the immortal song of the Great Tao was taken away. The carrier of the Great Tao couldn't be created easily. The process of its creation was many times more complicated than what Yun Nuoshing had said. Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing knew about the other immortal song, but they didn't study it. The other group didn't know about it at all. It was very funny. What's next? Thousands of miles up in the sky, Yun Nuoshing and the others sat on the netherworld ruins sword and enjoyed the breeze. The night was very cool. Yuanshi stretched his body. Another matter had come to an end. There were no big ups and downs, and there were no grand twists and turns in the middle. This made them, who were used to grand occasions, uncomfortable. They felt that something was missing. Next, I'll send you back first. Then, I'll go to the music realm to rest for the night. We'll talk about it when I wake up tomorrow. Yun Nuoshing yawned. Although she said that, she had already made plans for the next itinerary. There were still 3 pillars of the origin in the Kuan-Yuan region waiting to be dealt with. They had to go to the southeast of the Kuan-Yuan region, which was called the Land of Kuan-Ming. It was also a place that was divided into 36 states. She would take a stroll and see if there was anything fun on the way. But now, at least for now, she had to get a good night's sleep. She had been using her brain for the past few days, and the 2 new immortal songs were still rumbling in her mind. Yun Nuoshing urgently felt that she needed to clear her head. It would be good to go back to the music realm and rest for a while. Oh, I feel dizzy. Yuanshi suddenly covered his head and said, his face slightly pale, "There's something echoing in my mind, like those songs just now." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She looked at the others and found that they were all sitting listlessly on the netherworld ruins, sword, looking dispirited. Even Ming, who had gone out with her, was the same. His eyelids were trembling, as if he was about to fall asleep. "Girl, how do you feel?" She knelt down beside Xian, pulled her into her arms, and asked softly. "Music, my mind is in a mess." Xian's pretty face was bitter. She frowned and kept rubbing between her eyebrows and temples. The immortal music echoing in her mind made her feel uncomfortable, but it was only a little uncomfortable, and she did not feel threatened. Yun Nuoshing looked at her condition and pondered for a while, then looked at the condition of Ming Ming and Little Moon. The little girls were all groggy and said, "The celestial tune has been left in your mind. It seems that you have unconsciously captured some of the true essence of the celestial tune. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. You just need to sleep and figure it out. Don't think about comprehending anything now. Your spiritual power is already tensed up, and after the tune dissipates, your spiritual power and soul should increase slightly. Overall, it's not a bad thing." Shaking her dizzy head, Chu Yingzhan frowned slightly. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was still standing there, she could not help but ask, "Oh, idiot, why are you fine?" "Who told you that I'm fine?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and pointed at her head. "The battle song of the immortal king and the immortal music of the great Tao are mixing in here, and my head is turning into mush. But I can still hold on for a while. Let's hurry back to the music world." Chu Yingzhan nodded. The war alarm had been lifted, and the entrance of the music world was not so tightly guarded. With Chu Yingzhan and her siblings around, there was no trouble in entering. After returning to the music world, Chu Yingzhan led a group of people to Chu Zhangping's residence. Her own small palace could not accommodate so many people. It was fine for them to be guests, but if they had to be placed inside, she could only let some of them stay in the cultivation room. "You're back so soon?" When Chu Zhangping saw a group of people crowded at the entrance of the courtyard, he was also stunned. It had only been less than 3 days. Could it be that they had hit a wall and could not handle it? However, when he saw the tired expressions of the group, he was stunned again. What happened? Could it be that they were exhausted from fighting? Let's not talk about this first. "Aunt, help me settle this group of idiots. I think everyone needs to rest for a period of time." Chu Yingzhan rubbed her temples and said tiredly. Everyone nodded helplessly and looked a little depressed. When they just left the immortal King Valley, it was nothing. However, since 10 minutes ago, there was a melody reverberating in their minds. It seemed to be a lingering melody that had not dissipated, and it made their minds in a mess. They wanted to find a quiet place to lie down and sleep, tidy up their heads, or cultivate. Chu Zhongping nodded and turned to rush into the residence. 2 to 3 minutes later, he rushed out again and hurriedly settled the group of little guys. When he returned to the hall, he saw that Chu Yingzhan had already fallen asleep on the sofa. When he saw this, he smiled helplessly and dotingly stroked her silky hair before carrying her into the room. This was probably the most peaceful sleep that everyone had ever had. In their dreams, there was a trace of celestial melody in their ears, making them feel incomparably relaxed. It was as though they were in a fairyland and their bodies were floating. However, their heads were still heavy and their feet were light. The next morning, they woke up in a daze. Although they felt a little better, they still felt a little uncomfortable. They might as well fall back into bed and sleep while wrapped in their blankets. Sleeping in occasionally shouldn't be a problem, right? Thus, another day passed like this. On the morning of the third day, someone crawled out of bed while trembling. His head was spinning and his vision was blurry. Every 2 steps he took, he would tremble and his vision would turn black. He felt as though he would collapse at any moment. "Brother Yuan, you're awake?" When Yuanshi walked to the hall, while trembling, he saw Chu Chen slumped on the sofa with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. When he saw Yuanshi walk over, he wanted to straighten up and get into a good posture. However, his back seemed to be glued to the sofa, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Yuanshi sat down on the other side, while trembling. After panting for a while, he covered his head with both hands and shook it with all his might, trying to get rid of the chaotic feelings. However, doing so only made his head dizzier, and he directly collapsed on the sofa. "Just you." Yuanshi's weak voice trembled as he spoke. After trying a few times, Chu Chen finally sat up while trembling all over. His hands trembled as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yuanshi. Sitting back in the chair, he softly said, "And, sister, and the others are still sleeping. Brother Yuan, are you feeling better?" Yuanshi shook his head. He felt very uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a mountain raw. His head was swollen and painful, and a lot of messy and meaningless information surged out like a tide. Seeing that his face was still uncomfortable, Chu Chen said again, "Why aren't you sleeping? If you feel uncomfortable, rest for a while more." "I'm not sleeping anymore." Yuanshi yawned and shook his head. "I feel like I won't be able to wake up if I continue sleeping, but, my head hurts. It's as if my head is pregnant." Yuanshi hugged his head and said, painfully. Chu Chen was speechless. What the hell is a pregnant head? Even if it's uncomfortable, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. After twitching on the sofa for a while, Yuanshi used his wrist to push his head a few times and said worriedly, "Where's your brother, Yun? Has he not woken up yet?" "Brother Yun is also..." "There's still music coming from his room. I feel uncomfortable when I hear it now." Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. The 2 of them sat there until the afternoon. They unconsciously fainted and woke up a few times. They only took in cold breaths. The symptoms didn't seem to be getting better. Instead, it seemed to be getting worse. It was as if a virus had broken out. Their swollen heads couldn't hold anything else, and even their thinking slowed down by many times. In the evening, Chu Zhongping came back from outside. Seeing that the two kids were in a completely abnormal situation, she couldn't help but be stunned. She hurriedly went over to check on them. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she said in shock, "Why are there so many nomological fragments in your heads?" "Huh, Yuan," she turned his head with a broken face. There was even a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. That handsome face of his looked like an idiot at that moment. When he heard Chu Zhongping's words, he couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly got up and walked towards the cultivation room. "I can't take it anymore. I have to deal with it. My brain is going to explode. I'll go too. Chu Chen also jumped up with a start. He trembled with every step, and after taking 3 steps, he almost fell down. Chu Zhongping was at a loss. What had this bunch of kids experienced? Xian Er is still asleep. Are these kids all right? Chu Zhongping sighed deeply. The same situation was happening to the others. All of them were clutching their heads and wailing on their beds. It felt as if they had a collective hangover and were about to explode when they woke up the next day. However, the situation could be even more serious. How can this be resolved? Look at my drunken stupor. My soul has flown out of the sky. Ouch! Who are you? How dare you assassinate me? Waiwa! Ouch! Chu Zhongping walked to the door of Nightmare's room and heard the strange sounds coming from inside. Her heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face trembled. She sighed in her heart. What had this bunch of kids encountered? They were even speaking nonsense. When she walked to the door of Yun Nuoxing's room and was about to push it open, she heard a leisurely and tranquil celestial music coming from inside. There was also an indescribable aura reverberating in the room. Her intuition told her that it was better not to open the door at this moment. She pressed her palm on the door and hesitated for a while. Then she sighed and walked away. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be unconscious on the surface, but his consciousness was busy in the spiritual world. In this place where the flames were raging, 4 or 5 types of music floated out. They did not blend together like they did in front of the palace door. Something was controlling them and preventing them from blending together, causing a small disturbance in the spiritual world. Originally, no matter how one played the celestial music, it would not be noisy at all. However, at this moment, it was exceptionally noisy, causing the listeners to feel restless. It was the chaos caused by the outburst of the celestial music that Yun Nuoxing had mastered, and it was difficult for him to control it. There seemed to be a small problem with the carrier of the celestial music, the carrier of the great Tao, which caused the disharmony between the celestial music. The ethereal, passionate, peaceful, and ethereal music surged here, making Yun Nuoxing very anxious. "Hey, can you do it or not?" Ziyi was hiding behind a temporary defensive wall, holding the egg that Feng had transformed into in her arms, so that she would not be accidentally hurt by the celestial music of the great Tao outside. At this moment, she poked her head out of the wall and looked at the turbulent sea of flames. "How do I know if I can do it or not? I feel that I can't do it at all. But even if I can't do it, I still have to do it." Yun Nuoxing said a lot of things that even he didn't understand. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not a question of whether he could do it or not. This was his soul, and he couldn't just give it up. Speaking of which, why did the celestial music suddenly have a problem? He had no problem with the 4 celestial music he had stored before, but now there were 2 more celestial songs. In his sight, the water blue stone was the carrier of the great Tao. At this moment, it was releasing a great power to the outside like a ball of thunder and lightning. However, it wasn't releasing thunder and lightning, but celestial music. Yun Nuoxing was anxious. Although he used to be a divine, immortal, he didn't have a way to deal with this situation in the past. His research on the 9 celestial songs of the immortal emperor only stopped at the level of knowing. At most, he knew more details than ordinary people. He didn't know that these celestial songs had been mixed together. No, they hadn't been mixed together yet. They had just been placed aside, and this problem had occurred. And it didn't seem like a problem at all. Damn it, what kind of problem is this? Yun Nuoshing was anxious. These celestial songs didn't seem to be repelling each other. Instead, they seemed to be resonating with each other, but they couldn't completely resonate. It was like seeing a creature on the street who seemed to be an old friend after not seeing each other for billions of years. He wanted to go up and greet them, but was worried that he might have mistaken them for someone else. Seeing that the flame mansion was beginning to shake and collapse, Zai was shocked. She hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and think of something. Our house is going to collapse. I don't have a way. Yun Nuoshing became even more anxious after being shouted at by Zai. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth fiercely, waved his hand, and threw a ball of light toward the great Tao carrier that was constantly shaking. Damn you! It was a very sudden reaction. After the ball of light came into contact with the great Tao carrier, the latter abruptly fell silent. The celestial music also gradually stopped, and the other celestial songs that seemed to be resonating with it also slowly weakened before finally disappearing. Zai and the others were also taken aback. Little heads slowly popped out from the walls, and they only heaved sighs of relief when they saw that the outside world was calm and the sea of flames was gradually calming down. "What did you do?" Zai glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was outside. Her heart was filled with suspicion, but she actually calmed down. Yun Nuoshing smiled sheepishly and pointed a finger at the great Tao carrier. Zai and the others turned to look. Then they saw that a 7-foot-long azure zither had appeared on top of the water-blue rock. Zai's eyes widened speechlessly. He actually threw the swirling dragon zither over. All right, it was the heavenly music god's park weapon after all. It wasn't surprising that it could suppress the immortal emperor's 9 songs. Zai felt that there were many things he could complain about, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 9, 81. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuoshing panted heavily as she sat in the sea of fire. Lon Exine, and the rest carefully poked their heads out and looked for a while. When they realized that the sea of fire had really calmed down, they rushed out from behind the wall and jumped to Yun Nuoshing's side. They looked at the rock that was suppressed by the whirlpool zither with lingering fear. "Is this enough?" Kaixia asked carefully. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a while and looked at the great Tao carrier. She nodded and said there should be no problem. After she finished speaking, she walked over to take a closer look. Then she reached out and took the whirlpool zither off the great Tao carrier. She thought that the whirlpool zither would suddenly attack and was prepared to smash it. However, the whirlpool zither was still quiet. She tried to read the information inside, but there was no problem. It was as if it had quietened down and was frightened by the whirlpool zither. She turned around and gestured to everyone that there was no problem. Lon Exine, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They carefully walked over and surrounded the great Tao carrier. They even reached out and knocked on it. However, they did not see anything special about it. It felt like a cold, hard rock. If they had not heard the ethereal celestial music from it, they would have thought that it was an ordinary rock by the roadside. It has quietened down. The celestial music of the great Tao has disappeared. Can we still cultivate in this situation? Ziyi reached out and knocked on the rock. After a while, she slammed her palm on it. However, the impact caused her hand to hurt. She grimaced. "There's no problem." Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, The celestial music of the great Tao is stored inside. We can use our souls to read the information inside at any time. The whirlpool zither only calmed them down. It's like, Ziyi, and the rest looked up. It's like a bunch of naughty children being suppressed, Yin Nuoxing said faintly. Zai, and the others all fell to the ground with a plop, their faces twitching. Yin Nuoxing helplessly spread out her hands. The performance of those immortal songs just now was really too much like a bunch of mischievous brats. They made a lot of noise, but didn't cause any harm. It was as if they just came out to make a ruckus. At most, they would cause some damage to the surrounding environment and disturb the neighbors. In the end, they were suppressed before they could really cause any harm. The 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor were originally the 6 songs of the fairy. Later on, the 3 songs of the Shun musician were added, and the compatibility between them and the 6 songs of the fairy. For the time being, I know that the battle song of the Immortal King has a 90% compatibility with the 4 songs of heaven and earth. The connection is naturally gentle, and the great Tao resonates. Perhaps there is a reason for adding the 3 battle songs of the Immortal Emperor into the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor. That existence should be a powerhouse above the heavenly god realm. He may be using the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor to deduce something. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, the gazes of the others changed slightly. There was an indescribable astonishment. The level of the problem involved was already very high. Ordinary immortals might not even be able to come into contact with it. Yun Nuoxing thought of something. She looked at Lan Xian, and said, Xian, during the age of mythology, have you heard of the 9 songs of the Immortal Emperor? Lan Xian, tried hard to recall for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and in the end, she shook her head helplessly. I don't know. When I was sealed, I didn't have a deep understanding of many things in the realm of gods. The deepest understanding I had was the things around Rain Country and the country I was in. As for the deeper knowledge, before I came into contact with it, it was already Brother Nuoxing. When you mentioned the age of mythology, I also thought of something. Lan Xian's eyes lit up. Mei Mao's eyes flashed, and something suddenly surged into her mind. That deity Glaze, Sister Glaze, isn't she from the ancient era? Why, about that. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He didn't expect Lan Xian to mention this at this time. This is related to one thing. It's a plan, a conjecture. It's related to the path after becoming a deity. It's a bit long to explain it in detail. You just need to know that the Glaze from the ancient era and the Glaze from the age of mythology are the same person. Well, Glaze is indeed from the ancient era. In the age of mythology, she used a little trick to let a puppet clone that didn't have intelligence return to the age of mythology. Then she became a deity. Then she let it wait in time until the ancient era, and it was taken back by Glaze. There are many complicated things in the middle, and I can't tell you all in a short time. When there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you all in detail. Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. Hearing his ambiguous answer, Lan Xian was a little confused, but she still nodded. The next morning, this was the morning of the 3rd day. A faint, holy song reverberated beside his ear. The low, sacred chanting reverberated beside his ear, causing the face of Yun Nuoxing, who had become sensitive from listening to too much music over the past 2 days, to twitch. Even though he remained in his sleep, he still felt irritation in his heart. Moreover, it continued to accumulate. Finally, at a certain moment, he could not help but wake up a little. He abruptly opened his eyes, after which, in the next instant, his gaze was stunned. Then, it slowly became gentle. Finally, a doting expression surged up. The girl's beautiful and holy face appeared in his line of sight. She was still sleeping soundly. her silver hair that covered the bed, and his body was covered in a layer of dazzling brilliance under the golden morning sun. The golden afterglow was reflected in the air, and the holy aura condensed the afterglow into golden ashes. The ashes danced in the air and disappeared in the air after a while. She held a corner of the blanket tightly in her jade-like hand and pressed it against his chest. She looked very cute. The soft white gauze dress with golden edges was pressed against her body because of her terrible sleeping posture. The pair of platinum wings in front of the dress were also wrinkled, and half of her smooth shoulder was exposed to the air. As he looked down, he could see a touch of snowy white that made his blood boil in the morning. Damn, this is no longer a problem of bad sleeping posture. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He flipped over and jumped up. With a wave of his hand, the blanket covered this stupid angel who didn't know what was going on. Then he sat down on the bed, panting heavily. He was covered in cold sweat under the golden morning sun, and his heartbeat was as heavy as a drum. He was obviously scared out of his wits. "Little star, good morning." Before Yun Nuoshing could come back to his senses, a gentle and ethereal voice sounded behind him. His whole body stiffened, and his neck seemed to make creaking sounds. He turned his head and saw Xian sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a smile. She had a very sweet smile on her face, and her smile made Yun Nuoshing's heart tremble. "Girl, girl." Yun Nuoshing swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "Nothing happened last night, right? Please tell me that nothing happened last night." Xian's smile became even more brilliant. She had clearly seen the scene just now. She had even seen a certain someone seeing something that he shouldn't have seen. At this moment, when she saw his panicked appearance, she couldn't help but move forward and whisper in his ear, "Little Xingxing, don't you want something to happen?" Yun Nuoshing's face instantly turned red, and then it turned blue. Seeing the big change in his expression, Xian couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I woke up last night, but I just got up. Ming didn't have a good sleeping posture, probably because he didn't sleep well. The messy music only weakened to an imperceptible level when it was close to midnight. Before that, Ming tossed and turned for a long time. Only Little Star could fall asleep in that kind of situation. After saying that, seeing that his face gradually calmed down, Xian suddenly laughed again. She reached out and tapped his nose, saying, "Big bad guy, you saw everything." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head, gritted his teeth, and subconsciously retorted. He blurted out without thinking, "You guys still stripped me. My body is as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Then you guys also have to, After saying it, Yun Nuoshing regretted it. His face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he quickly shut his mouth. A row of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he couldn't take back what he said. Then he saw Xian's smile become even brighter. She suddenly cupped his face with her lily-white hands, and her pretty face was very close to his. She licked her red lips and teased, "Little Star, do you want me to take responsibility?" Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He shouldn't have brought up this topic. Why did he suddenly lose his mind? Why did he lose his mind now? Why couldn't he calm down when facing this girl, seeing that he was silent and hesitating? Xian seemed to have thought of something. A mischievous look appeared in Mei Mao's eyes. Then she pressed on his shoulder and threw herself forward. Yun Nuoshing was shocked when he came back to his senses and saw the ceiling appear in his line of sight. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Had he fallen into the devil's hands in this life? Was there really no escape? Although half an hour had passed, nothing had happened. Yun Nuoshing got up with a red face and hurriedly put on his clothes. Before this, he was still wearing a loose nightgown, the kind that exposed his chest. Yun Nuoshing sat on the edge of the bed to tidy up his long hair. When he saw Xian lying on the bed and looking at him with a smile and his beautiful legs moving up and down, he couldn't help but mutter and turn his head away awkwardly. His ears were completely red, and his body was a little hot. Seriously, don't tease me all the time. When Xian heard this, he tilted his head and looked at the side of his red face. He couldn't help but laugh. But who was the one who took the initiative to kiss me and Feng for that time? Yun Nuoshing's hands that were stroking his colorful hair trembled. His face turned even redder. He quickly lowered his head. That time was it an accident? Xian chuckled. Yun Nuoshing's body stiffened. He shook his head vigorously. No, then why? When Xian heard this, he let out a long sigh. He felt a little bitter. She had already let go of the restraint that a girl should have. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should be reversed. However, Little Star was a little special. Those seniors also said the same thing. If one day, 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years didn't work, then he would spend the rest of his life. Didn't they agree on this back then? When she thought of this, the bitterness in her eyes dissipated. She continued to look at him with a gentle smile. After a few seconds of silence, Yun Nuoshing weakly put down his hands. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed faintly. His voice was a little low. He didn't immediately speak. Instead, he fell silent again and continued to sigh. His eyes grew darker and darker. Can I really have such a beautiful thing? Xian's expression froze. I'm sorry, girl. Things have already come to this point. I must be a bastard to say such things. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the long hair in front of his forehead. His palms unconsciously swayed on his head. The chains of the heart have existed for a long time. They already existed in Quarter Moon's life. Nothing was changed except for the sweet thing, love. Even if that wasn't the reason, do I have the right to have these things? Devil, demon, demon king, chaos, chaos, nothingness, monster. I'm just a strange creature that many people hate. I lost the right to be human. I gave it up myself. Then I thought, there are still people around me who acknowledge me. That's enough. I've massacred an entire planet, destroyed a galaxy, crushed the light of an entire world into dust. Like a madman, I've massacred countless people. I'm not a good person. No matter what righteous reason I have for doing these things, I'm not a good person. Someone like me can sit on this. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her long hair in distress and smiled bitterly. After a while, she turned her head. Her eyes were extremely clear. She looked at Xian with some helplessness and said softly, I like you, girl, but I haven't been able to deepen my feelings for you. That's because I'm questioning myself. I feel that I don't have the right to have those beautiful things. It's even more so after I recovered my memories. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and said, I've always wanted you to be well. I've always treated you as perfect works of art. You're the sustenance of my soul. I carefully looked at you and couldn't bear to touch you. I wanted to get close to you, but I didn't want you to be involved in the darkness behind me. I hesitated, kept hesitating, kept a distance, like a fool, shamelessly longing for you and hating myself at the same time. I should have hardened my heart and left you, but you want to stay by my side. It makes me feel very conflicted, very happy, very anxious. I'm worried that you'll find out about my past one day and turn away in disgust. Perhaps in that way, I'll be more relaxed and also feel disappointed. But it doesn't matter as long as you're well. Xian was silent. Mei Mao looked at him quietly and listened quietly. It turned out that this was the last hurdle in his heart. Even though he hadn't recovered his memory, the sins of the past still weighed on his heart, making him unable to move forward. He was trapped in the situation of the past. After he recovered his memory, the shadows of the past came to him like a nightmare. She knew that this wall was probably very difficult to break through. It kept everyone from getting close to his heart. If people only heard about the things he had done, they would probably hate him. But on the contrary, in the distant past, there were people who had witnessed everything. Even so, they were still willing to stay by his side and wait for him. They had never given up until today. She felt that this was enough to prove a lot, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He was finally willing to say this sentence. She dared to say that this was the best evidence that he wanted to change. He hoped that this would be the case, and she would always be by his side until the day he got what he wanted and changed himself. It wouldn't be too far away. It had been a long time since they had known each other. He had changed bit by bit and gradually revealed his true feelings. His frozen heart had melted bit by bit. She could see this, and Ming Ming could definitely feel it as well. Her brother had already undergone an earth-shattering change, but he couldn't show it at all. After listening quietly to Yun Nuwashing, a look of struggle appeared on his face. He was very conflicted. He longed, cherished, was afraid, and was worried. Everything was written on his face. In the end, Xian just smiled sweetly. Under his stunned gaze, she reached out and gently pulled him into her arms. She didn't say anything and just hugged him like that. The changing expression on Yun Nuwashing's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a touch of embarrassment. After a long time, she said carefully that, "Shouldn't you say something? Say something. What should I say?" Xian thought for a while. Her lily-white hand gently ran through his long hair. Then she chuckled and said, "Then I'll say something that Little Star said unintentionally before." Yun Nuwashing was stunned. Something that he said before? Xian chuckled and breathed a breath of fragrant air into his ear. She whispered softly, "Companionship is the most long-lasting confession." After that, she smiled mischievously and said, "I just want to stay by Little Star's side and wait for you. That's all." Yun Nuwashing's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up for a moment, but then gradually dimmed. "Little girl over there, since you're awake, say a few words. It's rare to have some private time." Xian turned her head and said to the stupid angel, who had actually woken up a long time ago and heard everything. This little angel was not professional at eavesdropping. Ming flipped the blanket over her body and jumped onto Yun Nuwashing's back with a grin. The wings behind her flapped gently. She looked up at Xian and muttered, "You're done talking. What do you want me to say?" Yun Nuwashing was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This girl. Anyway, that's it. Stupid brother." Ming muttered. She grabbed Yun Nuwashing with both hands and took her out of Xian's arms. She flipped her over and pressed her down on the bed. The golden May mouse stared straight into his eyes and said, "We don't know what happened in the past, and I won't say that the past is the past. It's unrealistic for you to pretend that nothing happened. However, things have happened so many years ago. We can't always stay in the same place. We have to look forward and continue moving forward. How can we be trapped in the past? It's time for us to wake up. You guys..." Yun Nuwashing's expression was bitter. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Ming stuck out her tongue and teased, "I'm also confessing to my brother." Slowly, constantly, as she spoke, she blushed and turned her head away in embarrassment. It seemed that she was completely used to it, unlike Xian. While her hair was in a mess, Yun Nuwashing inadvertently glanced at Ming's ears. A pair of mini wings that were 1 or 2 sizes smaller than a palm had appeared behind Ming's head. They were spread open and swaying gently against Ming's head. They seemed to be telling him that their owner's heart was throbbing. It didn't seem to be the time to talk about this. He knew. He knew everything. He was just worried. He wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't afraid that the things that had happened in the past would turn into resentful spirits and come looking for him. He had destroyed countless worlds, so why would he be afraid of those dead things? Even now, he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. It was just that when it came to his feelings, he would always hesitate and hesitate. He was afraid that these beautiful things were just a sweet illusion. He was a clumsy guy. He used to be a god and knew everything in the world. However, he couldn't understand such a small thing. It was no wonder that those who knew him would sigh and say that this guy was a stupid blockhead. Perhaps this was also an unexpected cuteness. On the other side, Chu Yingzhan, who had woken up earlier than them, was currently conversing with Chu Zhongping and Chu Yeyang on a small cliff behind the quiet courtyard. Her words flowed like a river, embellishing the story of what Yun Nuoxing had told them, making it seem as if she had personally witnessed it. Furthermore, Chu Yeyang could not be any more clear about this kind of agitated expression. This kind of agitated expression because someone else had done something that could shock the heavens and shake the earth was very similar to his wife's. Is that so? He succeeded in the end. 2 types of celestial songs. What an impressive little guy. Chu Yeyang smiled faintly. He looked at her with an inexplicable gaze. Chu Zhongping pressed this overly excited little girl down and gently stroked her hair. He chuckled softly and said, "What's next? What do you plan to do after the matter of the immortal King Valley is resolved?" Next, Chu Yingzhan's body swayed, slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, "The fool still has to deal with the problem of the pillars of creation. It is said that the next 3 are at the land of Kunming. Calculating the time, they will probably set off before noon. Dad, is there anything fun at the land of Kunming?" Chu Yeyang was also stunned. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. "I'm not too sure." "TSK, you claim to have traveled to the realm of the gods. Don't you know anything about the land next to our house?" Chu Yingzhan muttered. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Although she said that, she didn't seem to be complaining at all. "Back then, I did travel to the realm of the gods. However, when I first left the Kun Yuan region, I went to the Gan Yuan region. After going around in circles, I went to the Ji Yuan region. After that, I spent a long time in the Divine Prefecture. When I reached this level, I felt that I could solve your problem. So I returned to the Kun Yuan region and found the place where you were first hidden. It was the residence of the city lord of the Tsang royal city." Chu Yeyang scratched his head. He established the Chu Yingzhan because he wanted a place to stay and protect his family. Chu Yingzhan had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. He felt very guilty that he could solve the problem only when he became an emperor god. "I'll go check on the fool. He should be awake by now." Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and was about to jump off the cliff. "Hey, wait!" Chu Zhongping quickly pulled her back and pinched her face with both hands. He smiled and said, "Do you want your father to prepare a dowry?" Chu Yingzhan's eyes widened. Her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, she exploded, "Auntie, what are you talking about? How could I fall into the hands of that bastard harem fool? Even if I die alone, I won't fall into the hands of that fool. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. No way, no way." At percent, seeing that his daughter was spouting nonsense, Chu Yeyang angrily pressed down on the angry kitten. He rubbed her hair and said, "Your eyes are too similar to your mother's. You can't hide it. Tell me honestly, when did you get together with that kid?" "No, that's not it. I didn't. I really didn't. Impossible, impossible." Chu Yingzhan was about to burn up. Her face was even redder than the sun. She buried her face in Chu Zhongping's chest and cried, "I didn't. Annie, I really didn't. It's impossible." Chu Zhongping blushed with shame and hurriedly patted the girl's back. Then he rolled his eyes at Chu Yeyang, who was laughing dryly, and transmitted, "Look at you, you've driven Xian crazy." Chu Yeyang coughed dryly. "You have a part in it too, although it's fine as long as the girl likes it." He coughed again and said, "But this kid has too many girls around him. Let's take a look first. I don't think Xiao Yun is a playboy. This girl doesn't even know that she's about to throw herself at him." After saying that, the two of them sighed. They were still young. Chapter 982. It was a secluded place with a blue sky and white clouds. There were mountains and lakes in the distance. On the lake that looked like the sea, there was a huge black metal pillar. It was unknown how wide or long it was. When one walked in front of it, one would even have the illusion that it was a vertical black land. The black pillar had been there since ancient times. It was silent for thousands of years and did not change at all, as if it would stay there forever. However, at this moment, the sea below suddenly rippled. Although the ripples were small, they spread to every corner of the sea. At the bottom of the black pillar, a circle of runes lit up. These runes were only the size of a palm. Runes of 10 different colors appeared. From afar, they looked like 10 rays of light. After they appeared, they were silent for a while. Then, they climbed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not very fast, but it was very obvious. At the same time, a strange aura was quietly born in this place and spread to every corner of the space. Chu Zhongping's quiet courtyard in the Chu world. It was noisy early in the morning. A group of people who had slept for a long time were full of energy early in the morning. They could not bear the loneliness and started fighting. They were lucky that they did not tear down the courtyard. At this time, the sun had climbed to the top of the sky. The group of people woke up. Those who had been fighting all morning felt refreshed. Those who slept in bed also slowly got up. After sitting for a while, they felt that something was wrong. When they realized that Yun Nuoxing and the other two were gone, they could not help but squint their eyes and whisper to each other. Yuan Shi and Nightmare could not stop laughing. "It's that, right? It's that, right? It's finally time, right?" That. Everyone looked at the two, who were laughing mischievously. Yuan Shi and Nightmare quickly sat up straight and still looking dignified. Well, it seemed that everyone was quite pure. It was better not to talk about this topic, in case it led to bad things for the children. After sitting quietly and drinking tea for a while, Yu could not sit still any longer. She carried Little Purple Soul and ran to the courtyard to play. Little Moon sighed and had a worried look on her face. She hurriedly followed. She felt that she was about to become an old mother who loved to worry. She had to take care of the two who loved to play and were not afraid of anything. Yuanshi hung himself upside down from the ceiling. His white robe hung from the ceiling against gravity. His hands were folded on his shoulders, and his mouth was muttering something. Nightmare hung himself upside down on the back of the sofa. His eyes were rolled, and his tongue was hanging by his side. He looked like a corpse. It seemed that after 3 days of idleness, they were so bored that they were about to go moldy. After all, it was at this time they had just done something earth-shattering and had not decided what to do next. Then a group of people fainted and were forced to quiet down and rest for a period of time. Stuck at this time, even the backbone was resting, and the group of people were so bored that they could only stare blankly or else they would go moldy. As for the matter of cultivation, they had already been tortured by that strange melody for 3 days, and each of them had their own gains. They felt that they should rest for a while. "Hey, Do you guys want to go to a place where you can train your combat power? Yuan Shi, the bat hanging from the ceiling, asked. Why? Did you suddenly think of something fun? Nightmare asked. Yuan Shi's body swayed back and forth on the ceiling. Wait a minute. When Little Star wakes up, we have to go to the southeast of Kuan Yuan, which is the land of Kuan Ming. If you think of any fun places, maybe Little Star will be interested. Qin Yan and Mei Mao spun around. You're the one who wants to go and play, right? Aya, don't say that. Yuan Shi chuckled. Since we're not in a hurry, isn't it good to go out and play leisurely? Little Star said so. Yes, yes. Bing Air nodded. She was a little excited at the mention of going out to play. Qin Yan thought for a while and turned Mei Mao to Chu Xianling. Chu Xianling was in a daze. When he saw Qin Yan looking at him, he turned his head and thought for a while. The others looked at him expectantly. After a while, Chu Xianling shook his head. Sorry, I can't think of any fun places. Everyone sighed. We rarely go to the land of Kuan Ming. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, Chu Xianling quickly pulled Chu Chen's sleeve and said, Little Chun, although you're not reliable, you've been running around outside for a long time. Did you hear anything interesting? I'm sorry that I'm not reliable. Chu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head. Sister Xian probably knows a little. I really haven't heard of anything fun in the land of Kuan Ming. Has your family never been to the land of Kuan Ming? Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask. Chu Xianling nodded. Father talked to us when he was free. He didn't stay in the land of Kuan Ming for a long time before, so he didn't know much about the land of Kuan Ming. As for us, we haven't been there much, but we've been to the Taiyuan region. Is this the end of our trip to the Taiyuan region? Is there nothing interesting? Yuan Shi crossed his arms and sighed, helplessly. What's interesting? A voice that hadn't been heard before sounded in the hall. The soft and sweet voice made Yuan Shi and the others feel energized. They turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoxing yawning as she walked out of the room. Xian and Ming followed closely behind her. He couldn't help but laugh. You're finally awake. Oh, boss, is the spring night over? Nightmare waved her hand and casually said something that made the hall fall silent. As soon as she said this, Ming and Xian blushed, but they quickly restrained themselves. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes fiercely and grabbed a huge fruit from her pendant and threw it at Nightmare. Ow! Nightmare was hit by the basin-sized fruit and rolled to the back of the sofa. After a while, she stood up with the green-red fruit in her arms. What is this? It's not something simple. I'll cut it up and share it with everyone. You'll feel better after eating it. I guess you guys had a bad night's sleep. Yun Nuoxing pulled the two girls to sit down and said with a sigh. Nightmare nodded when she heard this. Using her hand as a knife, she cut more than 10 portions of the fruit. Then she took out a plate from somewhere and placed it on the table. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces when they heard this. They didn't just have a bad night's sleep. They slept like a log and almost didn't want to wake up. When the fragrance of the immortal fruit spread out, the 3 girls who were playing outside also ran back. When they saw that Yun Nuoxing was awake, they happily pounced on her and gave her a kiss each. Then they sat beside her and grabbed the immortal fruit to eat. Yuan Shi hung from the ceiling and ate. As he ate, he felt that something was wrong. Even though Yun Nuoxing had fairy items on her, she still took out another one. Little Star, how many fairy items do you have? Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoxing muttered to herself and swallowed the fruit in her mouth. Then she said softly, There's a hidden space in my pendant. Not long ago, yes, I unlocked it when I regained my memory. There are many things in there. In addition to what Xian Yin gave me, it won't be a problem to fill up 20 courtyards. Oh, The kind that's 100 meters high. The space quieted down again. However, when they thought about the possessions of these two heavenly gods, it seemed to be understandable. To hell with their understanding. Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. Heavenly gods were indeed heavenly gods. How many people could they feed with this amount? Idiot! What are you secretly eating? You didn't even call me. A voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Their mouths were still stuffed when they saw a beautiful figure walk over. Hurry up and eat. Stuff it into your stomach. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and urged. Even without her urging, Little Moon and Little Purple Soul had already buried their heads and wolfed down the food. They looked as if they wanted to finish the entire plate. Seeing that the food on the plate had been cleaned out in an instant, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the fruit in her hand that she had taken a bite out of. She had just put it to her mouth and bit into it, but she didn't bite anything. Instead, she bit into the air. She was stunned for a moment. Then she turned her head abruptly and saw Chu Yingzhan grabbing the fruit that was originally in his hand and stuffing it into her mouth. She was chewing on it as she mumbled, "What's this? It smells so good. Oh, I feel so refreshed." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The hall fell into dead silence again. Little Star must have eaten that immortal fruit before. I ate it before. Yun Nuoxing was in a daze. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Yingzhan patted her shoulder casually and swallowed the fruit with a gulp. Are we ready to set off? Are we setting off now? Everyone in the room had strange expressions on their faces. They only regained their senses when they heard this. Yun Nuoxing sighed and looked at her strangely. Then she nodded. More or less. If everyone has rested well, let's set off. We can rest on the way anyway. Uncle Chu, what's fun in the land of Kunming? Yuan Shi was still hanging from the ceiling. He turned around and asked Chu Shun. Chu Yeong laughed bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and said, "Stupid dad, doesn't know anything. Don't ask. Let's go and find out what's fun. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." As she spoke, she pulled Yun Nuoxing and left, leaving behind a panicked voice. "Hey, you crazy girl, don't pull me. I'm going to hit." Wah! Clang! Everyone looked at the dent on the door stiffly. They judged that it was the result of Yun Nuoxing's head crashing into the door. They looked at each other speechlessly. Did this crazy girl eat the wrong medicine? It was another exciting trip. However, there seemed to be two more people this time. Yes, they were Chu Yingzhan's younger sister and younger brother. The two of them were Yun Nuoxing's little fangirls and little fangirls. Yuan Shi and the others also felt that it would be fun to have more people, so they brought them along. When they found out that the group was preparing to leave, Chu Yeong and Chu Chongping hurried to the door. One pulled Chu Yingzhan, and the other pulled Yun Nuoxing to the side to whisper to each other. "Little Yun, please take care of Xian. Although she's stupid, always likes to cause trouble, and is always crazy, she's a very good girl." Chu Chongping held Yun Nuoxing's hand and said earnestly. Yun Nuoxing had a blank look on his face as he nodded his head. "Oh, didn't you say this before?" Chu Chongping chuckled and nodded. There was a different meaning in his gaze when he looked at him. It was like an elder looking at a junior, but it was more like an elder sister looking at her younger brother. It was no longer as cold and elegant as it was when they first met. "You won't bring the child back next time, right?" Chu Yeong said to Chu Yingzhan in a heavy tone. Idiot dad, that's enough." Chu Yingzhan exploded. When the two of them returned, Chu Yingzhan glanced at Yun Nuoxing, and her beautiful face instantly turned red. She cried out loudly and patted him on the shoulder with her jade-like hand. "I definitely won't fall into the hands of a fool like you." With a face full of grief and indignation, she rushed out of the door of the music world. Yun Nuoshing looked at her back in confusion. He looked at the crowd and asked, "How did I offend her?" Everyone helplessly spread out their hands. Who knows? Chu Yeang and Chu Chomping planned to send them off for a while. These 3 children were going to follow Yun Nuoshing out to train. They were more at ease, but they were also a little reluctant to part with them. Who knew how long they would be gone this time? On a mountain peak outside the Azure Emperor city, Yun Nuoshing and the rest stood on the Netherworld Ruins sword. Chu Yeang and Chu Chongping stood in front of them and waved at them. "Be careful." Chu Yingzhan and her siblings smiled and nodded. They turned their heads and signaled to Yun Nuoshing. The latter understood, and just as he was about to send the Netherworld Ruins sword out, his thoughts suddenly stopped. His hand trembled, and his expression changed drastically. It was the most serious expression everyone had seen since they met him. He took out the purplish-red pendant hanging around his neck. At this moment, the rhombus-shaped pendant was floating in midair. The purplish-red light shone on Yun Nuoshing's incomparably serious expression. "What's going on?" Chu Yingzhan opened her mouth, but the light from the pendant suddenly flashed. After that, a purplish-red beam of light shot out from it, directly shooting up into the sky, leaving behind an inconspicuous trail of light. After that, the beam of light shone as brightly as the sun. However, it was still inconspicuous even in the daytime. After the purplish-red beam of light dissipated, the pendant also drooped down weakly. Yun Nuoshing mumbled to herself as she gently caressed the pendant. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she stuffed it back into her robes. After that, she abruptly inclined her head and turned her gaze, staring at the horizon. The others also hurriedly turned their gazes over. They all saw something. That was an extremely blurry, gigantic black-colored pillar, so blurry that it resembled an illusory shadow. It simply floated in the air, faintly discernible. This was none other than the Pillar of Creation, the one located beside the Azure Emperor city. Chu Yeang and the others had all seen it before. Right now, the pillar that appeared before their eyes was 10 more beams of light compared to the one they saw back then. The originally mysterious Pillar of Creation now seemed even more abstruse than before. Why did the Pillar of Creation suddenly appear? Idiot, didn't you say that the dimension is isolated from the rest of the world? Even heavenly gods can't force their way in. Could it be that there's something wrong with that dimension? Is it unable to hide the Pillar of Creation? Will the myriad gods' world descend into chaos? Chu Yingzhan anxiously asked. There's nothing wrong with that dimension. Yun Nuoshing's expression turned solemn. Only those who have seen it before will be able to see it. Others won't be able to see the Pillar of Creation. There's no need to worry that it will appear in front of the world. But why did it suddenly? Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped talking. She took out the Book of Epics and glanced at it. She exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" The final defense of the Pillar of Creation activated by itself. Final defense. Everyone was stunned. Yuan Shi and Zian, who knew a little about this, pondered for a moment. A hint of shock appeared in their eyes. He had said that the reason the myriad gods world was able to survive from that ancient era until now was due to the protection of the Pillar of Creation. Once the Pillar of Creation, which covered the entire myriad gods world, activated its defense, it could protect the myriad gods world from any harm. That layer of defense was used to defend against the Great Reincarnation. The Pillar of Creation usually won't do anything unless it detects some danger approaching. However, the danger I'm talking about here is a danger that can threaten the myriad gods world itself. In this world, there's only one thing that can threaten the existence of the myriad gods world and cause the pillar of creation to activate its final defense: the great reincarnation. Chu Yingzhan exclaimed in shock. It wasn't even the 140th era yet. There was still a long time until that time. Threats of the same nature and of the same level. For example, the world that the myriad gods world is in danger. The impending destruction is also a threat. Yun Nuoxing nodded solemnly. The end of the world. The end of the world. Huh. Yuan Shi and the others opened their mouths wide in shock. They had been to the 5 elemental realms and knew that the so-called worlds in the void were just light clusters. They had even seen the destruction of worlds. The world light clusters that were penetrated were annihilated in the void. According to Yun Nuoxing, the world of the myriad gods world was also a world light cluster. Moreover, it wasn't indestructible. Now, it was suddenly said that the world where the myriad gods world was located was going to be destroyed. In fact, since the beginning of the mythological era, the myriad gods world had experienced many crises. It wasn't just the great reincarnation. For example, the destruction of the world mentioned just now. However, the world mentioned here referred to the world-like cluster where the myriad gods world was located. After the world-like cluster was destroyed, the myriad gods world would be spared. Then, the myriad gods world in the void would slowly fall into another world. It might even fall into a new world that was about to be formed, or it might simply float freely in the void. The pillar of creation could completely isolate the void from devouring it. Then what exactly is happening now? Pillar of creation. I heard you say that the final defense has been broken. Does that mean that the myriad gods world is facing a great threat? Chu Yang frowned and asked in a deep voice. He couldn't help but want to know more about this world. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. She looked up at the sky and placed the Book of Epic in front of her eyes. Her gaze followed the Book of Epic and went straight to the sky. She left the myriad gods world and passed through the dark and boundless star field. She saw countless stars. Countless stars were born and destroyed. Streams of energy flowed through the star field. It was as if she was standing between heaven and earth and watching the stars twinkle. The stars in the sky formed a dazzling Milky Way and condensed into a huge cluster of light. The clusters of light gathered together like a human gathering city. Even the cities of the 3,000 stars in the star field would have gathering areas. The sparkling star field was like a beautiful gem embedded in the void. It was incomparably brilliant. He had seen this magnificent scene many times, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but want to take another look. Even if it was meaningless and was just a simple gaze, he still remembered that he had other important things to do at this time. Therefore, he only glanced at it for a while before shifting his gaze away. His gaze continued to pass through the star field and increased its speed. It didn't take long for him to pass through the world barrier. Then suddenly, a laughing face appeared in his vision. He was stunned and quickly stopped. Then he took a few steps back and saw countless stars flickering in front of him. They were shining with extremely brilliant flames that almost burned the entire world. What he saw in his vision was approaching him at a very fast speed. He frowned and changed his vision again. He left this place and stood on the world light where the myriad gods world was. Then he turned his gaze and saw a huge fragment of the world light that was torn in half fell toward the world light where the myriad gods world was.